first meeting had been awkward enough, and that had only lasted about 20 minutes. How would they fill hours of conversation when they had so little in common? His spiral of anxiety was interrupted by a ripple of awareness that passed through the restaurant. The subtle shift in atmosphere that occurs when someone particularly striking enters a room. Naruto didn't need to look up to know it was Ino. The whispered comments and appreciative glances from nearby tables told him everything. When he did raise his gaze, the sight momentarily stalled his breathing. Ino had always been beautiful. That was an objective fact that even someone as romantically clueless as Naruto could acknowledge. But tonight she seemed to emanate a different quality, something less deliberately provocative and more naturally elegant. She wore a simple lavender dress that complemented her eyes. Her long platinum hair swept back from her face and secured with a plain silver clip rather than her usual elaborate style. The effect was subtly transformative, making her seem less like the brash, confident Kunoichi he was familiar with and more like a young woman he was only just meeting for the first time. Ino spotted him and made her way to the table, her movements fluid and graceful. As she approached, Naruto belatedly remembered his manners and scrambled to his feet, nearly knocking over his water glass in the process. "Hi," he greeted, the word emerging more breathlessly than he had intended. "You look different." Ino raised an eyebrow as she took her seat. "Different good or different bad?" "Good," Naruto clarified hastily. "Definitely good. Not that you don't usually look good. I mean, you do, but this is like a different kind of good," he winced internally. "Smooth, Uzumaki. Real smooth." To his surprise, Ino's lips quirked upward in what might almost have been a genuine smile. "Thank you, I think," she said, her tone warmer than he'd expected. "You're early. I didn't think that was possible for you." Naruto grinned sheepishly, grateful for the shift in topic. "Yeah, well, I figured being late wouldn't be the best start to this, whatever this is, a fact-finding mission," Ino supplied, picking up her menu with practiced ease. "Reconnaissance before engagement." The ninja terminology applied to their personal situation struck Naruto as both apt and slightly humorous. "Right," he agreed, reaching for his own menu. "Except that the engagement is already scheduled, whether we complete the mission or not." A flicker of something, regret, perhaps, or resignation, passed across Ino's features before her expression smoothed out once more into polite neutrality. "True enough. But information is always valuable, regardless of the outcome." Their conversation was temporarily suspended as a server approached, taking their drink orders and reciting the evening's specials with rehearsed enthusiasm. Once they were alone again, a momentary silence stretched between them, not quite uncomfortable but certainly not relaxed. "So," Naruto began, searching for a neutral topic, "how's work at the flower shop?" It was a safe opening, he thought, something related to her life but not overly personal, showing interest without prying. Ino seemed mildly surprised by the question, as if she hadn't expected him to know about her family business. "It's good," she replied cautiously. "Busy, with spring weddings coming up. We've had a lot of consultations lately." Naruto nodded, genuinely interested despite himself. "Do you like it? Working with flowers, I mean." Ino considered the question, her head tilting slightly as she formulated her response. "I do," she said finally. "There's something satisfying about creating arrangements, finding the right balance of colors and textures, considering the symbolic meanings of different blooms. It's creative but also technical, a bit like crafting a genjutsu, actually. I never thought of it that way," Naruto admitted, intrigued by the comparison. "I guess a lot of different skills can connect back to ninja techniques, huh? More than most people realize," Ino agreed, warming to the topic. "The precision needed for Ikebana has definitely improved my chakra control. And understanding the language of flowers is useful for diplomatic missions. You'd be surprised how often floral symbolism comes up in formal settings." Naruto found himself genuinely engaged, not just going through the motions of conversation. There was an intelligence behind Ino's words that he had never fully registered before, a depth of thought that went beyond the superficial image she often projected. "What about you?" Ino asked, turning the question back on him. "When you're not on missions or training, what do you do?" The question caught Naruto off guard. His life had been so focused on becoming stronger, on proving himself, on chasing Sasuke, that he'd rarely stop to consider what he did purely for enjoyment. I read sometimes, he offered tentatively. Mostly ninja scrolls and stuff. And I like exploring different parts of the village, finding new spots to watch the sunset. He hesitated, then added with a self-deprecating smile. And I eat ramen. A lot of ramen. Shocking, Ino remarked dryly, though her tone was more teasing than mocking. But the sunset thing, that's unexpected. I wouldn't have pegged you for the contemplative type. Naruto's cheeks warmed slightly. There's this spot on top of the Force head, I mean my dad's head, I guess, on the Hokage monument. You can see the whole village from there, and when the sun sets, it's like everything is golden for a little while. Makes me remember what I'm fighting for, you know? The words came out more earnest than he'd intended, revealing a glimpse of the depth beneath his usually exuberant exterior. For a moment, he regretted the disclosure, fearing that Ino would find it childish or overly sentimental. But Ino was looking at him with an expression he couldn't quite decipher, something between surprise and reassessment, as if she were seeing him through a different lens than before. I think I'd like to see that sometime, she said softly, her voice lacking its usual sharp edge. Before Naruto could respond, their server returned with their drinks and to take their food orders. Ino selected a seasonal salad with grilled chicken, while Naruto, after a moment of deliberation, opted for a teriyaki dish rather than asking if they served ramen, a small concession to the ambience of the establishment, and perhaps, to Ino's more refined palate. As the server departed once more, Ino regarded Naruto with mild curiosity. No ramen? I'm impressed by your restraint, Naruto grinned, more relaxed now than he had been at the start of the evening. I can eat things besides ramen, you know. I just choose not to, most of the time. Well, in that case, consider me doubly impressed, Ino replied, raising her glass in a mock toast. Naruto mirrored the gesture, and as their glasses clinked together, something shifted in the atmosphere between them, a subtle relaxation of the tension that had defined their interactions until now. They weren't friends, not yet, but perhaps they were no longer quite enemies either. The conversation flowed more naturally after that, moving from safe topics like favorite training methods and mutual acquaintances to slightly more personal revelations. Naruto learned that Ino had a secret fondness for trashy romance novels, which she disguised with false covers to maintain her sophisticated image. Ino discovered that beneath Naruto's boisterous exterior lay an unexpected streak of introspection, particularly regarding his relationships with others. I always thought you had a one-track mind about Sakura, Ino remarked as they lingered over dessert, a green tea ice cream for her, a chocolate confection for him. The way you used to follow her around like a puppy was almost painful to watch. Naruto winced slightly at the memory. Yeah, I was pretty obvious, wasn't I? But that was a long time ago. I mean, I still care about her a lot, but it's different now. Different how? Ino pressed, genuinely curious rather than merely fishing for gossip. Naruto considered the question, wanting to give an honest answer. I think I was in love with the idea of her more than actually in love with her, he admitted slowly. She was smart and pretty and seemed so sure of herself, everything I wasn't. And then we were on the same team, and I got to know the real Sakura, with all her strength and her flaws and her incredible heart. And I realized that what I felt for her was deeper than a crush, but maybe not romantic love the way I thought it was. Ino's expression was thoughtful as she absorbed his words. That's surprisingly insightful, Naruto. He shrugged, slightly embarrassed by her assessment. Not really. It just took me a while to figure out the difference between wanting someone to acknowledge me and actually wanting to be with them, you know? I do know, Ino said softly, her gaze drifting to the flickering candle between them. I spent years competing with Sakura over Sasuke without ever really stopping to think about why I wanted him in the first place. Was it because I truly cared for him, or because winning him would mean I'd beaten Sakura at something that mattered to her? The vulnerability in her admission resonated with Naruto's own experience. It was strange to find this point of connection with someone he'd always viewed as being from a completely different world than his own. Do you still? He began, then hesitated, unsure if he had the right to ask such a personal question. But Ino seemed to understand what he was asking. Have feelings for Sasuke? she finished for him. No, not in that way. I respect his abilities as a ninja, and I hope he finds whatever it is he's looking for out there. But romantically? That ship sailed a long time ago. Naruto nodded, inexplicably relieved by her answer, though he couldn't quite articulate why. That's good, he said, then quickly clarified. I mean, not good that you don't like him anymore, but good that you're not still hung up on someone who's not around. That would make this whole arranged marriage thing even more complicated, right? A small smile played at the corners of Ino's mouth. Right. Because it's not complicated enough already. The gentle sarcasm in her tone made Naruto laugh, the sound drawing glances from nearby tables. Fair point, he conceded. But hey, at least we're talking now. That's progress, isn't it? It is, Ino agreed, her expression softening into something that, while not quite warmth, was distinctly less guarded than before. Though we still have a long way to go before. She trailed off, but the unspoken end of the sentence hung in the air between them. Before we're ready to be married. Before we can imagine a life together. Before this arrangement feels like anything other than a prison sentence. One step at a time, Naruto suggested, offering a tentative smile. Tonight was a good first step, I think. Ino nodded, returning his smile with a small one of her own. It was. Better than I expected, if I'm being honest. The admission seemed to surprise her as much as it did him, as if she hadn't intended to voice that particular thought aloud. Their evening drew to a close shortly after, with Ino insisting on paying for her portion of the meal despite Naruto's protests. This isn't a date, Uzumaki. It's a reconnaissance mission, remember? As they stepped out into the cool evening air, they found themselves momentarily uncertain once more, the easy conversation of dinner giving way to awkward silence. I can walk you home, Naruto offered, hands shoved deep in his pockets to resist the strange urge to offer her his arm, as he'd seen couples do. Ino hesitated, then shook her head. That's not necessary. I'm perfectly capable of making it back to the compound on my own. I know you are, Naruto said quickly. I didn't mean, it's fine, Ino interrupted, her tone gentler than her words. Thank you for the offer, but I think I need some time to process all of this. She gestured vaguely between them, encompassing the strange new territory they were navigating. Naruto nodded, understanding the sentiment all too well. Yeah, me too. So, will I see you tomorrow? Or is that too soon? Ino considered for a moment. Let's give it a day. Meet me at the training grounds the day after tomorrow, in the morning. I think it might be good for us to see how we work together in a different context. Training? Sure, I can do that, Naruto agreed, enthused by the idea. Physical activity was a realm in which he felt far more confident than formal dinners and careful conversation. 8 o'clock? 7, Ino countered, the ghost of a smirk playing across her features. Don't be late. With that, she turned and walked away, her figure gradually disappearing into the gathering darkness of the village streets. Naruto watched her go, a complex mixture of emotions stirring within him, confusion, curiosity, and most surprisingly, a tentative optimism he hadn't expected to feel when this strange journey began. As he turned to make his own way home, he found himself wondering what it might be like to actually get to know Ino Yamanaka, not as a peripheral figure in his life, not as a future obligation, but as a person in her own right, with depths and facets he'd never bothered to explore before. The prospect was strangely intriguing, like discovering an unopened scroll containing techniques he'd never considered learning. For the first time since Tsunade had delivered her world-altering news, Naruto went to bed that night without the heaviness of dread weighing down his chest. It wasn't acceptance, not yet. But perhaps it was the first glimmer of possibility that this forced arrangement might not be the catastrophe he'd initially feared. The morning dawned crisp and clear, the sun not yet high enough to burn away the dew that clung to the grass of Training Ground 7. Ino arrived precisely at 7, dressed in her standard purple training outfit, hair pulled back in a practical ponytail rather than her usual more elaborate style. She had chosen this particular training ground deliberately. It was familiar to Naruto but neutral territory for her, a balance she felt was important to maintain during these tentative interactions. To her mild surprise, Naruto was already there, executing a series of complex taijutsu forms with focused intensity. His movements were fluid and powerful, each strike and block flowing into the next with a precision that belied his reputation for impulsiveness. Sweat glistened on his forehead, suggesting he had been at it for some time already. Ino paused at the edge of the clearing, taking a moment to observe him unnoticed. There was something almost hypnotic about the rhythm of his training, a raw determination that manifested in every movement. It was, she had to admit, impressive, and not at all what she would have expected from the hyperactive troublemaker she remembered from their academy days. "You going to stand there all day, or are we training?" Naruto called out without breaking his form, a hint of amusement in his voice. Ino started, surprised that he had sensed her presence. She stepped fully into the clearing, keeping her expression neutral despite her internal chagrin at being caught staring. "Just assessing your form," she replied smoothly. It's not terrible. Coming from Ino, this was practically effusive praise, and Naruto seemed to recognize it as such, a grin spreading across his face as he completed his sequence and turned to face her. "Thanks. I've been working on it. Kakashi-sensei says my taijutsu still needs refinement, but it's a lot better than it used to be." "He's right," Ino agreed, moving to stand across from him. "Your power has always been impressive, but your technique was sloppy. That's improved." "Gee, don't strain yourself with the compliments," Naruto teased, but there was no real heat behind his words. If anything, he seemed pleased by her critical assessment, appreciating the honesty over empty flattery. Ino found herself fighting back a smile. There was something refreshing about Naruto's straightforward nature, his lack of pretense or hidden agenda. What you saw was what you got, a quality that was surprisingly rare in a village full of ninja trained in deception and subterfuge. "So, what's the plan for today?" Naruto asked, bouncing slightly on the balls of his feet, clearly eager to get started. "Sparring? Target practice? Chakra control?" Ino considered for a moment. "I think we should start with some light sparring. It will give us a sense of each other's fighting styles, strengths, and weaknesses. If we're going to be..." She hesitated, still uncomfortable with directly referencing their impending union. "Working together in the future, we should know how to complement each other in combat situations." Naruto nodded, his expression turning more serious as he shifted into a fighting stance. "Makes sense. Any specific rules for the spar?" "Taijutsu only for now," Ino decided. "No shadow clones, no mind transfer techniques. Just physical combat. We can incorporate ninjutsu and other abilities later, once we have a better baseline understanding." "Sounds good to me," Naruto agreed, his stance widening slightly, hands raised in a defensive position. "Ready when you are." Ino didn't verbally respond. Instead, she launched herself forward with a sudden burst of speed, aiming a sweeping kick at Naruto's legs. He jumped to avoid it, exactly as she'd anticipated, allowing her to pivot and deliver a palm strike toward his sternum as he landed. But Naruto was faster than she remembered, twisting in midair to avoid her strike and countering with a light jab toward her shoulder. Ino deflected it with her forearm, using the momentum to create distance between them once more. They circled each other cautiously, each reassessing after the initial exchange. Ino's analytical mind was already cataloging observations. Naruto was stronger and quicker than she'd given him credit for, but his movements were still slightly telegraphed, a legacy of his straightforward fighting style. She could use that predictability to her advantage. The next few minutes were a dance of strikes, blocks, and counterattacks, either gaining a clear advantage. Ino's technique was more refined, her movements economical and precise, but Naruto's raw power and seemingly inexhaustible stamina kept him firmly in the match. For every hit she landed, he absorbed the impact and returned with a flurry of his own attacks. As the spar progressed, something unexpected began to happen. Instead of the competitive tension Ino had anticipated, a different kind of energy emerged between them, a rhythmic synchronization, each adjusting to the other's patterns, finding complementary flow rather than opposition. It wasn't conscious, at least not on Ino's part, but there was an undeniable harmony developing in their combat, as if their bodies were communicating in a language their minds had not yet mastered. Naruto seemed to sense it too, a look of surprise flickering across his features during a momentary pause in the action. "Hey, we're actually pretty good together," he observed, breathing heavily but clearly energized rather than tired. Your style kinda balances mine, Ino nodded, using the brief respite to retie her ponytail, which had begun to come loose during their exertions. You're less predictable than you used to be, she acknowledged. And your recovery time is impressive. Most opponents would have slowed down after that hit to the solar plexus. Naruto grinned, rubbing the spot she'd struck with what almost looked like pride. Yeah, well, Pervy Sage, Jiraiya-sensei, was big on endurance training. Said a ninja who can't take a hit isn't worth much in a real battle. He wasn't wrong, Ino conceded, reassuming her fighting stance. Ready to continue? Naruto nodded, mirroring her posture, but with a subtle variation that Ino recognized as a frog kata stance, one of the specialized taijutsu forms associated with the legendary Toad sages. It was a reminder of just how much he had grown and learned during his time away from the village, training with one of the legendary Sannin. They resumed their spar, but with a new dimension to their interaction. Now that they had begun to read each other's rhythms, the combat evolved into something more collaborative than competitive, a testing of boundaries and capabilities, an exploration rather than a contest. Ino found herself adapting her style in real time, integrating elements that complemented Naruto's approach rather than seeking to counteract it. It was exhilarating. Different from training with her own team, where years of familiarity had established fixed patterns and expectations. Different even from the mind-body coordination exercises that were central to her clan's techniques. This was discovery, a mapping of new territory, both physical and relational. When they finally called a halt to the spar, the sun had risen fully above the treeline, bathing the training ground in golden morning light. Both were sweating profusely, breathing hard, but wearing expressions of satisfaction rather than exhaustion. That was actually pretty awesome, Naruto declared, flopping down onto the grass with characteristic lack of ceremony. You're really good, Ino. Way better at taijutsu than I thought. Ino lowered herself to the ground with considerably more grace, though she too was glad for the rest. The Yamanaka techniques require precise chakra control and timing, she explained, accepting the compliment without false modesty. Physical training enhances both. Most people underestimate us because our primary jutsu are mind-based, but that's often to our advantage. Naruto nodded thoughtfully, reaching for his water bottle and taking a long drink before offering it to her. Ino hesitated for only a moment before accepting it, a small but significant shift from the rigid boundaries she would have maintained just days ago. So what's it like? Naruto asked after a comfortable silence had stretched between them. The mind transfer jutsu, I mean. What does it feel like to be in someone else's head? The question took Ino by surprise. Few people outside her clan ever asked about the subjective experience of her techniques. Most were more concerned with the tactical applications than the phenomenology. It's disorienting at first, she replied, choosing her words carefully. Like trying to wear someone else's clothes that don't quite fit. Their body doesn't respond the way you expect it to. The muscle memory is different, the sensory input is processed differently. It takes concentration to override those differences and maintain control. Naruto was listening with genuine interest, his usual fidgeting stilled by curiosity. Can you see their thoughts? Like read their mind while you're in there? Ino shook her head. Not exactly. I can access surface thoughts, immediate intentions, and sometimes strong emotions or memories if they're at the forefront of consciousness. But a person's mind isn't like a book you can flip through. It's more like stepping into a rushing river. You can feel the current and maybe grab at things as they float past, but the deeper currents remain below the surface. That sounds intense, Naruto remarked, a hint of awe in his voice. Does it ever freak you out? Being in someone else's body, I mean. The question was perceptive in a way that Ino wouldn't have expected from him. She found herself answering with more honesty than she had intended. Sometimes. Especially when I first started learning the technique. There were moments when I'd return to my own body and it would feel wrong somehow, like my own skin was unfamiliar. My father says that's why our clan techniques are kept so closely guarded. They require a certain psychological resilience that not everyone possesses. I get that, Naruto said with unexpected solemnity. It's kind of like being a Jinchuriki, in a way. Having something inside you that's not totally you. Something that you have to learn to work with without losing yourself. It was a profound parallel, one that revealed a depth of self-awareness that Ino had not credited him with. The comparison made her see both her own abilities and Naruto's burden in a new light, connected by the common thread of identity and containment, of boundaries that were not as fixed as most people's. I never thought of it that way, she admitted. But you're right. There's a similar challenge in maintaining your sense of self when it's constantly being tested against something other. Naruto smiled, but it was a more subdued expression than his usual bright grin, thoughtful, almost melancholic. Yeah, exactly. Though I guess the big difference is you choose to use your jutsu. I didn't exactly volunteer to have the nine tails sealed inside me. The quiet resentment in his voice reminded Ino of their first real conversation in the pavilion, when he had spoken of his newly revealed heritage with similar complicated emotion. It struck her then that Naruto's life had been defined by decisions made for him without his input. From the sealing of the nine tails on the day of his birth to this arranged marriage that now bound their futures together. Does it bother you? She asked softly. Being a Jinchuriki? Naruto was quiet for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the distant tree line. When he spoke, his voice held a maturity that belied his years. It used to. A lot. When I was kid and didn't understand why everyone looked at me with those cold eyes, treated me like I was something dangerous or broken. Even after I found out why, it was hard not to resent it. This thing I never asked for that made my whole life harder. He paused, plucking a blade of grass and twirling it between his fingers. But now? I don't know. It's part of me, you know. It's shaped who I am, for better or worse. And I've started to find ways to use its power to protect people I care about, which feels like taking something that was meant to hurt me and turning it around. His words resonated with a wisdom that transcended their years, speaking to a resilience that Ino found herself admiring. Whatever else could be said about Naruto Uzumaki, his spirit was unquestionably indomitable. That's a remarkably healthy perspective, she said, genuinely impressed. Naruto chuckled, the sound lighter now, more like his usual self. Don't sound so surprised. I can be deep sometimes, believe it. Ino rolled her eyes, but there was no real irritation behind the gesture. And just when I was starting to think you might actually be mature. Hey, mature is boring, Naruto protested with a grin. I prefer to think of myself as selectively profound. The phrase, so unexpectedly witty, startled a laugh from Ino, a genuine, unguarded sound that seemed to surprise them both. Naruto's expression brightened, as if her laughter was some kind of victory he hadn't known he was seeking. We should probably get back to training, Ino suggested after a moment, not wanting to examine too closely the strange warmth that had settled in her chest. Maybe incorporate some basic ninjutsu this time? Naruto bounced to his feet with characteristic energy, extending a hand to help her up. Sounds good to me. But go easy on the mind stuff, okay? My head's complicated enough without you poking around in there. Ino accepted his hand, allowing him to pull her to her feet with an easy strength that sent a curious flutter through her stomach. Don't worry, Uzumaki. Your thoughts are safe from me. For now, at least. The teasing threat made Naruto laugh as they moved back to the center of the training ground, resuming their positions across from each other. But as they prepared to begin again, Ino found herself wondering what it would be like to actually use her mind transfer jutsu on Naruto, to experience directly the inner landscape of this increasingly intriguing enigma of a person who was, by decree and destiny, to become her husband. The thought was both unsettling and strangely compelling. Much like the man himself was proving to be, news traveled quickly in a village of ninjas. By the end of the week, whispers had begun to circulate about the unusually frequent sightings of Naruto Uzumaki and Ino Yamanaka together, training in the early mornings, sharing occasional meals, once even browsing the market side by side in what appeared to be companionable conversation. For a population trained in observation and deduction, these behaviors represented a significant anomaly. Naruto and Ino had never been particularly close. They moved in different social circles, possessed contrasting temperaments, and had minimal history of collaboration on missions. Their sudden apparent friendship was conspicuous enough to warrant speculation. It was during a routine team training session that Sakura Haruno finally addressed the elephant in the room. She had been watching Ino with barely concealed curiosity throughout their exercises, noting the subtle changes in her longtime friend and rival, a certain distraction in her usually focused gaze, a tendency to check the time more frequently than normal. "All right, out with it," Sakura demanded as they took a break, passing a water canteen between them. "What's going on with you and Naruto?" Ino's expression remained carefully neutral, though Sakura didn't miss the brief tensing of her shoulders. "What makes you think anything is going on?" Sakura leveled her with a look that clearly communicated the futility of evasion. "Please! Half the village has seen you two together this week. Since when do you voluntarily spend time with Naruto?" Ino sighed, taking a long drink from the canteen to buy herself a moment to consider her response. The engagement ceremony was less than 2 weeks away, at which point the arrangement would become public knowledge regardless. But she had been reluctant to share the information before she herself had fully processed it. "It's complicated," she said finally, setting the canteen aside. "Complicated how?" Sakura pressed, her curiosity visibly piqued. "Don't tell me you're actually interested in him." The suggestion carried a note of incredulity that Ino found surprisingly irritating. "Why is that so hard to believe?" she countered, the defensiveness in her tone catching them both off guard. Sakura blinked, her expression shifting from inquiry to genuine surprise. "Wait, are you serious? You and Naruto? I didn't say that." Ino backpedaled, suddenly uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. "I just meant that he's not as intolerable as he used to be." Sakura's eyes narrowed, years of friendship allowing her to detect the nuances in Ino's carefully controlled expression. "There's something you're not telling me." Ino glanced around the training field, ensuring that their other teammates were still engaged in their own practice some distance away. She lowered her voice, decision made. "If I tell you something, can you promise to keep it to yourself? At least for the next couple of weeks?" Sakura's expression sobered, curiosity giving way to concern at Ino's serious tone. "Of course." "What is it?" Ino took a deep breath, still finding the words strange on her tongue despite having had days to adjust to the reality they represented. "Naruto and I are engaged. Or we will be, officially, in about 2 weeks." Sakura's jaw dropped, shock rendering her momentarily speechless. "You're what? How? When did this happen?" "It's an arranged marriage," Ino explained, the words coming more easily now that she'd broken the initial barrier. "Between the Yamanaka clan and—" She hesitated, realizing there was another revelation embedded within this one. "And the Namikaze clan." "Namikaze?" Sakura repeated, confusion evident. "But that's the 4th Hokage's clan, yes," Ino confirmed. "Naruto is his son. That part's supposed to be classified for now, so really, don't repeat it." Sakura sank down onto the grass, absorbing this cascade of revelations. "Naruto is the 4th son," she murmured, pieces clicking into place. The resemblance, the affinity for complex sealing techniques, the extraordinary chakra reserves. "That actually makes a lot of sense, right?" Ino agreed, sitting beside her. "Apparently it was kept secret to protect him from his father's enemies. But how does that connect to an arranged marriage with you?" Sakura asked, focusing on the core of the matter. Ino sighed, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "There was a contract established between my father and the 4th Hokage before Naruto and I were born. Some political alliance to strengthen village stability during uncertain times." She shrugged, the gesture failing to convey the casualness she was aiming for. "Neither of us knew anything about it until a week ago." "A week ago?" Sakura's eyes widened further. "And you're already, what, dating?" "Not dating," Ino corrected hastily. "Just getting to know each other. Since we're apparently going to be married in a few months regardless of our feelings on the matter." The bitterness that crept into her tone wasn't entirely deliberate, but it wasn't entirely absent either. Despite the surprisingly tolerable, even occasionally enjoyable, interactions she'd had with Naruto over the past week, the fundamental reality remained unchanged. Their future had been decided for them without their consent. Sakura was quiet for a moment, processing. "How are you really feeling about all this?" she finally asked, her voice gentler now. "It's a lot to spring on you suddenly." Ino picked at a blade of grass, avoiding Sakura's searching gaze. "Honestly, I don't know. At first I was furious. At my father, at the whole situation. I still am, in some ways. She paused, struggling to articulate the complexity of her emotions. But Naruto's been, not what I expected. He's actually trying to make the best of it, to find some way for us to be, if not happy, then at least not miserable together. That sounds like Naruto, Sakura said with a small smile. Always looking for the bright side, even in impossible situations. It's annoying, Ino admitted, though without her usual acerbity. How he can be so perpetually optimistic. But also kind of reassuring, I guess? Like maybe this doesn't have to be the disaster I initially thought it would be. Sakura studied her friend's face with keen interest. Ino Yamanaka, are you actually starting to like Naruto Uzumaki? Don't be ridiculous. Ino scoffed, though she could feel warmth rising to her cheeks despite her best efforts to remain composed. I'm just saying he's less objectionable than I remembered. There's a pretty wide gap between not hating someone and liking them. Sakura hummed, clearly unconvinced. And yet you've been voluntarily spending time with him all week, because we're going to be married, Ino emphasized. I'm being practical. Better to establish some kind of working relationship than to go into this completely cold, working relationship, Sakura repeated with raised eyebrows. Is that what they're calling it these days? Ino swatted at her arm, unable to entirely suppress a smile despite her exasperation. Stop it. It's not like that. We're just figuring things out. Sakura's teasing expression softened into something more sympathetic. For what it's worth, I think you could do a lot worse. Naruto he's a good person, Ino. One of the best I know. Loud and impulsive sometimes, sure, but his heart is solid gold. I know, Ino said quietly, surprising herself with the admission. I'm starting to see that. A comfortable silence fell between them, broken only by the distant sounds of their teammates continuing their practice drills. Ino found herself grateful for Sakura's presence, for the opportunity to voice thoughts that had been circling in her mind without resolution. So, Sakura said eventually, a mischievous glint returning to her eyes. How exactly does one go about figuring things out with Naruto Uzumaki? Please tell me he's taken you somewhere besides Ichiraku Ramen. Ino laughed, the tension in her shoulders easing. Actually, he's been surprisingly considerate about that. We've had dinner at the Maple Leaf, breakfast at that new cafe near the hospital, and he even packed a lunch for our training session yesterday. She smiled at the memory. It was mostly rice balls and fruit, nothing fancy, but he made an effort to bring things he thought I'd like. Wow, Sakura said, genuine surprise coloring her tone. He's really trying, he is, Ino agreed softly. We both are, I think. Before Sakura could respond, a voice called out from across the training field. We know. You coming or what? We were supposed to meet Choji at the barbecue place 10 minutes ago. Shikamaru stood at the edge of the clearing, hands shoved in his pockets, expression caught between boredom and mild irritation, his default state of being. Coming! Ino called back, rising to her feet and brushing grass from her outfit. She turned back to Sakura, her expression turning serious once more. Remember, not a word about any of this until after the ceremony. Promise? Promise, Sakura assured her, standing as well. Then, with a small smile, she added, but just so you know, I expect full details about everything once it's public. And I mean everything. Ino rolled her eyes, but there was affection in the gesture. Goodbye, Sakura, she said pointedly, turning to join Shikamaru. As she walked away, she could feel Sakura's thoughtful gaze following her. It was strange to have finally spoken the reality aloud to someone outside the arrangement, to have admitted that she and Naruto were engaged, even if the circumstances were far from conventional. The word felt foreign still, but perhaps slightly less impossible than it had a week ago. Across the village, Naruto was experiencing a similar interrogation, though with considerably less tact. Spill it, idiot, Kiba demanded, sprawling across the grass beside the stream where they had paused after a spontaneous sparring session. What's with you and Ino? Naruto, who had been peacefully dangling his feet in the cool water, nearly choked on his own breath. What? Nothing. Why would you? Who says there's anything? What are you talking about? His stammered denial only intensified Kiba's suspicious grin. Oh, please. Akamaru smelled you on her during joint training yesterday. And vice versa. Akamaru, lying nearby, offered a confirming bark, his tail wagging with what appeared to be amusement at Naruto's discomfort. We've been training together a few times, that's all. Naruto muttered, focusing intently on the ripples his feet were creating in the water. No big deal. Since when do you train with Ino Yamanaka? Kiba pressed, clearly enjoying Naruto's discomfort. The girl who once said, and I'm quoting directly here, that she'd rather eat poisonous mushrooms than spend an hour in Naruto's orbit. Naruto winced at the reminder. Ino had indeed been rather vocal about her disinterest in his company during their academy days, though in retrospect, he suspected much of that had been influenced by his own boisterous behavior and lack of social awareness at the time. People change, he said with a shrug, aiming for nonchalance, and probably missing by a mile. We're not kids anymore. Kiba's grin widened, a predatory gleam in his eyes. Oh my god, you like her? What? No! Naruto protested, feeling heat rise to his face despite his best efforts. It's not, it's complicated. Complicated how? Kiba leaned forward, scenting gossip like a hound on a trail. Are you secretly dating? Is this some kind of forbidden romance thing? Because I gotta tell you, man, Inoichi Yamanaka is not someone I'd want as an angry father-in-law. We're not dating, Naruto insisted, though the truth wasn't far off. We're just getting to know each other better. Why? Kiba asked bluntly. You two have never been friends. What changed? Naruto hesitated. The engagement ceremony was less than 2 weeks away, at which point everything would become public knowledge. But he and Ino had agreed to keep things quiet until then, to give themselves time to adjust before facing the inevitable deluge of questions and opinions from the village at large. On the other hand, Kiba was like a dog with a bone once he got hold of a piece of gossip. He wouldn't let this go easily, and trying to evade the question would only intensify his curiosity. If I tell you something, you have to swear not to tell anyone else, Naruto said finally, his tone uncharacteristically serious. Like really swear. This isn't a joke. Kiba's expression sobered slightly, recognizing the shift in Naruto's demeanor. Hey, I can keep a secret when it matters. What's going on? Naruto took a deep breath, still finding the words strange to say aloud. Ino and I are getting married. Kiba stared at him for a long moment, then burst into raucous laughter. Good one! For a second there, I almost... He broke off, noting Naruto's unwavering expression. Wait, you're serious? Dead serious, Naruto confirmed grimly. It's an arranged marriage. We found out about it last week. Kiba's jaw dropped, Akamaru mirroring his master's shock with a whine of confusion. Arranged? By who? Why, it's a long story. Naruto sighed, running a hand through his hair. The short version is that there was a contract made before we were born, between Ino's father and... He paused, realizing he needed to explain his heritage first. Look, this part is supposed to be classified still, but I just found out that my father was the 4th Hokage. The 4th? Holy shit! Kiba's exclamation was loud enough to startle a group of birds from a nearby tree. Are you serious? The yellow flash was your dad? Naruto nodded, still processing the reality of it himself. Yeah. Apparently they kept it secret to protect me from his enemies or something. But the point is, he and Inoichi Yamanaka made this agreement that their firstborn children would marry when they came of age, to strengthen some alliance between their clans. And now that I know about my heritage, the contract's been activated. Kiba whistled low, absorbing this cascade of revelations. Man, that's wow. No wonder you two have been hanging out. Trying to figure out if you can stand being hitched to each other, huh? Pretty much, Naruto admitted, strangely relieved to have shared the burden with someone else. The ceremony's in a couple weeks, then the actual wedding is 6 months after that. And how's it going? Kiba asked, genuine curiosity replacing his earlier teasing tone. The figuring out if you can stand each other part, I mean. Naruto contemplated the question, thinking back over the past week of cautious interactions, training sessions, shared meals, and gradually less awkward conversations. It's not as bad as I thought it would be, he admitted. Ino's actually kind of interesting when you get to know her. Smart for sure. Determined, kind of funny sometimes, though don't tell her I said that. Kiba's eyebrows rose incrementally with each positive attribute Naruto listed. Sounds like someone's developing a crush on his future wife, he observed with a smirk. It's not a crush, Naruto objected, though perhaps less vehemently than he might have a week ago. I'm just saying she's not the stuck-up princess I always assumed she was. She works hard, she's a seriously skilled ninja, and she's been pretty reasonable about this whole mess, all things considered. Kiba said skeptically. And the fact that she's gorgeous has nothing to do with your suddenly favorable opinion? Naruto rolled his eyes, splashing water in Kiba's direction with a kick of his foot. I'm not blind, Kiba. I've always known Ino was pretty. That's not news to anyone with functioning eyeballs. Fair point, Kiba conceded, dodging the splash. But there's a difference between acknowledging someone's hot and actually being into them. I didn't say I was into her, Naruto protested, though he could feel his ears growing warm. We're just trying to make the best of a situation neither of us asked for. Kiba held up his hands in mock surrender. All right. But for what it's worth, there are worse fates than being forced to marry a beautiful, skilled kunoichi from a respected clan. And if anyone can turn an arranged marriage into something real, it's probably you, Naruto. You've got that weird ability to make people believe impossible things can happen. Naruto was momentarily stunned by the unexpected vote of confidence. It was delivered with Kiba's usual gruff casualness, but the sentiment behind it was genuine. Thanks, man, he said, a small smile tugging at his lips. I appreciate that, don't mention it, Kiba replied, leaning back on his elbows. Just remember who gets to be best man at this wedding of yours. Naruto laughed, the sound echoing across the water. Let me actually get through the engagement ceremony first, okay? One existential crisis at a time. As they fell into more casual conversation, Naruto found himself feeling lighter than he had all week. There was something validating about having shared the truth with a friend, about having the reality of his impending marriage acknowledged by someone outside the arrangement. It made the situation feel less like a surreal dream and more like a tangible future he was actively moving toward. And if that future increasingly included thoughts of platinum blonde hair and challenging blue eyes that sparked with intelligence, well, that was a complication he could examine another day. The day before the engagement ceremony dawned with a clarity that seemed almost mocking in its perfection. Naruto stood at the window of his apartment, gazing out at the village bathed in early morning light, feeling a complex mixture of emotions that defied easy categorization. Anticipation, certainly. Nervousness, without question. But there was something else too. A curious sense of readiness that had been absent when this journey began 2 weeks ago. The past fortnight had been a blur of preparations, both practical and personal. There had been fittings for formal attire that Naruto had never imagined himself wearing, meetings with clan elders whose names he struggled to remember, crash courses in etiquette from an increasingly exasperated Shizen. No, Naruto, you cannot slurp soup at a formal dinner. I don't care if it tastes better that way. But beyond these external preparations, something more significant had been occurring, a gradual, almost imperceptible shift in how he viewed both the arrangement and the woman at the center of it. Ino had become a constant presence in his life, their initially awkward interactions evolving into something approaching genuine companionship. They still disagreed, frequently and occasionally loudly, but there was a foundation developing beneath the surface tensions, a baseline understanding that allowed them to navigate their differences without permanent friction. You're up early, the voice from his doorway startled Naruto from his reverie. He turned to find Kakashi lounging against the frame, apparently having let himself in once again without bothering to knock. You know, most people announce themselves before entering someone's home, Naruto pointed out, though without real irritation. He'd grown accustomed to his former sensei's casual disregard for conventional boundaries. Most homes don't belong to ninjas who should be aware of their surroundings at all times, Kakashi countered mildly. Consider it continuing education. Naruto snorted but didn't argue the point. What are you doing here so early anyway? Lady Tsunade sent me to ensure you're properly prepared for tomorrow's ceremony, Kakashi explained, strolling into the apartment, and casting a critical eye over the garment bag hanging on Naruto's closet door, containing the formal attire he was to wear. And to see how you're holding up, of course. The addition seemed almost an afterthought, but Naruto knew better. Beneath Kakashi's perpetually aloof demeanor lay a genuine concern for his former student's well-being. "I'm okay," Naruto answered, surprising himself with the realization that it was mostly true. "Better than I expected to be, actually." Kakashi studied him with his single visible eye, assessing the sincerity of the claim. "You and Ino seem to have reached some kind of accord." It wasn't a question, but Naruto nodded anyway. "We've been spending a lot of time together. Getting to know each other. She's..." He paused, searching for words that would adequately convey the evolving complexity of his feelings. "She's not who I thought she was. Or maybe she is, but there's more to her than I realized. People generally have more layers than our initial impressions suggest," Kakashi observed, moving to examine a small potted plant on Naruto's windowsill, a gift from Ino, who had declared his apartment depressingly devoid of living things, and insisted he needed something to care for besides himself. "She gave me that," Naruto said, nodding toward the plant. "Said it's nearly impossible to kill, which apparently makes it perfect for me." Kakashi's eye crinkled in what Naruto recognized as a smile beneath his mask. "A vote of confidence in your nurturing abilities. A very small vote," Naruto amended with a grin. "But yeah, I guess so." A comfortable silence fell between them, broken only when Kakashi moved away from the window to take a seat at Naruto's small dining table. "Your father would be proud, you know," he said, his tone more serious than before. "Not just of how you're handling this situation, but of the man you've become in general." The comment caught Naruto off guard, a lump forming unexpectedly in his throat. Despite knowing the truth of his parentage for 2 weeks now, he was still adjusting to the idea that the fourth Hokage, the legendary figure whose face was carved into the mountain overlooking the village, was his father, that he had been born out of love rather than circumstance, wanted rather than merely tolerated. "You knew him well, right?" Naruto asked, moving to sit across from Kakashi. "My father," Kakashi nodded, his gaze growing distant with memory. "He was my sensei, as I've been yours. One of the finest shinobi I've ever known, not just in terms of skill, though he had that in abundance, but in character. Minato Namikaze was a man of principle, of deep conviction and even deeper compassion." Naruto absorbed these words hungrily, each detail about his father a precious gem to be collected and cherished. "And my mother? Did you know her too?" "Kushina Uzumaki," Kakashi confirmed, a note of fondness entering his voice. "A force of nature in human form. Fierce, passionate, utterly fearless. Your determination comes from her, I think, that refusal to back down, no matter the odds." "And my loudness?" Naruto asked with a self-deprecating smile. Kakashi chuckled. "That too. Kushina could be heard across the village when she really got going. But she was also deeply kind, unfailingly loyal to those she loved." He regarded Naruto thoughtfully. "You've inherited the best of both of them, I think." The compliment warmed Naruto from within, a balm to the lingering ache of having grown up without knowing his parents. "Do you think?" he began, then hesitated, uncertain whether to voice the question that had been troubling him since learning of the arranged marriage. "Do you think my father made the right choice? With this contract, I mean." Kakashi considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. "I think he made the choice he believed was best, with the information he had at the time," he said finally. "The village was in a precarious position, politically and militarily. Alliances between powerful clans provided stability in uncertain times, but to decide who I'd marry before I was even born," Naruto pressed, the residual hurt still evident despite his growing acceptance of the situation. "Doesn't that seem, I don't know, wrong? By our current standards, perhaps," Kakashi acknowledged. "But arranged marriages were much more common in that era, particularly among clan families. And remember, Naruto, your father never intended to be absent from your life. I believe he would have guided you through this process, explained his reasoning, perhaps even renegotiated the terms if he had seen that it caused you unhappiness." Naruto hadn't considered this perspective before, that the contract might have been implemented differently had his parents lived, that he might have grown up with knowledge of his heritage and the responsibilities it entailed. It didn't erase the fundamental issue of choice being removed from the equation, but it did cast the arrangement in a slightly different light. "I wish I could have known them," he said softly, the familiar ache of absence momentarily acute. "They would have adored you," Kakashi said with a certainty that brooked no argument. "Your mother especially would have been impossibly proud of the person you've become." Naruto smiled, imagining the fierce, vibrant woman Kakashi had described, his mother, watching over his accomplishments with pride. It was a bittersweet fantasy, comforting and painful in equal measure. "And what about Ino?" Kakashi asked, steering the conversation back to the present. "How does she feel about all this, now that you've had time to process it together?" Naruto considered the question carefully. He and Ino had spoken candidly about many things over the past 2 weeks, but certain emotions remained carefully guarded on both sides, a mutual caution born of their still developing trust. "She's accepted it, I think," he said finally. "Not happily, exactly, but she's practical. She sees the advantages of the alliance, from a clan perspective. And we're getting along better than either of us expected." "Getting along is a good foundation," Kakashi observed. "Better than many marriages start with, arranged or otherwise." "Yeah, I guess," Naruto agreed, though his tone suggested the lingering presence of doubts. "But it's still weird, you know? To think that by this time tomorrow, we'll be officially engaged. That in half a year, we'll be husband and wife." The words felt foreign on his tongue, adult concepts that he never imagined applying to himself so soon. "Life rarely follows the path we envisioned for ourselves," Kakashi said, rising from his seat with characteristic fluid grace. "The measure of a person isn't how well they stick to a predetermined route, but how they adapt when the road ahead changes unexpectedly." It was the kind of philosophical observation that Kakashi occasionally dispensed, seemingly casual but containing depths that revealed themselves upon reflection. Naruto nodded, absorbing the wisdom in the seemingly simple statement. "Well, I should report back to Lady Tsunade that you're adequately prepared and not planning to flee the village in the night," Kakashi said, his tone lightening. "Any messages you'd like me to convey?" Naruto grinned, his own mood lifting in response to Kakashi's shift toward humor. "Tell her I'm still mad about the whole not telling me who my father was for 17 years thing, but I'm working on forgiving her." Kakashi's eye crinkled with amusement. "I'll phrase it more diplomatically, but the sentiment will be conveyed." He moved toward the door, then paused, glancing back over his shoulder. "Oh, and Naruto? For what it's worth, I think you and Ino might surprise each other. Sometimes the connections we don't choose turn out to be the ones that change us most profoundly." With that cryptic parting statement, he was gone, leaving Naruto alone once more with his thoughts and the golden morning light streaming through his window. Across the village, in the meticulously maintained grounds of the Yamanaka compound, Ino was engaged in a rare moment of stillness. Seated on a flat stone beside the koi pond that served as the centerpiece of the family garden, she observed the fish darting beneath the surface. Flashes of orange, white, and black, moving with a harmony that belied the complexity of their interactions. "Your mother used to sit exactly there when she was troubled," came her father's voice from behind her. "Always by the water. She said it helped her thoughts flow more clearly." Ino didn't turn, but she shifted slightly, a tacit acknowledgement of his presence and an unspoken invitation to join her. Inoichi settled beside her on the stone, his larger frame fitting comfortably next to hers in a way that reminded Ino of childhood days spent in this same garden, learning the names of plants and their properties under her father's patient tutelage. "I'm not troubled," she said after a moment. "Just contemplative." Inoichi smiled slightly, recognizing the distinction as one his precise, analytical daughter would make. "Understandable, given what tomorrow brings." They had not spoken directly about the arranged marriage since the initial revelation, a deliberate distance maintained by mutual, unspoken agreement. Ino had requested space to process the information in her own way, and Inoichi had respected that boundary, allowing her to navigate her changing circumstances without parental interference. But with the ceremony less than 24 hours away, it seemed the time for silence had passed. "Are you still angry with me?" Inoichi asked quietly, his gaze fixed on the pond rather than his daughter, giving her the privacy to react without scrutiny. Ino considered the question honestly, examining the emotions that had churned within her over the past 2 weeks. The initial fury had subsided, replaced by a more complex amalgam of feelings that defied simple categorization. "Not angry exactly," she replied finally. "I understand your reasons from a tactical perspective. The alliance makes sense, politically and strategically. But," Inoichi prompted, hearing the unspoken qualification in her tone, "but I still wish I'd had a choice," Ino said, the words emerging with a certainty that surprised even her. "Not necessarily about whether to marry Naruto specifically, but about whether to marry at all, and when, and under what circumstances." Inoichi nodded, accepting the criticism without defensiveness. "That's fair. If I could do it over again, I might have approached things differently." The admission caught Ino by surprise. Her father was not a man given to second-guessing his decisions, particularly those made in his capacity as clan head. That he would acknowledge even the possibility of error in this matter was significant. "Different how?" she asked, curiosity piqued. Inoichi sighed, running a hand through his long blonde hair, a gesture Ino recognized as one of her own, inherited from him. "I would have told you sooner, for one thing. Given you time to adjust to the idea gradually, rather than springing it on you at the last moment." He paused, his expression growing more contemplative. "And perhaps I would have built in more flexibility, conditions under which the contract could be modified or even dissolved if it truly caused either of you unhappiness." It was a more substantial concession than Ino had expected, and it eased something tight in her chest. A knot of resentment she hadn't fully acknowledged was still there. "Thank you for saying that," she said softly, allowing her shoulder to lean against his in a rare gesture of physical affection. "It helps somehow." They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the koi circle beneath the lily pads, their movements creating ripples that expanded outward in ever-widening circles. "You seem to be adapting well," Inoichi observed eventually. "You and Naruto have been spending considerable time together." Ino nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth despite herself. "He's not what I expected," she admitted. "Still loud and impulsive sometimes, but there's more to him than I gave him credit for." "Such as?" Inoichi inquired, his tone carefully neutral, though Ino didn't miss the spark of genuine interest in his eyes. She considered the question, thinking back over the past 2 weeks of cautious interactions, training sessions, shared meals, and increasingly comfortable conversations. "He's kind," she said finally. "Not just in the obvious ways, but in how he pays attention to details that matter to people. He remembers things I mention in passing, like how I prefer jasmine tea in the morning, or that I get cold easily in the evenings." She smiled at a particular memory. "He brought me a scarf the other night when we were watching the sunset from the Hokage monument. Said he noticed me shivering the last time we were up there." Inoichi raised an eyebrow at this, clearly filing away the information that his daughter had been spending evenings watching sunsets with her future husband. "That is thoughtful," he acknowledged. "And he's smarter than he seems," Ino continued, warming to the topic now. "Not book smart like Sakura or strategically brilliant like Shikamaru, but he has this intuitive understanding of people and situations. He sees connections that others miss. The mark of a natural leader," Inoichi observed. Ino nodded in agreement. "He'll make a good Hokage someday, if that's still what he wants." She paused, then added more quietly. "And he's been patient with me, with my moods and my doubts about all of this. He hasn't pushed or demanded anything." There was a note of something like wonder in her voice that Inoichi didn't miss. He studied his daughter's profile, noting the softening around her eyes when she spoke of Naruto, the slight coloring of her cheeks that had nothing to do with cosmetics. "It sounds," he said carefully, "as though you might be developing genuine feelings for him." Ino's head snapped up, denial ready on her lips. But faced with her father's knowing gaze, the man who had taught her to read the most subtle emotional cues in others, she found she couldn't quite bring herself to voice the protest. Instead, she looked away, back toward the pond and its safe, uncomplicated patterns. "I don't know what I feel," she said honestly. "It's all happening so fast, and under such strange circumstances. How can I tell what's real and what's just my mind trying to make the best of an inevitable situation?" It was a question that had been haunting her with increasing frequency. Were her growing feelings for Naruto genuine, or merely a psychological adaptation to circumstances beyond her control? Was the warmth that spread through her chest when he smiled at her authentic attraction, or just relief that her forced marriage partner wasn't completely intolerable? The circumstances may be unusual, Inoichi acknowledged, but that doesn't necessarily invalidate the emotions that arise from them. Feelings don't require ideal conditions to be genuine. It was the kind of insight Ino might have offered a friend struggling with emotional uncertainty, clear, perceptive, and stripped of unnecessary complication. Hearing it applied to her own situation made her smile despite herself. Using my own counseling techniques against me, father? She teased gently, and Noichi returned her smile with one of his own. Who do you think you learned them from in the first place? Ino laughed, the sound light and unforced. It felt good to share this moment of levity with her father, to find their way back to the easy rapport that had characterized their relationship before the arranged marriage revelation had driven a wedge between them.
Apparently there's not a part two to that story.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto quits Team 7 after Wave Sasuke bashing. Before I start, please support for more amazing content and do consider subscribing to my channel and share this video with your friends. This is written by Harry's Otter and link in the description and support writer. Let's start the video. Chapter 1. The Scroll and the Stranger. Naruto was no stranger to pain. It had been his one companion throughout his life, from the blows he had suffered at the hands of the orphanage workers to the constant abuse he suffered at Sakura-chan's hands. So why did it hurt so much when she ignored him for Sasuke once again, even though he had fought San and almost died to bring Bachan to heal them? Naruto was walking down the streets of Konoha, his hands lazily tucked inside his voluminous jacket and his eyes slitted against the glare of the sun. A random passerby would never notice anything was bothering him, though, Naruto thought bitterly, nobody would notice even if he was suddenly missing an arm. Contrary to popular belief that Naruto was annoyingly cheerful, Naruto often sulked, if not outright brooded. What made him different from other career brooders was the simple fact that he never let anybody see him in the act. Today though, as he left the Konoha General Hospital, he found himself far too preoccupied to bother with what others saw of him. Sakura would probably never know how much heartache and introspection she had caused by the simple and by now almost instinctual act of ignoring Naruto. Trying to wrap his mind around the strange feelings of abandonment that had decided to plague him today, Naruto didn't pay any attention to his surroundings until he almost had a very intimate meeting with a tree. Sufficiently brought out of funk, he took notice of his surroundings, only to let out a bitter giggle. Of course his feet would come here when he was thinking about the possible folly he had committed in even entering the ninja academy. This was where his journey had truly begun after all, where he had taken down the traitor Mizuki. This was the place where he had accepted the duties of a ninja of Konoha, where he had officially become a ninja. Now, almost 8 months later, he found himself questioning his decision to become a shinobi of the Leaf. After all, the young him had wanted to become a ninja as a means of recognition, pining for the kind of acknowledgement that a ninja got in the Leaf Village. Well, he had had that notion quickly corrected. A genin Naruto was even less welcome around Konoha than an academy student Naruto, and as a genin, he was forced to interact with the very villagers who routinely sneered and belittled him. The first days as a genin he had held on to some hope that his team would at least accept him. He had been proven wrong soon enough. Naruto had no illusions about Sasuke, as the boy had said in his introduction. He was a person who would never let himself get close enough to a person to be considered anyone's friend. And to be honest, Naruto thought, he really did not want to try. In addition to his holier-than-thou approach towards him, his very existence was a constant reminder of what Naruto didn't have, and seeing him waste the goodwill of Konoha left a bad taste in his mouth. Kakashi had once been his hero, when he had protected him from the shadows as an Anbu. Really, did he think that Naruto wouldn't identify his scent? But ever since his appointment as sensei of Team 7 it had waned, along with the tolerance at his bad excuses. Naruto acknowledged that he may fundamentally be a good person, but he was a terrible teacher. But he would have let that go. After all, he wasn't the worst teacher. He had. Mizuki came to mind, if not for the obvious favoritism to the resident Bird Uchiha of the team. When he had pawned Naruto off to the awful poser called Abisu, he had cracked the final bit of gratitude that had kept Naruto from grouping him with the others who belittled him. Naruto closed his eyes as he lay down on a horizontal branch that protruded from a nearby tree, and he sighed. By logical progression, the next person would be Sakura, but it hurt to think about her. Naruto still remembered the shy little girl that he had watched from a distance at the park, too afraid even then of rejection and ridicule to go and talk, but still longing to help her with the bullying she got from her classmates. Then he had not stepped in, afraid of the parents' reaction to seeing him with their children, but that guilt he had carried with him for a long time. That was what had led him to talk to her in the academy and ask to be her friend in the only way he knew how, which was the way he had observed people become friends in the parks around Konoha. Of course, now he knew that what he had observed was a boy asking a girl to a date, but at the moment the only thing he had noticed was the way the girl's face lit up and the hugs and affection the couple had shared. Being rather starved for attention, he had longed for that, so in a fit of recklessness he had charged in after the academy had finished, asking the pretty Sakura-chan to a date. He clearly remembered the ridicule that little outburst brought upon him when Sakura used her ridicule of him as a stepping stone to enter into the elite group at the academy. After that, it had become a matter of pride to him. After all, if he could get the popular Sakura to be his friend, surely he would get accepted. Now, looking back at his reasons for chasing after her friendship, it felt so hollow, so baseless, so deceptive. But that was not a problem. In fact, it was almost a relief to finally be rid of that yoke tying him down. However, paradoxically, it was exactly this that bothered him the most. Haku's words in the forest kept reverberating in his mind. When a person has someone important to protect, that's when they can become truly strong. Now that the others in Team 7 were officially persona non grata to him, he found himself wondering what he had to tie himself down to Konoha. The old man was dead, and even before his death, Naruto had been unsure of his intentions and rather leery of opening himself to him after the Kyuubi secret had been revealed. It hurt, wondering whether the only man who had been kind to him had done that with ulterior motive in mind, but it was something he could not help pondering whenever he thought back to those early ramen runs. Surely the Hokage did not do that with all orphans. Excluding them, the only people he had any connection to were the Ichirakus, Iruka, and Konohamaru. All of them had ulterior motives for his acquaintance, with the old man pushing Iruka into socializing with him, the Ichirakus gaining a significant portion of their income via him, and Konohamaru's own pride. Still, they stuck with him, and for that he would be thankful. Naruto sighed. Introspection was tiring work, he thought as he absent-mindedly tapped the branch below him. An ominous crack echoed through the clearing, making Naruto look up in alarm. The place he was tapping on the branch had given way, revealing a layer of older bark that was lit up by a strange seal. Arcane characters lit up an ominous crimson. A seal? What was a seal doing in an ordinary tree branch, and how in the world had it activated? Naruto instinctively jumped off the branch, half expecting the tree to explode in a burst of flames. However, as soon as his hand left the branch, the glowing seals dimmed, the light softly pulsing as opposed to glaring. Hastily searching for some explanation for the sudden unexplained activation, he suddenly noticed that the blood from when his fingernails had been driven into his palms was still coating his hands. Could the seal have been activated by his blood? No. That was impossible, he told himself as he approached the gently pulsing seal, now certain that it wouldn't explode. Instead he carefully crept near the strange seal, carefully analyzing it. Seals had always been a point of interest to Naruto, he seemed to have an instinctive understanding of the subject. In fact, he would probably have been at the top of the class in the sealing introductory class at the academy if it hadn't been for Hashi-sensei, who had hated his guts. Later on, he had looked them up whenever he could, until the old man had heard of his interests. How he knew, Naruto would never know, and visited his apartment, making him promise to stop studying Fuinjutsu for reasons he wouldn't explain. Naruto had needed a whole week of all-you-can-eat ramen before he had agreed. Still, Naruto still occasionally dabbled in the study of the esoteric art, and therefore he could tell just by looking at the seal that it was a work of art. The seal's base matrix was somewhat unusual, being a helical base that was covered up using a spiral design concealment cipher. The design itself looked old, but that particular arrangement was one Naruto had seen before on the protective seals woven into the massive wooden walls surrounding the village. However, that was not the most intriguing part of the puzzle as far as Naruto was concerned. That honor belonged to the activation sequence of the seal. There, at the very center of the helical base, was an ink circle surrounding the kanji of self, family and blood, linked by a combination rune. The ink circle was surrounded by rings and rings of arcane script that detailed restrictions on what the containment seal, for this obviously was one, would release. This was what had Naruto so puzzled, and in a small part of his mind, hopeful. That this sealing structure was on the barrier meant that it has been around for some time, but it hadn't even been mentioned in passing in any of the beginner sealer scripts that he had stolen. That meant that it was probably a clan style, but with the activation sequence only allowing a blood relative of the sealer to activate the seal. Naruto looked at the glowing seal with an increasing sense of wonder. All the evidence pointed to one conclusion. Whoever this clan was, he had found a familial connection. But the growing excitement, Naruto continued to peruse the strangely complex seal. There was the relay, the storage seal, the inhibitor seal, an identification seal, a shock seal. Naruto shuddered in sympathy, those seals hurt. Furthermore, there was a plea to the guardian spirits and an emergency total on seal. Naruto barely managed to stifle his yell of triumph. Even if the blood seal part had been unlocked, it had been an overall locking mechanism that concealed the very presence of the seal. Typically, unlocking its contents would have required an activation password that was obviously out of his reach. Sure, it was still possible to contain the sealed items by nullifying the seal itself, but that would require seal work far beyond his comprehension. Currently his strength was in analyzing seals, not creating them. He could barely make a successful exploding tag. However, the emergency unseal provided an out. The emergency unseal worked on a simple principle, blood and password. However, it differed from the others in that the password had to be specified in the seal structure itself in kanji, therefore any person with a relatively good knowledge of seals could open this seal if they had managed to open the blood seal. Grinning infectiously, Naruto bit his own finger, pressing on it until a drop of blood formed on the pad of his finger. Using this, he carefully wrote the kanji for blood on the center of the designated empty runic circle. An ethereal pulse of golden chakra spread throughout the forest, with Naruto barely managing to cling onto the branch due to his instinctual use of chakra. Suddenly, the forest was unnaturally silent. Then the pop of a storage seal unsealing echoed, along with the customary puff of chakra smoke. As the smoke blew away, a large bejeweled scroll was visible to Naruto's hungry gaze. It was precariously balanced on the branch, along with another smaller plain scroll. Even as Naruto scrambled to catch the scroll before it hit the ground, he was puzzled by the appearance of the scroll. Why go to all that trouble just to seal a scroll? It was not as if the seal could have contained anything else. The emergency unseal essentially short-circuited the dimension stability component in the storage, causing anything stored in the other dimension to manifest in the material world. He was abruptly interrupted as his hand closed on the smaller scroll, as when his skin touched the scroll, it caused a sudden suctioning effect on his chakra, causing him to stumble on his landing on his tailbone with a lurch. The suctioning was getting worse. Naruto was not the most chakra-sensitive ninja in Konoha, and his skill in internal chakra manipulation was just short of horrible, but even he could sense his chakra output surge out of his control, inexorably pulled towards the insatiable scroll stuck in his left hand. He could dimly feel the larger, more ornate scroll roll away from his thrashing body, but he couldn't muster enough strength to go after it. The surroundings were getting duller to the senses, the world was spinning, and his body was racked with violent cramps. He faintly recalled Iruka-sensei described these symptoms as those of severe chakra depletion, but at that time he had not really listened to it. Those days, he had considered himself far too awesome to succumb to something as plebeian as chakra exhaustion, and later his tenant had made sure that he was never really short of it. For some reason though, this time the Kyuubi was not supplying chakra as he normally would. Naruto whimpered as he curled himself into a ball, violent tremors overcoming his body as the scroll continued to resist his attempts to remove it. He could feel that he was close to unconsciousness, and he all but welcomed it. Suddenly, he was feeling even more disorientated as the chakra that had been siphoned away from the body began to flow back into the body from the scroll. It was a strange feeling, part sudden relief, as if a muscle he had not realized was tensed had suddenly relaxed, and part uncomfortable pressure, as he often got when he gorged on ramen. The scroll was still firmly stuck to his hand, and the flow of chakra was not showing signs of lessening. When he took a closer look at the small scroll, Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. The once plain red-capped scroll was crawling in minute golden symbols, kanji and katakana mixed with several types of ancient hieroglyphs that Naruto had only seen in passing. And they were moving, replicating, morphing in a perpetually shifting pattern that baffled the eye. That was just not possible. Naruto may have not been the most dedicated scholar, but he took sealing seriously. And according to what he had learned, the very principles of the art dictated that it was simply impossible to form a self-updating array. Just what was this scroll? The worst part was, now that he could think again, he realized that it was inadvisable to remove the scroll until whatever it did was complete. Otherwise, seeing as it was directly connected to his chakra network, it might damage his chakra coils enough to render them incapable of molding chakra, and that was possibly the last thing he wanted to do. His muscles protested his attempts to get up, and he rolled over onto his back in disgust, holding the hand stuck to the scroll in front of him. He could see the large scroll caught in the underbrush and the setting sun through the canopy of the treetops. Staring at the scroll got old pretty fast, Naruto noted, after staring blearily at the irritating object for close to quarter of an hour. His spewing of curses had finished a few minutes ago when he had run out of expletives to use for the scroll. The golden script covering the scroll had begun to pulse, its glow ebbing and flowing with his pulse. There was a persistent itch on his lower back that was annoying the hell out of him. He was feeling supercharged from the excess chakra in his coils, and his muscles still felt like limp noodles attached to his limbs, rendering any immediate plans of relocation moot. The rhythmic movement of the glowing script was slowly increasing in speed, slowly building up to a crescendo. He could feel his chakra flowing through the coils, mimic it, flowing agitated through his coils, building momentum. Whatever the scroll was going to do, it was going to happen soon. In spite of himself, the anticipation was getting to him, along with a hitherto unknown emotion. Fear. The flowing, morphing symbols were hypnotic, as was the feeling of the chakra flowing within his body. However, the itch was getting ever more insistent. The primal tribal rhythm reached the apex, the golden script lighting up like a miniature sun. Naruto was wreathed in a bluish chakra aura as it crashed into the walls of his chakra coils in waves and waves of pressure. Naruto's blood was singing in his ears, his body seemed ready to itself apart. The itch suddenly escalated, transforming into a blinding pain. Naruto's eyes widened as pain speared into his lower back, along with a sudden snapping sound that made him fear for his bones. A suddenly blank scroll fell from his nerveless fingers as he was propelled upwards by an unknown object pressing harshly into his lower back. Humming to an abrupt stop suspended about 6 feet above ground, Naruto looked around in alarm to find that the surrounding was crisscrossed with thick cable-like golden chains that seemed somehow insubstantial. They formed a bowl-shaped grid around him, and it was obvious that it was what was holding him suspended. "Well, this wasn't what I expected to see." A cultured female voice spoke from behind him, laced with a hint of amusement. Naruto turned instinctively, the chains holding him up subconsciously aiding him, only to come face to face with the woman who had spoken. The woman looked to be in her early 30s, dressed head to toe in white. Her crimson hair was fashioned into twin buns at the sides of her head and held there with several senbon, while an intricate seal stood in the center of her forehead. But that was not what was concerning Naruto right now. Instead, all his concerns were centered on the fact that the woman in question was translucent. Naruto could make out the outlines of the tree trunks behind her through her torso, even as she tilted her head to look at him curiously. GG Ghost. With a terrified scream, Naruto instinctively thrust his hands forward, the chains following the motion as 4 large chains with sharpened hooks for ends speared into the form of the ethereal woman. As they passed harmlessly through the figure, Naruto could feel his chakra getting sapped again. What are you? He managed to stutter before his body gave up on him and he collapsed in a heap, out cold. Chapter 2, Mito of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto woke up to the sound of birdsong. Slowly opening his crusted eyes, he got up from his uncomfortable position on the ground. He paused to make a face in disgust. Soil did not taste good, especially in the morning before he could brush his teeth. He would know, he had checked. Now what had he done this time to sleep in the woods? Naruto was used to sleeping in the woods, in fact he had slept in them consistently for over a year between his forced ejection from his childhood home, the orphanage of Western Konoha, and him being found by a kind old man who gave him the apartment he lived in now. He still slept in the woods from time to time when the pressures of living with people who hated him got to him or when he wanted to cause some destruction in order to let out his feelings cathartically without doing something drastic like punching Sasuke's smug face in. Training himself to exhaustion just to get rid of his feelings was nothing new to him, though he had cut back recently. This must have been the first time he did it since his meeting with Haku in the woods of Nami no Kuni. Idly looking at the sky, he found that it was exceptionally early, it was only 6 a.m. Kakashi-sensei did not come to the training grounds till well past 11, which left him with almost 5 hours till the team met. In a way, he was glad, he was not eager to meet his team right now with the wound of his rejection still fresh. Looking around the clearing for any stray kunai he may have used, throwing kunai were an incredible way to relieve stress. He found an odd sight, a bejeweled scroll cap peeking from the underbrush. That triggered his memory of what had happened here. In a flash, he was pulling the scroll out of the bushes, holding it almost reverently between his hands as he examined it. It was real. It was something that was entirely his, something belonging to his family. With trembling hands, he reached to pry it open. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." Naruto turned around in surprise, coming face to face with the speaker. Who was pale, translucent, dressed in an ornate pure white long-sleeved kimono, and looked like a noblewoman. Not that Naruto was particularly concentrating on that. He was firmly rooted in the translucent part of the observation. GG Ghost. An emotion that looked inherently strange in an incorporeal being, the wraith winced, putting translucent hands in front of translucent torso in the universal instinctive warding gesture. Naruto was having real trouble getting over the translucent part. Then she spoke. Her voice was soft and quiet, yet firm and cultured, and she seemed quite cross with him. I'm getting a sense deja vu. She sighed. You know, for a novice you wield those infernal chains of yours pretty well. Though that doesn't mean you should spear them through me. GG Ghost. The gusty sigh escaped the ghost's lips. You know, for an Uzumaki you're unusually timid. She paused. And repetitive. Very repetitive. Hey. Who are you calling timid, Dadabeo? The taunt got Naruto's attention, but a split second later he remembered what he was speaking to. Please don't eat me. Oh, or do anything else why you GG ghosts do. I'm not a ghost. The ghost refuted hotly. Naruto wordlessly pointed towards her body. The ghost looked down, only to scream at her see-through body. After recovering from her abrupt scream, which had not consisted of him screaming his head off and running up a tree, Naruto looked at the ghost to find her interestedly prodding at her own body and muttering to herself. It looks like the visibility array malfunctioned, you know, though the solidity array works pretty well as the de-aging seal. She prodded her own body again, before shrugging. You know, I am a genius. Naruto looked on open-mouthed as the ghost continued to prod her own body in apparent detached interest. Hello, Ghost-san, who the hell are you and what are you doing here, Dadabeo? Said ghost looked up and judging by the frosty expression on her face wasn't very pleased with the question. You know, it's Mito-sama to you little boy, didn't your parents ever teach you to be polite? That had Naruto on the defensive. Hey, you can't go around telling me what to do, creepy ghost lady. He moped. You're being really rude, Dadabeo. And I'm an orphan, so there. For the first time in the conversation, Mito seemed to have difficulty forming a sentence. Is that so? She inquired hesitantly. What about cousins? A shake of the head. Any relations? No. I'm the only Uzumaki in Konoha or anywhere else. I've never met any relatives, I don't have a fancy clan, and I don't want to talk to you. Why are you asking anyway? Mito's eyes softened in understanding, even as she gasped in realization. Are you Kashima's boy? Naruto shook his head again. Never knew my parents, nobody in Konoha knows who my parents or even Hokage didn't know. Mito frowned. And you haven't ever heard of the Uzumaki clan? Naruto scoffed. Never heard of an Uzumaki clan. What are you trying to say, anyway? That I'm from some sort of fancy clan? Yeah right. That'll be the day. Ghost lady, Konoha doesn't treat people of clans like they do me. Mito's eyes widened with realization. You dropped the creepy part, you know. It's nice to know I'm only ghost lady now. Mito observed with a slight smile, even as her eyes smoldered with anger at the realization of what had happened. Anyway, she continued casually, you wouldn't happen to be a Jinchuriki, would you? Naruto choked on his breath. What? Why would you even ask that? His voice rose an octave in his attempt to deflect the question, and Naruto cursed his voice under his breath. Why did his voice have to start cracking now, of all times? Mito looked at him sternly, and Naruto tried not to quail under her stare. You know, for a shinobi your lying skills are notoriously poor. Your eyes wander, your hands twist together, and you shuffle your feet. As Naruto hurriedly tried to fix the points mentioned, Mito soldiered on. And as for your question, when I lived in Konoha there was another Uzumaki living here, and she was also a Jinchuriki you know, only an Uzumaki can successfully hold the Kyuubi. Naruto interrupted her, looking at her with sparkling eyes. Really? Who was she? Do I know about her? Oh, wait, he deflated, I checked the shinobi records, there have been no Uzumaki living in Konoha from its start. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Mito. Are you lying to me? Instead of a startled reaction as Naruto half expected, Mito flew into a rage. Erase my records. Oh, this time that old monkey went too far. She stood rooted on her spot before abruptly turning towards Naruto. Little Sarutobi is still the Hokage, right? Old man died a few weeks back, Orochimaru killed him. Naruto stated flatly. However much he had had doubts of the old man, they had still been very close. The fifth is Senjutsunade. Little Tsutsu. That's just wonderful. I've got to see her. Naruto stared at her disbelievingly. Little Tsutsu. He repeated hollowly. She'll probably smash me through the wall if I called her that, literally. Just who are you and exactly how old are you, ghost lady? Mito started guiltily, she had completely forgotten to introduce herself.
I'll be
Sorry
right
about
back.
that, she said
I
sheepishly.
gotta
I am
use
Senju,
the
new
restroom.
Uzumaki Mito, wife of Hashirama Senju, daughter heiress of the Uzumaki clan, and mistress of the sealing arts. And if you're who I think you are, then I'm your great-great-grandmother. Nice to meet you. Naruto flapped his jaw futilely for a moment. That's real nice, ghost lady, he mumbled weakly. I think I'll take a nap now. With that, Naruto fell backwards in a dead faint. You know, you should get that looked into. Naruto simply groaned. So, ghost lady, what are you going to do now? Mito grinned slightly. Well, Naruto-kun, before I answer that, what do you know of the Uzumaki clan? Nothing, I guess. Mito stared at him, before sighing and calling him over to the edge of the crater created by the chakra chains in the first scroll. As they both sat down on an uprooted tree, Mito began her story. You know what? I'll tell you the story the way my mother told me, back when I was a small girl growing up in the islands of Whirlpool. Once upon a time, about 1,000 years ago, the world was a very different place. The countries in the world were different and they all had armies of samurai. Ninja lived in small hidden enclaves, never seen by civilians, and only accepting missions through contacts. It was a simple life, but they were happy. Then, one day, a god and a goddess came down to earth to spend some time together. But the goddess fell in love with the earth and she refused to leave, instead spending her time frolicking among the flowers and spurning the god's affections. In time, the god, who was in love with the goddess, became jealous of the earth and the flowers as he felt they had stolen his love from him. Therefore he hatched a plan. Going into the underworld and plucking a seed from a tree there, the god snuck into the goddess's garden and planted the seed there. In time this seed grew into a beautiful tree, growing on the negative emotions that plagued the world. For you see, this was no ordinary plant, but a demon child. When the goddess saw the beautiful tree in her garden, she was overjoyed and tried to pet the plant like she did every other tree in her garden. However, the demon in the plant couldn't bear to come close to the goddess, therefore it scratched her hand in fright. Horrified by her bleeding hand, the goddess swore to never garden again, choosing to leave Earth with the overjoyed god, who in his happiness, forgot to return the plant to the underworld. In time this tree would grow very large and began to be worshipped by the people as a symbol of God. However, the negative emotions wafting from the tree spread discord, causing the lands to descend into chaos, with tribe fighting tribe, clan fighting clan, and country fighting country. In time, it came to be that one small fledgling nation gained custody of the land containing the demon tree. This kingdom was ruled by the clan calling themselves the Otsutsuki, and they had a princess called Kaguya. She was fascinated by the tree and would often visit it in her walks around the palace. One day she saw that the tree had borne fruit, and thinking that with the strength of the gods, she would be able to stop the constant bloodshed, she consumed it. The fruit deformed her, and in despair she fled her country. Her desperate desire to heal the world would stop most of the corruption, but the power had warped her, not only in body but in mind. In time she would emerge from the shadows, a godlike being with unspeakable power, to unite all nations under her oppressive fist. Her kingdom was not to last. The demon had felt its power being used by another, and it grew enraged. Transforming into a demonic creature with 10 tails, it stampeded through the world, leaving chaos in its wake. Meanwhile among the humans, Hagoromo, the son of Kaguya, overthrew his mother, leading a rebellion to free the lands from her rule. Having inherited his mother's powers in an even more concentrated form, therefore he was the person the people turned to save them from the rampaging demon. Meeting the 10 tails in an abandoned valley, Hagoromo battled it for 7 days and 7 nights, finally managing to wound it fatally, before sealing its essence inside himself and the body inside the moon. Hagoromo gave rise to the age of ninja, and his teaching of ninjutsu spread across the lands. He is known as the hero of the world and as the god of shinobi. He is also the creator of the Bijuu and the progenitor of the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans. It is said that on his deathbed, the man now known as the Sage of Six Paths, divided his philosophy among his 3 children. To the eldest son, who would found the Uchiha clan, he gave his insight and vision, the ability to see the nature of human conflict. He also inherited the strong spiritual presence of his father. To the younger son, who would found the Senju clan, he gave his pragmatism, his grasp on emotion, the ability to recognize love and inspired. He inherited the strong physical presence of his father. To his daughter, who would found the Uzumaki clan, he gave his courage, his will, his ability to weather the storms of circumstance to reach their goals. She inherited the unique mind of her father, allowing her to see things from different perspectives, which she would later incorporate into our unique sealing style. The Uchiha were the first to turn from the path set for them by the sage. Horrified by the reality of the world and unable to handle it, they sought to cleanse the world by baptism of fire, espousing that the world was too corrupt to save. The second to turn from the path were the Senju. Horrified by the crimes committed by the Uchiha, they nevertheless stayed their hand blinded by their love for peace and their wish to save people who did not want to be saved, refusing to strike down even those who deserved it. The Uzumaki alone stayed true to our values as time went on. Never choosing a side between the warring brothers, they would be a constant in an ever-changing world. And that is what the philosophy of the Uzumaki is, Naruto-kun. What do you mean? And Uzumaki endures, and Uzumaki survives, and Uzumaki does not compromise their values, and in Uzumaki always keeps his eyes on the objective. Mito's lips twitched in a slight grin. That is why we were so feared, you know, Naruto-kun. Because a true Uzumaki was the ultimate shinobi. You know, it took 3 elemental nations and their entire armies to bring Uzushiogakure, the home of the Uzumaki, down in the first shinobi war. MIB brother, Uzumaki Shin, was the clan head at that time. Took the entire force of Iwa's boulder unit to bring him down, and he still didn't go without taking the entire lot with him, you know. Naruto listened to Mito ramble on about the Uzumaki clan with a small content smile on his face. Listening to the stories of his kin brought to him a strange sort of relief, like an ache that he had carried in his heart for a long time had healed. Maybe he was losing his mind, talking to a ghost, and he might wake up tomorrow with a lump on his head to find that he had been hallucinating, but right now, he wouldn't give this moment up for the world. Chapter 3, Red Thread of Fate, or not. Naruto yawned tiredly when Mito finally paused in her recital of life in the Uzumaki clan. Ghost lady, it's getting a bit late isn't it? I should probably go back, some people get a little fidgety when I'm not around for some time. It was true. Anbu still got shivers down their collective spines when they thought of the great itching powder incident. It was quite normal for them to deploy additional squads to locate the Uzumaki when no Anbu personnel had sighted him for more than 24 hours. Mito got an immensely guilty look on her face, and though she was quick to mask it, Naruto, who had trained himself to read others' emotions towards him, especially after the Mizuki incident, caught it. With a hidden core of rising panic, Naruto turned to Mito. Ghost lady, why did you flinch? Mito wet her lips a bit nervously. How to tell you this Naruto-kun, the scroll that summoned me, it had 2 seals inscribed. 2 seals? You told me that the scrolls simply used my chakra to power an array that materialized your conscience stored inside the scroll into a physical form. Mito flinched again. Though she had not told that outright, she had implied it, preferring to leave this for later. After all, breaching the subject of altering the genetic makeup of a person without their consent was a delicate proposition. That is true, Naruto-kun, but not the whole truth. She gulped. You know, I created this scroll so that an heir of the Uzumaki legacy would find themselves attracted to the scroll. By then I was around 80 years old, she smirked at Naruto's slack jaw, and there was no direct lineage to the Uzumaki clan. The only other was Kushina, who I suspect is your mother, and she was smitten with a boy from a small local clan and planned to take his name, leaving the Uzumaki clan extinct. She sighed. I think she wanted to forget. The Uzumaki had sent her away to be Kyuubi's next Jinchuriki just before they were, she choked over the word, destroyed. She didn't have a very amicable split with her family, and next thing she knew her family was dead. Poor girl. Sighing to herself again, Mito resumed her narration. Anyway, I knew that I couldn't allow it, so I left this scroll. A potential heir would find the scroll due to the slight attraction their chakra had to the scroll, and upon touching it, the scroll would begin a purification process. The purification process? Naruto asked quietly, a hint of anger lacing his words. Yes, a purification process. It would purify your Uzumaki traits, alter your genetic markers, bring out the latent Uzumaki Kekkei Genkai, she gestured at Naruto, and basically turn you into a full-blooded Uzumaki. What do you mean turn you into a full-blooded Uzumaki? Naruto shouted at Mito, jumping up and patting himself, turning back and forth, trying to find what had happened to him, before he paused. And what do you mean Kekkei Genkai? I don't have a Kekkei Genkai. Mito smiled, a triumphant grin that for some reason sent shivers down Naruto's spine. You mean you didn't have a Kekkei Genkai? Holding out one delicate hand, she gestured. Observe. From her translucent hand, a wraith-like oriental dragon slowly peeked out, curling gently around her hand. All Uzumaki have a Kekkei Genkai called chakra expression. We are naturals at form manipulation of chakra, and we can naturally express certain structures of raw chakra, which are unique to each individual Uzumaki. As you can see, my expression is dragons. You, if I remember from yesterday, expressed spike chains. Same as your mother and my brother, who was your great-great-grandfather. Naruto listened in wonder, forgetting about the chakra purification for the time being. He had a Kekkei Genkai. That would show that bastard Uchiha with his precious pink eye, he thought vindictively. Mito continued her little lecture, unaware of the thoughts inside Naruto's head. Each expression has a specific specialty. Mine, dragons, are naturally attuned towards offense and genjutsu. I had a cousin who expressed ropes, and they were naturally attuned towards obstruction and genjutsu. Yours I believe to be attuned towards barriers and fuinjutsu, which makes it one of the most coveted expressions in the clan. Then, showing a sliver of a nervous smile, she soldiered on. So, for all that, I hope you don't mind that you have paler skin and red hair. Bold blood drained from Naruto's face, which given his recently acquired fair skin tone, meant that he looked almost yellow. I have red hair. Why would you do that? Oh my gosh, I have red hair. As Naruto forcefully tugged at his hair, trying to see its color as he rapidly descended into a panic attack, Mito smiled to herself. That was the Uzumaki hot temper, which was a highly exaggerated state of panic and chaos that did not last long. She would have been more worried if Naruto had become quiet, closed off and polite. That was the cold anger that was common with the Uzumaki, a smoldering, frigid hatred that would have taken years to thaw. Which was the main reason most people feared her, as she was always polite, leading many to believe she wanted them hung, drawn and quartered. Naruto was trying to pull his hair out at the roots now. What the hell did your scroll do to me? How the hell am I going to explain this to Bachan? Mito held out a hand in front of her, hoping to pacify the raging ex-blonde. Now calm down, Naruto-kun, we'll work it. Naruto got into her face, still trying to pull his hair out of his scalp. I'm not going to calm down, ghost lady. I'm a blonde, I will always be a blonde. With a cloud of depression hanging over his head, he flopped bullously to the ground. Do you know how bad my jumpsuit would look with red hair? Mito stared at him for a moment. I can see. She deadpanned. However, I hardly think looking like someone thatched your head would make that monstrosity look presentable. She glared at the jumpsuit. Naruto's head snapped back at that, all evidence of his funk forgotten, and Mito had to restrain a smile. Sometimes he acted so like Hashirama it was just cute. Hey. He pouted, looking at Mito with a salty expression. Don't insult the orange. Mito looked at him in slight disbelief. Well, apart from the fact that you stand out like a walking road sign and the fact that that baggy suit makes you look even more of a midget than you are, I have no problems with that jumpsuit. Anyway, weren't you know, going to meet Tsutsu? Naruto grumbled, even as he picked up his discarded jacket and the large scroll and started to tree up to civilization, turning his back on Mito. It's not like she can talk, Dadabeo. She's wearing white. Ah, but white is the color of the elite, Naruto-kun. Mito said from right behind him, causing him to jump. Ignoring Naruto's startled curse, she continued. In the ancient days, a shinobi wore white as a sign of confidence, as it said to their opponent that they were not even going to get bloodstains on their clothes. Don't do that. Naruto screamed at Mito, still panting from his fright. I could have thrown a kunai at you. Mito smirked. You know, you aren't very good at the thinking business, are you? Naruto, I haven't come back to life, that would require something like the Ito Tensei of Tobirama-kun, and I was never that much of a freak. She gestured at her own body with an airy gesture. This body is only a chakra construct housing my conscience, though I am glad I decided to de-age me. And she thinks she isn't a freak. Naruto muttered under his breath in disbelief. What was that? Mito asked, turning towards Naruto with a demonic expression. Nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. Naruto squeaked. She shook her head. Anyway, this is just a chakra shell. That's why I didn't die when your spike chains ripped though me, she said, before throwing a reproachful look at him, though the phantom pain still hurt, you know. Hey. Naruto turned towards her indignantly, while still hopping through the treetops, meaning that he was leaping backwards. You can't blame me for that. I don't even know how to bring out the chains, Dadabeo. Mito's eyes oddly brightened at that, even as Naruto instinctively flinched away from her, almost causing him to lose his balance. Good. I forgot I have to train you in the Uzumaki ways, Naruto-kun. Can't have the future clan head ignorant, can we? Today, after your team practice we can come back here and begin our training proper. Isn't that great? Naruto twitched nervously. Normally he wouldn't pass up free training, but this time some inner instinct was screaming at him that he would regret agreeing. He knew why a moment later. After all, in the Uzumaki clan we have this special way of teaching the fighting arts. It's called Try Not to Die. Oh, this is going to be so fun. Mito exclaimed, rubbing her hands together with a disturbing grin. By now, Naruto had beads of sweat dripping down his face, before he paused in thought. Why was he being afraid? Surviving was something he knew how to do. He grinned. Bring it on, ghost lady. If your bones aren't creaking of age, that is. He was answered with a scroll to the face. Looking at the scroll, he was a bit freaked out to find that it was the scroll that had brought Mito in the first place. Keep it. Mito groused, a bit ruffled by the jab at her age. If something destroys the chakra shell, you can bring me back using that. Speaking of which, I'm going to try something. Seeing as I can't walk around half-transparent without everyone thinking I'm a ghost, I'm going to try something. She held her hands in the ram position, concentrating. Wow. That is so much better. Naruto deadpanned, looking at the still translucent woman. Oh, shut up. Mito groused. Just then, something seemed to click into place, and Mito gradually started to disappear from view. Soon, Naruto was alone in the clearing. He looked around a bit wearily. Hello? Ghost lady? Yes, Naruto-kun. A voice whispered in his ear. Naruto bit back a scream. Don't do that. Turning towards the voice, Naruto came face to face with nothing. Naruto stared for a moment before gentle giggling issued from in front of him. Blinking, Naruto reached out in front of him, his hand coming to rest on something solid and soft. Then a tremendous punch met his face, and he tumbled into the ground from the tree branches. A shout followed him. Pervert. Naruto bounded into the Hokage tower looking rather nauseated, and annoyed Mito invisibly ghosting behind him. Naruto was grumbling while nursing a rather considerable bruise on his cheek. How was I supposed to know where you were? If you didn't want that to happen, you shouldn't have turned invisible in the first place. Crazy women. A scowling Mito hissed in his ear. Naruto-san. The guards are watching you. The tower guards looked at each other over his head as he waved to them as he entered the building, as he appeared to talk to himself. One of the Anbu twitched his wrist in an undulating motion. How many targets? Of course, Anbu sign language being the combat-oriented language it was, they could not exactly convey what they needed to ask, but it worked well enough in non-combat roles to get the point across. The Anbu on the other side looked spooked. He was a censor, and he had noticed a change in the orange-wearing teen's chakra signature, but there had been only one presence crossing his post. So who had he been talking to? 1. Anomaly and target. Inconclusive. Orders. The Anbu captain's gaze immediately fixed itself on a nearby wall. A moment later a part of the wooden wall protruded outwards, gaining color as it did so. The man that emerged from the wall, who was wearing a tiger Anbu mask, immediately shone to the captain's position. He leant over, whispering into the captain's ear. Sir? Or, what is the presence of the demon's chakra? Completely vanished, sir. It's like it isn't even there. The Anbu captain stared at the Mokuton user, a befuddled expression on his face. Explain. Sir, the seal leaks some of Kyuubi's chakra at all times, but it was missing just now. It's as if the boy was not a Jinchuriki. The Anbu captain started. In a flash he signaled the censor, who was still staring after the blonde Jinchuriki. Signs of Jinjutsu or any chakra use? None. He stared at Tora, who stared back. If they initiated a detainment sequence, word would get out about the capture from the office Nin, and it would possibly set Naruto back a few years in his attempt to gain the recognition of the populace. It had been only their involvement that had kept lynch mobs from forming a few years back. On the other hand, if it was a hinged assassin, I don't get paid enough for this, he groused, ready to issue the order, regardless of consequences, when an argument wafted down to them. Are you drinking again, you old hag? Shut up, you brat. Crash. Never mind. Not even an assassin was stupid enough to insult Tsunade of the Sannin to her face, not to mention that if one of her punches did not disrupt a Jinjutsu nothing would. Muscles noticeably relaxed, he ordered the Anbu back to their posts. As he resumed his monotonous duties as captain of the guard, a stray thought came to his mind. Why was he wearing a turban? Well, Naruto and Tsunade had their customary greeting, and Naruto promptly had his meeting with the heavy oak door of the office. Mito looked on bemused. Her little Tsutsu-chan was all grown up. And apparently a heavy drinker too, she thought as she wrinkled her nose at the smell of sake coming off the hinged woman. Old Tsunade was focusing on Naruto's new headdress. What, you trying to look like a Sunanin, you brat? She was picking out the hidden people in the room with experienced eyes. Of course, it helped that she had helped design the room she was examining. The room had 15 man-sized hiding spots, 3 on the ceiling, 4 near the windows, 4 set in the corners of the room, and 4 hidden behind furniture and the walls. Only 4 of these were occupied, she only had to figure out which. There. One shadowed elbow peeked out from a hiding spot on the ceiling, and by the orientation she was able to find the others. Anbu liked to stay within sight of other Anbu, as it enabled communication. Now to disable them as 4 wraith-like dragons formed behind her back, she snapped through a series of hand seals. Uzumaki hidden illusion art. Prismatic dragons. It was over in a flash. The 4 dragons flared in the colors of the rainbow, and even as Tsunade and the Anbu turned towards the chakra flare, the dragons whipped into the hidden Anbu. As soon as the dragons passed through the Anbu, they sagged, falling over with an odd sigh. They were out cold. Mito gave a cold smirk. Heh. I've still got it. Meanwhile, as soon as the chakra had flared, Tsunade had flipped the desk on end as she yanked Naruto over the overturned desk. Stay put. Let me go, Bachan. Tsunade turned an exceptionally serious look on Naruto, prompting him to shut up. But Tsunade was already ignoring him. Naruto sighed. The least Ghost Lady could have done was tell him she was going to thrash the Hokage Tower. Tsunade stepped out of the shadow of the desk, scowling. Whoever you are, come out before I make you. She ordered in a stern voice, hoping to prompt the hidden assailant to reveal themselves. Therefore she was slightly surprised when a voice answered her in a conversational tone. Oh, stop it with the crass posturing. You know, little Tsutsu, I think I taught you better than that. I blame Tobirama, he was always a bad influence. Tsunade froze. Then blood rushed to her face, and her knuckles cracked. Naruto winced as she leapt to the source of the voice, her fists blazing with chakra as they came down in a double punch that cracked the floors made of the first Hokage's chakra-seeped wood, causing splinters to fly around her. Then Mito spoke again, this time from the opposite end of the room. So crass, little Tsutsu, your fighting style. You know, as a Kunoichi you must show some grace. Not run around punching things like a maniac. Seriously, what did that monkey teach you after I was gone? Tsunade gritted her teeth. Whoever you are, this is not funny. If you come out, I'll grant you a quick death. If not, well, she curled her fingers into a fist, chakra rippling around it. I'll make you pay for impersonating my family. Empty threats, little Tsutsu. After all, you can't even find me, can you? Obviously not, you're drunk like a skunk and on the job too. What would your father think? As Tsunade prepared to launch herself at the mocking voice once more, Naruto interrupted. Bachan. That really is your grandma and ghost lady, that wasn't very funny. Mito neatly reappeared beside Naruto, looking around at the destruction serenely. Naruto-kun, why did you have to, spoil my fun? She asked in a completely flat voice that had Naruto gaping at her incredulously. Though, to be entirely fair, she wasn't the only one gaping at her. Tsunade was staring at her motionlessly, transfixed. A few seconds later, she spoke wonderingly. My grandmother's a ghost. Mito shrugged her shoulders slightly. Hello, Tsutsu. Naruto interjected when Tsunade seemed to prepare to launch a volley of questions. Yeah. Though that's probably my fault, come think of it. Tsunade turned towards him, an imperious look on her face, and Naruto shivered. Towering over him, Tsunade spoke. Oi, brat. What happened a few minutes earlier that never happened, get it? Naruto nodded frantically. And now, talk. She said grimly. And Naruto talked. Halfway through the explanation, Tsunade had broken out more sake, locked the doors and dumped the unconscious Anbu outside, as Mito sealed the room. The three were seated on the sofas that surrounded the Hokage desk, with Naruto and Mito on one side and Tsunade on the other. Tsunade was nursing a headache. So let me get this straight. You, she said pointing at Naruto, just managed to stumble onto an old scroll left by you, she pointed at Mito, that would select and prepare the next Uzumaki clan head, which managed to turn him into a full-blooded Uzumaki, and make you manifest in a corporeal semi-corporeal form. Speaking of which, she paused to stare at Mito intently, what exactly are you? Mito smiled, I was waiting for you to ask. It was a delightful piece of Fuinjutsu, What I did was seal my conscience and the spiritual containment array in the seal, connected to a chakra host vampire seal. Tsunade gasped. But grandma, that's forbidden. Mito smirked. Only for the other shinobi. You know that we Uzumaki have always had a rather unhealthy amount of chakra. Shooting the disgruntled Tsunade an amused look, she continued to explain the method of revival she had used. So when a suitable candidate touched the seal, it extracts chakra from the person, which is channeled into two seals, one which is the Uzumaki Purification Morphing Seal, which enhances the Uzumaki characteristics of the user, and a body template seal, which creates a solid chakra shell for the parasitic conscience, which is, in this case, me. The seal contains another Ingul Purification Morphing Seal that is customized to my chakra, making it so that I can use my chakra in the host body. The chakra that enters the Uzumaki Purification Morphing Seal harmonizes with healing chakra, stored in the chakra storage seal attached to it, and is injected back into the body via chakra injection array. The combined chakra initiates a cascading reaction in the cells, causing them to undergo specific mutations to make it mimic the original Uzumaki stock. At the end of the explanation, Tsunade was looking rather awestruck. Naruto, on the other hand, looked nauseous. Don't say mutated. Why would you even do that, anyway? Mito didn't even look fazed. So you would look like an Uzumaki, of course. We can't have an Uzumaki clan head that
Hey,
doesn't look like an
Rex.
Uzumaki,
Welcome
can
on
we?
in.
At Naruto's outraged expression,
How's it
Mito
going?
cracked. Sorry, you're just too easy to tease. Really, your body has to contain the proper template for it to produce Uzumaki chakra of your own. What you expressed at the end was the chakra converted by the scroll. By now your body's producing its own. Naruto's retort was cut off by the sound off laughter. Turning towards the sound, Naruto saw Tsunade laughing her guts out. Ha, ha. So that's why you're wearing a turban. Slipping from her seat, she was in front of Naruto in an instant, prying fingers reaching for the headdress. Come on brat, let's see that nice shiny red hair of yours. Naruto scowled, squirming to get away from Tsunade, who was now petting
Sweet.
his hair,
Happy
marveling
birthday.
its newly acquired silkiness. Mito smiled, it was good to see them play. Naruto slowly dragged himself to training ground number 7, obviously rather hesitant about meeting his team. He had ditched the turban at the Hokage Tower. Mito ghosted behind him with an obviously worried expression. The reason for this was the subject of their discussion. So that's why I've been feeling a little less, full lately. Well Naruto-kun, as a chakra construct, I'm like a summoned creature, I don't generate chakra on my own, because I'm not a part of the natural order. Instead, whenever I expend chakra I recover it from your own reserves. Considering your chakra control, I'll say that it will be like keeping 100 kg Bunshin active at all times when I'm not in combat. Anyway, that's why you fainted in the clearing after spearing me through. It automatically diverted your reserves to heal my chakra shell, which stretched your already strained chakra network too far, Seeing Naruto's contemplative look, she continued hesitantly. If you want, I could just teach you the basics as soon as possible, and then you can disconnect me. You could probably learn what you need to know from the scrolls sealed in the large scroll, you don't need me for that. Naruto abruptly stopped walking, staring at her with an unreadable expression on his face. Do you want to go? Because I won't tell you to stay with me if you don't want to. If you want you can go and catch up with Botch and some more, you probably have lots to talk about. Meet you in the afternoon, Mito-sama. Now with a definitely stony look on his face, Naruto turned to go meet his team. Wait, Naruto-kun. He paused at the shout, turning to look at a transparent Mito who looked at the edge of tears. I didn't mean that, you know. She pleaded imploringly. I mean, I know having me here is probably inconvenient for you, and I'm sucking your chakra dry, and you probably don't want me hanging around you anyway. Her rambling was interrupted when a soft missile crashed into her, grabbing her in a tight hug. His face pressed into the crook of her neck as he held on tightly, as Mito's form darkened in a blush. I've never had family before, and I'm not letting you just leave, ghost lady. He whispered in a gruff voice as he squeezed her further into his embrace. It's like you told me. Uzumaki never leave anyone behind. So give it up already, you aren't getting rid of me that easy. Mito held the shaking teen to her, stunned. Had what she had just said been misconstrued as a rejection? For such a brash personality, he was turning out to be very vulnerable. Was this what Konoha had done to him? She instinctively found herself staring into the Hokage monument in the distance. Hashirama-kun, what have they done to your dream? Bending slightly, she looped her own hands around him, whispering in his ear. Naruto-kun. Naruto stiffened as her breath hit his ear. You're never going to be alone, ever again. The child merely burrowed further into her embrace. For the first time in her life since the destruction of Uzushi Ogakure, she began to have uncharitable thoughts about Konoha. How could a village do this to one of their own, especially over a burden forced on him at birth? How could they have the nerve to do this to an Uzumaki when they still wore a bloodied spiral in penance? A child so young, so alone. With a slight shiver, she realized that she was partially to blame. Kyuubi was something she had introduced to Konoha, after all. In a way, Naruto was her legacy, even more than the Uzumaki heritage. She then thought of Kushina, that small girl who had asked her if she could really hold Kyuubi's rage within her. Tsutsu had given her details of Kushina's death and the Kyuubi attack after their visit. Apparently even as Hokage she needed to adjust Naruto's security clearance before she was allowed to tell him. Thinking back to the visage of the teary-eyed girl, she found herself wondering. Kushina-chan, what would you have done if you saw this? Looking down at the shaking boy, she found herself burying her own face in his silky crimson hair. Never alone, she repeated, not if I can help it, I promise. And she intended to keep her promise. She just wasn't quite sure if she was promising it to Naruto or to herself. Chapter 4, The Wind of Change. A.N. The fourth chapter. This was one of the more fun chapters to write. Not much action, but lots of rants. And for you bloodthirsty fans out there, sorry for the wait. You'll have your gory scenes soon, I promise. So, here it is, enjoy. By the way, thank you all for the reviews. To all of you who took some time to say something to me, thank you. Disclaimer, Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Kishimoto's heart belongs to Sasuke, the poor sap. As if he didn't have enough fangirls. Now and then I think of all the times you screwed me over but had me believing it was always something that I'd done, but I don't want to live that way, reading into every word you say. Somebody that I used to know got defeat. Kimbra. The wooden bridge near the number 7 training ground was peaceful. A gentle breeze was flowing through the trees, the small stream gently wove through the rocks, and a simpering pink-haired Kunoichi was eye-raping her disgruntled crush. A normal meeting for the dysfunctional Genin Team 7. Said Kunoichi was, as earlier stated, sporting bright pink hair. Her hit Ike used to tie up her hair. She was wearing a red dress with a marking depicting a white circle on her back. Her crush, on the other hand, sported a high-collared blue shirt paired with a pair of white shorts. He was also sporting raven hair that stuck out at the back, a pair of swirling half-developed Sharingan, and his customary frown. So far the day had gone to routine. Sakura had come early, waited for her beloved Sasuke to come, then squealed out a greeting. The Avenger had responded with the ever-expressive HN, after which he proceeded to sit in his customary brooding pose, while Sakura pasted googly eyes in his direction. Now that the two main actors had come onto the stage, at least according to Sakura's mind, it was time for the supporting cast. Of the two remaining missing people, the first to arrive would be a blonde in a horrendous jumpsuit, who would proceed to greet Sakura, get insulted in return, then insult Sasuke, only to get beaten up by Sakura. This would culminate in one genin holding his head and whining, one brooding, and the last alternately hissing at the first and fawning over the second, until their extremely tardy sensei would arrive in the wake of a bad excuse. Only today, something was different. It had already been an hour since Sasuke had arrived, but there was no sign of the blonde knucklehead. Not that Sakura minded it at all. Not having him around meant that she had more time to watch Sasuke-kun. Not that she wasn't going to hit the idiot when he finally showed his face, though. She frowned. He was probably getting laid on purpose because of Sasuke, she thought, looking at the genius in question who was staring into the distance, glaring even more than was usual for him. He had only been released from the hospital yesterday, and this meeting had been called to reacquaint them with team tactics, at least that was Kakashi-sensei had said when she had asked. Speaking of which, where were they? Kakashi-sensei she wouldn't expect for another hour, but Naruto. A deep frown on her face, and equipped with tightened fist, she waited for her teammate to arrive. And she waited. And waited. And waited some more. Almost all of the allocated hour had passed before she spied a figure strolling along the footpath leading to the bridge. The person was apparently holding a very engaging conversation, judging by the earnest hand gestures he made, but to her confusion, she couldn't see who he was conversing with. Then, to her confusion, the figure suddenly spun around before apparently trying to hug air. There is someone invisible. Sasuke's monotonous voice cut into Sakura's thoughts. I can see its chakra, but the Sharingan can't see through whatever genjutsu they're using. The boy had straightened from his slouch, crimson Sharingan glaring in the direction of the intruders. There was a look of immense frustration on his face. He obviously did not like the fact that something could be hidden
I'll
from
be
his
right
Sharingan.
back. I
After
gotta
the rather
use
strange-looking hug,
wrist
the
strap.
figure waved at the invisible figure before slowly shambling towards them, his hands casually stuck inside the pockets of his orange jumpsuit. Naruto. With a war cry, Sakura leapt towards her absentee teammate. She fully expected to meet Naruto's skull, which she would proceed to drive to the ground. Which was why she was surprised when her fist instead met a steady forearm, bringing her charge to an abrupt halt. She looked up, meeting Naruto's face to berate him for daring to be almost late for the team meeting, only to do a double take. Naruto. At her bewildered tone, Sasuke looked up in apparent interest. HN. You look even stupider with that hair, dope. He sneered, which caused Sakura to smirk herself. Yeah, Naruto Baka. You look even more stupid than you were earlier. Naruto could feel his blood pumping in his ears as he fought to control his blind rage. He had gone into the meeting hoping for an amicable split, however it was evident it was not to be. He found that strangely, he did not mind. Somewhere in his realignment of priorities something had changed his perspective as far as his team was concerned. Before they were friends that had scorned him, subject of his anger, and a cause of disappointment to him. Now they were, in his eyes, a group that had taken advantage of his emotional dependence on them to use him as a convenient outlet for their frustrations. The very thought brought a white-hot haze to his thoughts. If there was thing he absolutely hated, it was being used as a scapegoat. His thoughts were clearer than before, his mind slipping into that sharp equilibrium, that strange calm that he had only achieved in the middle of battle, when fighting for his life. Now, as far as he was concerned, they were the outside, the enemy. And even if his combat skills may have been lacking, Naruto knew how to fight, he had been doing that since he was born. And right now, he had to hurt them verbally enough so that one of them initiated a physical bout. His chakra was beating a tattoo against his body, eager to form chains that he knew instinctively that he could form. Naruto ignored Sakura's comments as he stared into Sasuke's eyes, which shifted to Sharingan in challenge. At the sight of the Dojutsu, his chakra surged in frenzy, yearning to break through the surface in sudden murderous intent. He then smirked derisively. I'll ask for your opinion when you can defeat your brother, team. Sasuke went into a murderous rage as he yelled and dove at Naruto, a snarl on his lips and a kunai in his hand, only to get pulled back by his collar as a hand clamped down on it. The man to whom the hand belonged was tall, with a shock of silver hair that leaned to his left. It was encircled by a slanted highlight that covered his left eye, and he was wearing a flak jacket and the official Konoha Jounin uniform. Hada Kakashi had arrived. Let go. Sasuke-kun, calm down. Now Naruto, that was a little excessive, was it not? He said mildly, not looking up from his ever-present icha. Naruto stiffened, before shrugging dismissively. He started it. Why you, Sasuke? Kakashi barked out. Sasuke subsided, still glowering at an unrepentant Naruto. Sakura was still shell-shocked at the exchange that had taken place, but at hearing Sasuke's yell, she gathered herself. Don't talk to Sasuke-kun like that, Naruto Baka. With a yell, she attempted to hammer Naruto to the ground, only to be stopped again when Naruto sidestepped it. As Sakura stumbled, off balance, she was steadied by a hand on her wrist before it was jerked backwards, making her spin around to come face to face with a livid Naruto. Haruno-san. He hissed at the surprised Kunoichi's face. I would prefer if you didn't attempt to physically assault me again. Understood. Sakura nodded dumbly. The change of hair color and complexion had changed Naruto's looks drastically. With the blood-red locks draping his cheekbones and framing his pale, bloodless face, combined with his brilliant piercing blue eyes, Naruto suddenly looked 10 years older. Sniffing dismissively, Naruto turned towards Kakashi, whose one visible eye had widened considerably during the exchange between Naruto and Sakura. Closing his book and dropping it into his supply pouch, he looked at Naruto, his eyes widening a bit more when he saw Naruto's face. Naruto, stand down, or I'll have to report you for insubordination. Naruto's eyes met Kakashi's, and his smirk grew wider. Jounin Sensei had a Kakashi-san. He started using the formal title in lieu of the more commonly used Kakashi Sensei. Kakashi looked positively startled. Even Sasuke had stopped his struggling at the surprise of hearing Naruto speak in a formal tone. I regret to inform you that I shall be unable to participate in this exercise. Naruto's grin was positively malicious now, as Kakashi opened his mouth to berate him. Time to spring the trap, he thought, thinking back to the plan they had hatched in the Hokage Tower between him, Tsunade and Mito. He straightened up his expression to deliver the message. By order of the Godame Hokage Senju Tsunade, I, Genin Uzumaki Naruto, Shinobi ID 012607, have been relieved of duties in the Genin Team 7 due to impending clan matters, as pursuant to the Section E of the 34th chapter of the Konoha Charter. Bowing slightly towards a stupefied Kakashi, he dug into his pouch and producing a gold leaf embroidered scroll that was used for official orders from the Hokage Tower, he handed it to Kakashi. Absent-mindedly opening the scroll, Kakashi asked, "Clan matters?" Sasuke scoffed, interrupting the conversation. "You, clan. However much you lie, you're still a clanless loser." Turning to Kakashi, he added, "Come on, Kakashi." Naruto scowled when he noticed Kakashi ignore the insult. "Throw away that scroll and let's get a mission over with, I need to train. Besides, the dope probably found the scroll in the trash." "Shut up, Uchiha. Don't infest the air of the others with your vile tongue." Naruto was about to continue when he was interrupted by Sakura, who spoke in a wondering tone. Section E of the 34th chapter, but that's the premature inauguration of Clan Head Clause of the Clan Extinction Act. Then she gave Naruto a scathing look. "Now you've done it, Naruto Baka. At least read the charter before you try to quote it. Baka. That only applies to clan heirs. When Tsunade-sama hears you impersonated her." Kakashi interrupted her in turn, his voice almost a whisper, yet carrying in the tense air that had traces of killing intent aimed at Sakura from Naruto. "This is a valid document." Sakura's jaw dropped. If that was true, surely she would have heard of an Uzumaki clan in Konoha. Not to mention that Naruto was a clanless orphan, everyone knew that. However, Kakashi continued, this clause requires the clan in question have an interim clan head with a blood relation to the clan in question. Naruto pointed at the scroll. "It's signed by Bachan. She's of Uzumaki stock, 2 generations removed via her grandmother Uzumaki Mito, who became Senju Mito, wife of the Shodaime. Cool, ain't it?" Kakashi was looking annoyed and rather taken aback, while Sasuke was frowning fiercely and Sakura looked totally lost. Sasuke's expression, however, was the one that Naruto savored the most since Bachan had told him of the cause. Apparently the lack of non-Uchiha containing Uchiha blood owing to the rather fanatic pruning done by the clan meant that Sasuke himself could not ascend to the title of clan head without the abdication of Uchiha Itachi, who even with his missing nin status, still was the recognized clan heir. "I think this is done. Bachan wants you to report to her office to discuss replacements." He turned to walk away. "By the way, Kakashi-sensei," he paused at the edge of the clearing, "my father would have been ashamed at the way you treated me after all he's done for you." His last view of the remnants of Team 7 before he disappeared into the forest were of Sakura and Sasuke staring at him with a mixture of confusion and anger, while Kakashi simply stared at him, his one eye wide open in shock. Naruto walked into his apartment, completely exhausted. Entering through the window, he proceeded to stumble towards the battered couch before he sank into it with a groan. He barely stirred when a voice floated from his kitchen. "Tough day." He merely gave a groan in answer. "Tsutsu said she'll come over tonight." He grunted, only for a spatula to fly into his face from the open kitchen door. It was followed by a faux angry voice, "Don't grunt like an Uchiha. Leave me be, ghost lady." "Now that won't do, you know," said a figure framing the kitchen door, holding a ladle. "Get your sorry carcass out here and eat." Naruto groaned again, before ducking suddenly as a ladle flew past where his head would have been. Raising his head warily over the backrest, he saw one of the more bizarre sights he had seen in his life as a resident of a ninja village. A translucent person, dressed in a translucent kimono, over which a very solid-looking flowery apron, which he recognized as a gag gift he had gotten from AM, was tied. He probably would have broken out in giggles, if not for the fact that ladle that had been thrown still vibrated in the wall behind him, its handle sunk a good foot into the mortar of the wall. Repressing an involuntary shiver, Naruto wearily staggered out of the sofa and into the kitchen, where a bowl of steaming ramen was waiting for him. With a content sigh, he sank into his seat and began slowly lapping at the noodles. Then Mito came up to the table removing the apron before she took a seat opposite him, watching him eat. After a while, the insistent stare became too much for Naruto. "What do you want?" Mito gave a sad smile. "It's a strange feeling, isn't it?" Naruto blinked at the apparent non sequitur. At his puzzled face, Mito elaborated. "To let go of them, I mean." "What do you mean?" Naruto's brusque reply did nothing to change Mito's expression, and for some reason it grated on Naruto's nerves. "I mean that it's obvious that the team split didn't happen exactly the way you wanted it to." Naruto's head, which had been nodding nearer and nearer to the ramen bowl, jerked upwards at that comment. A startled whisper broke through his lips, "How did you know?" Mito met his eyes, a shadow of a grin gracing her face. "Really? You stumble into the apartment hours after you were supposed to, looking like you're dead on your feet and covered in wood chips, and you ask me how I know?" As Naruto groaned, mortified, Mito slowly placed a hand on his shoulder. "Look at me, Naruto-kun," she whispered to him. Naruto hesitantly leaned into Mito's hand, looking at her, looking lost. Slowly, she got up from her seat, only to plop into a seat beside Naruto and pull the boy into a hug. "Come on, Naruto-kun," she coaxed, "tell me what troubles you, and don't leave out what you did to those poor trees." As the evening wore on, she managed to gradually pry the story from Naruto. "So, do you think I was too harsh on them?" Naruto asked, sprawled on the chair, cuddling up to her. She had soon found that Naruto had an affinity for physical displays of affection. Probably from the relative isolation he had suffered during his childhood, she thought. Anyway, she had to concentrate on his words. Naruto seemed very fragile emotionally, and what she said now could possibly have many results. "Well," she started, wetting her lips, "if you had asked it out of context, I probably would have said yes." Naruto flinched at that. "However, with how they have treated you and how they continue to treat you," she continued, stressing the point of the continuing belittling he had endured even during the short exchange that had taken place, "I have to say they deserved it." Giving Naruto a fond smile, she got up from her seat. "Come along, Naruto-kun, as much fun as it was to rail at those fools, you don't want to be late." "Huh?" She had to conceal a smile at that. "Don't you want to learn how to wield those chains of yours?" Kakashi walked to the Hokage Tower in a daze. Having dismissed his team, what remained of his team, he reminded himself bitterly early, he was going to meet Tsunade-sama to get some answers. In Konoha, removing a genin from their genin team was unusual. This was because of the principle of teamwork, which was one of the first things beaten into the heads of prospective shinobi, made compulsory in one of the first orders at the start of the Sandame's first reign. In Konoha, a genin team was family. They ate together, they camped together, and they killed together. The genin team was a mesh of personalities, with each member knowing the inner workings of the other's mind. This was why most teams stuck together even after the promotions of the genin members. This was also why it was considered almost heresy to even consider removing a genin from a genin team. Removing a genin without the consent of the jounin leader, however, was unheard of. Now, Kakashi knew that his team was quite a bit less than solid when compared to the other genin teams out there. However, he had been getting there. Naruto tended to think things through a bit more and did not complain as much when he was delegated to the brute force parts of the missions. Sasuke was getting increasingly cooperative and Sakura was getting serious, he supposed. Anyway, Naruto had quit at the worst possible point for the team, and what he said prior to quitting had not helped. Sakura was still looking a bit stunned when he had dismissed them, while Sasuke, when he snapped out of his own shock, would surely end up on a murderous rampage. And him? He was still digesting the caustic words that Naruto had spit back at him before leaving the clearing. And he had definitely heard the hint of disappointment and accusation in his tone, and it aided him in a way it had not done in a long time. Maybe he was going soft. Not to mention the fact that Naruto seemed to actually know his pedigree. Of course, Tsunade-sama might have told him, but why now? So engrossed in figuring out his own thoughts was he, that he didn't even notice the fact he was nearing the Hokage Tower until he had already crossed the threshold. So he was a bit surprised when he was hurriedly ushered into the Hokage office, past a crew of Chunin and what looked like Mokuton no Tenzo. Entering the office found Kakashi hurriedly stripped of his daydreaming. The office was a mess, with several parts of the wooden office looking newly grown. There were uncleared wood chips scattered around the floor and an annoyed, completely sober Hokage trying to stare a hole through his head. Already this was not how he had envisioned the meeting going. Kakashi quailed uneasily as Tsunade's stare did not let up. Tsunade-sama, maybe I can come back later." Slowly, oh so slowly, Tsunade's stony face faded into a predatory smirk that looked petrifying on the kunoichi. Kakashi slowly edged backwards. "Ah, there you are, Kakashi-san. You're early for once, how unexpected." Kakashi giggled nervously. Throat of life had a shortcut. Tsunade sighed. "Sit down, Kakashi-san. We need to talk about your team." Kakashi took the seat, absently brushing off debris before he started talking. "Excuse me, Tsunade-sama, but don't you think that Naruto's removal from Team 7 is rather sudden?" "Of course it is, but that was intended," Tsunade said, steepling her fingers in front of her as she leaned forward on her desk. Somehow, that slight movement seemed almost threatening. "It gives those old fogies on the council less reason to try to persuade me to change my mind, and," she shot Kakashi an indecipherable look, "it gets him away from an abusive team as soon as possible." As Kakashi half rose from his seat in protest, Tsunade snapped at him. "All of you were abusive to him, and don't you dare try to deny it." Letting out a calming breath, she continued picking apart the sensei of Team 7. Let me ask you a simple question, Kakashi-san. You've had Naruto in the team for almost 7 months. What exactly have you taught him? Kakashi stuttered at the blunt question. I taught him chakra control exercises and teamwork exercises, and Tsunade talked over his stuttering, cutting him off. Any actual techniques? Well no, but his basics were too bad for him to learn, not mentioning the fact that he learned an A-rank jutsu, the Rasengan, within a week. Impossible. He doesn't have the chakra control. I bet you wouldn't even know. What about the jutsu? His bases are all off balance, he overextends on every other punch, and his technique is so bad that most of his blows have most of their power leached off by the time they make contact. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Indeed. And have you ever told him that, or at least attempted to correct it? If I may interrupt, Tsunade-sama, I told him to practice his kata, what else do you expect me to do? If he wasn't motivated to improve himself, am I supposed to ditch the students who are actually willing to learn for a student who couldn't be bothered to learn when he should? I told him to polish off his basics, while I taught the others to survive. It wasn't like he was going to die anyway, with that healing factor. He could afford to wait until he catches up, and I can't allow the others to suffer for it. Here he was cut off abruptly by a spike of killing intent. Suddenly it was difficult to move as an enormous chakra presence slammed into his senses like a sledgehammer. The air around Tsunade was starting to get hazy, she looked absolutely livid. Pressing both of her palms onto the table, she leaned over the table, glaring at a paralyzed Kakashi. When she spoke, every word she bit out seemed like a malediction. You miserable excuse for a human. Do you willingly ignore what goes around you, or are you really that blind? Her long fingernails grooves in the wooden desk, her fingers twitching, as if expressing the desire to close around Kakashi's neck. Naruto lacks basics for one very simple reason, one that even an oblivious simpleton should understand. Tell me Kakashi-san, did you really think your sensei's son, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, would not be subject to sabotage when you yourself were a part of his guard patrols once? Seeing Kakashi start, Tsunade scoffed. Do you know how I knew that? Naruto told me that. He recognized you from the scent the first time you called a team meeting. I imagine you didn't even know that he had enhanced senses, did you? Taking his silence as the answer, she continued, imagine when he found out that the man that had rescued him from an assassination when he was 5 could turn out to be just as judgmental and narrow-minded as the rest of them. It took him a long time to stop believing in you, you know, every time you rejected him for that clearly unbalanced Uchiha, he just came back, thinking that it would be different the next time. He's just stubborn that way, I suppose, but you know what happens when stubborn people lose hope. They break. And understand this, Kakashi-san, I will not let him break. She left her seat, pacing around the office. Kakashi didn't even dare to breath, the killing intent had not faded at all. Let me make this very clear, Kakashi-san, she enunciated, clearly trying to keep hold of her temper. I think of Naruto as a grandson, and by blood relation, I can declare it so. I came back to this place that seems to have taken a collective dump on my grandfather's dreams since I left, because of him. The letterless Konoha is not being invaded by Iwa right now because of him, and the rebuilding of the damaged sectors are going so fast because of Wave Country support, which we have because of him, as is the fact that this place is not covered in sand right now by a rampaging Jinchuriki. That is, of course, not considering the fact that he is the heir to a clan that sacrificed themselves for this place, and the personal sacrifice both he and his parents have made to Konoha. She scoffed, leaning in front of Kakashi's chair to get in his face. And the fact that the ungrateful bastards that call this place home, including those that the family entrusted with his protection all shun him, disgusts me. I don't know how he doesn't hate this place yet, I certainly would if I had lived his life. However, seeing as he doesn't just want to get out of this dump, I can't remove him from it, however much I would like to. I'm not Sarutobi-sensei, Kakashi-san. I'm not old, and I have not grown tired. I will not let things slide just because the resultant hornet's nest is too troublesome to handle. And so far, the first thing I have noticed is the village-wide disregard for an order of a Hokage, and as long as I sit on this blasted chair, that I will not allow. Observing Kakashi with a critical eye, she sneered. Look at yourself, Kakashi-san. A supposed borderline S-rank ninja, cowering like a genin. I was out of active duty for almost 15 years, yet you, the 27-year-old, are the one who has gone to seed. At your age Tsukumo could match Sarutobi-sensei's killing intent. Kakashi tried to speak when the killing intent spiked yet again, and Kakashi was left gasping for breath. Tsunade didn't even seem to notice the effort, however the office was now rippling as Tsunade's earth-nature chakra tried to alter the wooden floor, and waves of chakra were crashing against the walls, saturating the room in a heat haze of chakra. Anyway, we seem to have strayed from the topic, haven't we? As his Jounin sensei, however useless you might have been as one, I suppose you deserve to at least hear what is going to happen to your ex-genin, because be certain, as long as I am Hokage, he will never be your direct subordinate again. Kakashi drooped in his chair at the announcement. Naruto unlocked his Uzumaki bloodline yesterday. She continued. The process involved has resulted in some cosmetic changes, as you might have noticed. Kakashi nodded dumbly. Even though the killing intent was slowly petering off, he still felt like prey in the mouth of a predator. Tsunade slowly circled back to her seat and sat down, never once taking her eyes off of Kakashi. This is the reason that precipitated the removal of Naruto from the team, but make no mistake. It was going to happen anyway. Your actions have also prompted me to start an overall investigation of the genin teams of Konoha. We can't have them all slacking off, can we? As for your team, Team 7 is being formally dissolved. But, Tsunade-sama. Now, Kakashi-san. Did you really expect me to keep you in command after the fiasco you seem to have made? Sakura will be inducted into the medical corps, while Sasuke will be officially registered as your apprentice if you want, since you seem hell-bent on only teaching him anyway. Finally, you will need to attend Naruto's Ascension of Clan Head ceremony, as all available Jounin do, at the council gathering in 2 months' time. You're dismissed. Yes, they are quite beautiful, don't you think? Yeah, Naruto breathed, spellbound, looking up at the two wraith-like oriental dragons entwining around themselves as they climbed ever higher into the air, climbing, dipping, undulating in an entrancing display of beauty. This was only enhanced by the light of the dying sun, which the dragons were being exposed to, making the dragons glow in the colors of the rainbow, sparkling like crystal. You know, some people's expressions change mid-life. My father's did, after my sisters died in an ambush by the Uchiha clan. He used to have scrolls, before his rage caused him to express chains. Mito observed, also staring at the brilliant chakra constructs issuing from her hands. You know, you can tell much about the character of an Uzumaki by the type of expression shown. What do you mean? Well, our chakra expressions vary with our personalities, and each expression has different uses. For example, my illusionary dragons are incorporeal, but they can be used to transfer contact ninjutsu as you saw in my little scuffle with the Anbu. Mito had the grace to blush a little. They usually express in people with calm and attentive personalities, and they usually have rather low chakra levels for Uzumaki, but they exhibit good chakra control. She pointed at Naruto. Your spike chain's expression on the other hand is corporeal and rather more chakra intensive. They can be utilized in barriers, as flails and whips, and be used to channel battle Fuinjutsu. My brother used to channel explosive tags, she chuckled, whenever he stepped into a battlefield the whole area was full of potholes by the end. Your mother's chakra chains, on the other hand, were saturated with her Jinchuriki seal. That gave it chakra suppression abilities. Anyway, this is a warrior's expression, it shows in people with loud tempers and louder personalities. Hey! Naruto mock protested. Mito giggled. My mother on the hand, expressed shadow tendrils, which is actually one of the rarest expressions around. It gave her a complete understanding of all chakra sources around her, and the ability to completely suppress her own chakra, she could even channel healing chakra through them. It expressed in people with a sensitive romantic nature. And before you ask, yes, my mother was a sap for romance, wouldn't stop whenever Hashirama came over on clan business. Naruto stifled a giggle at Mito's expression, who knew family members were such fun. Slightly scowling, Mito continued. Now the sealing scripts, which was my father's original expression, was a scholar's and sealing expert's expression. It would channel raw chakra, making it invaluable for sealers, and it could be used to form instant seals in midair. It was expressed in people of a studious nature. Slowly, she let the chakra dragons fade. As the iridescent dragon slowly faded upwards, Mito turned towards Naruto, slowly leading him towards a rock formation near the clearing. Sit down. The first step in accessing your expression is to calm your spirit. Mito said, serenely settling into Seiza, facing Naruto. Looking somewhat bemused, Naruto followed suit. Now close your eyes. Naruto hesitantly closed his eyes, only for the world to seemingly burst open a few moments later. Reflexively, he threw his eyes open as he yelled out in shock, only to see Mito's amused face looking back at him. What was that? He asked hesitantly. Your first experience in being a true Uzumaki. Mito stated, elaborating when Naruto stared at her. The Uzumaki are a clan that shares a close bond with chakra, much more than other ninja. And people, especially ninja, do not like being deprived of their sight. Therefore when a shinobi meditates, they begin to gain a slight sense of their surroundings from chakra sensing. It is simply much more acute in an Uzumaki. When Naruto regained his posture, Mito spoke again. You'll have to adapt your chakra sensing later, for now, keep your eyes open, and slowly, try to match your breath with your heartbeat. Come on, short breaths, continuously. Lub. Dub. Inhale. Lub. Dub. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Slowly, he could feel his body relax, his muscles uncoiling, and in the background he began to feel a rhythmic pulsing, which was strangely out of beat. Mito's hypnotic voice washed over him. "Can you feel another pulsing?" "Yes." He whispered back, afraid to disrupt this moment. It felt somehow important that he not break this calm. "Good. That is your chakra. Now, slowly, coerce that pulse to match your body's beat, start giving it a steady push-pull." And so he slowly began teasing the pulse, slowing it down, speeding it up until its beat matched his heartbeat and his breathing. "Ghost lady, I did it," he said, his own voice sounding strange to his ears. "Good. Now, while concentrating on balancing the beats, tell me about the fight in the invasion. You know, the one you said Gaara tried to kill you in." As Naruto described his fight, he found that strangely his emotions didn't seem to be expressed, it was as if there was an abyss separating him from the outside world, and it was widening. When he was getting to the parts where the action had been thickened, his voice began to get drowned, buried under the surging blood pounding through his veins, his quickening breath and the roar of chakra as it rushed in his coils. His surroundings began to get replaced, and suddenly he was back in the clearing in the forest, with a huge clawed hand made of sand was descending towards him. He was frozen, his chakra rushing past his ears. Then, with a feeling like a sudden vacuum, he felt as if his body was extending, and then his body was cocooned in a cage of 3 crisscrossed spike chains that were glowing a bright gold. "Well done, Naruto-kun." Mito's voice cut through Naruto's panic. The world cleared, and he found himself sitting in Caesar, with his chakra chains still forming a cage around him. There was only one difference, Mito was sitting in front of him, one chakra dragon sprouting from her extended hand to bury into his chest. His eyes widened in realization. "You put me in a genjutsu." Mito gave him a toothy grin that looked extremely out of place on her face. "If it works, you know," she said nonchalantly. Naruto stared at her unrepentant face incredulously before the humor of the situation sank in, along with the exhilaration of truly bringing his Kekkei Genkai out. Then a giggle escaped his lips, then a guffaw, before laughter was ringing across the secluded grounds. Mito looked at Naruto, who was now leaning back on his hands, laughing as the 3 spike chains were wagging behind him, mimicking golden tails. Slowly getting up, she held out a hand for Naruto. "Come along, Naruto-kun. How about I teach you the first exercise we had to do to control the chains, back in Yuzu?" Mito proposed, as Naruto took the proffered hand, still giggling, with his chains hovering around him. "And what would that be?" Mito gave a cheeky grin. "It's called the chain waltz. Want to learn how to make your chains dance?" Naruto bowed playfully. "Lead the way, madam." Night had fallen, and 4 figures were crouched on the treetops. "Shall we?" A rough male voice inquired impatiently. "Yeah? What the fuck are you waiting for, shithead?" A female voice hissed. "Quiet." A soft male voice declared. "We do not appear until Sasuke-sama is alone," that was Orochimaru-sama's orders. Just then, a rustling sound was heard as a tall ninja with a headband over one eye strolled out of the house under watch, before shining away. Seiken smiled, the black tattoo of the curse mark racing down his torso. Sound 4, move out. Chapter 5, The Betrayal. Beware of his promise, believe what I say for, I go for verb sure of what you say. The night Frankie Valley and the 4 seasons. A frantic knocking roused a sleeping Naruto. "Hey Naruto, get up." Huh? What was Shikamaru doing at his apartment? Rolling out of the couch which was his temporary bed, he sleepily stumbled to his door. Upon opening it, Shikamaru almost tumbled into his apartment before he started at Naruto's hair. Troublesome. Naruto grinned sleepily. "Sorry Shika, long story. I'll tell you another time." Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. "I don't want to know, you troublesome person," he grumbled. "Anyway, get ready, mission, 1 hour, North Gate." Naruto simply stared at him confusedly. "What do you mean?" "I'm on training leave." Shikamaru palmed his face, exasperated. "Troublesome. Sasuke left the village yesterday." "What?" "And apparently the village is still shorthanded after the invasion, so Tsunade-sama told me to pick a team to go after them and to take you." At that, Naruto's mind began to work, shrugging off the last remnants of sleep. Why had Bachan told Shikamaru to specifically get him? After a moment, he got his answer. Ghost Lady. Seeing as she couldn't spare any higher class shinobi, it was obvious she wanted another safety net for the mission. Alright, I'll be there. Who are the others in the team?" Shikamaru shrugged. "Well, I was thinking of Choji and Kiba and maybe Hinata or Niji." "What about Bushy Brow?" "Lee? He's still in the hospital." Naruto thought about the group. "Take the bun girl, I think her name is Tenten. We're going to need a sniper, all of us are close range other than you," he said finally. Shikamaru nodded absently. "I'll ask Niji to tell her. Come with me to ask the others." Naruto shook his head. "No, I've got some things to figure out. Meet you at the gate." He turned to go back inside. Shikamaru sighed. "Troublesome." Turning back with a lazy wave, "And Naruto, do something to your hair. I don't want everyone gaping at it during the mission." You just don't want the chatter, you lazy bum. Naruto replied. Troublesome. As soon as Shikamaru had left, Naruto was cursing up a storm in the kitchen until he was interrupted by a sleepy female voice. Naruto-kun, shut up before I kill you. Naruto yelled back. Ghost lady, get up. Bachan needs you. A sleepy mumble answered him, and Naruto sweat dropped. Who knew that the courtly Mito-sama was emphatically not an early riser? Repeated tries yielding only various versions of go away and assorted death threats, Naruto finally, in sheer desperation, did the one thing that would wake up any shinobi. Ghost lady. Code red. There was a muted expletive from her room before a series of thuds were heard. Finally, a disgruntled Mito opened the door and stepped out cautiously, one hand on her hair buns, grabbing a senbon she had used to pin up her hair. The door, Naruto realized with a shiver, was totally covered in senbon to the point it looked like a hedgehog. Seriously, how many senbon did she hide in her hair? Mito was growling in irritation as she analyzed the situation and found no imminent threat. With an incensed look on her face, she stalked towards a cringing Naruto, jabbing a finger to his chest. You. Never. Do. That. For. A prank. Naruto waved his hands frantically, trying to pacify her. Sorry, but it really was an emergency and you were not waking up, and if you make me late Bachan's going to kill me, and Shika's going to suspect, and we're going to be late, Dadabeo. Now Mito was completely confused. Slow down, Naruto-kun. What's happened, and for what would we be late? Naruto scowled. The team left the village last night, and Bachan told Shika to get me. I think she wants to be available as backup, apparently no other Chunin or Jonin could be spared. Mito scoffed. Uchiha. All of that blasted clan think they're God's own gift to the world. And now, what with that massacre you told me about, I think the total number of Uchiha in the village is 0. Yup. That's why the village is in such a tiffy, apparently the last Uchiha is too valuable to go missing. He scoffed bitterly. Personally speaking, if the bastard was stupid enough to abandon Konoha for the guy who killed the old man, he deserves a slow death. Mito laid a calming hand on his shoulder. Why would you think it's Orochimaru he's run off to? Where else would he go? The snake free pretty much gave him an invitation at the Forest of Death, and he knows he's too weak to kill his brother right now, what with Itachi putting him to a coma the last time they met. Feeling the emotions flowing off the young Redeed, Mito awkwardly asked, Naruto-kun, what are you going to do when you find him? Naruto's scowl deepened. I'm going to give him exactly one chance to surrender, before I deal with him as any deserter would be. Execution. The finality in his tone shocked Mito before she realized the true cause for Naruto's bitterness. Seeing the whole village praise the young Uchiha while shunning him must have been harder for him than even he realized. It was just not a case of loyalty or even revenge with Naruto anymore, though those factors undoubtedly contributed. No, this had a streak of jealousy, of possessiveness, all over it. Having yearned for what Sasuke had effortlessly got had left Naruto incapable of calmly dealing with the fact that Sasuke had spurned it. Mito turned to prepare for the morning. I'm going to meet with Tsutsu before the mission, and just to be clear, I won't interfere unless anyone's in mortal danger. In battle, my chakra use could interfere with your chakra unfavorably. Naruto, who was searching for his kunai pouch, nodded absently. Sure, see you at the gate, ghost lady. And when we get there, communicate with the Uzushio hand signs I taught you yesterday. We don't want your classmates to know of me unless it's absolutely necessary. At the north gate, a curious group of genin was gathering. Kiba was glaring at Niji, together with Akamaru who was growling. Tenten was polishing a kunai, and Chaoji was calmly eating chips. Shikamaru had his head in his hands. A short distance away, invisible to the group, Mito was calmly perched on a nearby branch, watching the group of genin. That troublesome Naruto, if we get late then Tsunade-sama is going to punish me. Yeah? What's the deal? We don't need that guy. Kiba interrupted. Shooting a glare at Niji, who continued to ignore him, he added, and on top of that, Shikamaru, why do we need this jerk? Hinata would have been much better. Akamaru barked in agreement. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome. Hinata is still not cleared for strenuous missions by Tsunade-sama, and Niji here has the strongest Byakugan in all the genin of the clan. He cracked a small grin. Besides, Naruto recommended both Niji and Tenten. Huh? Tenten had been distracted from polishing the kunai by Shikamaru's remark. That blonde-orange midget. Kiba snickered at her description. I've never even met the guy. Why would he recommend me? Cause your shuriken jutsu is awesome, Dadabeo. A loud voice behind them caused all of them to turn around to face the figure coming up the road towards them, even as Tenten blushed at the comment. As the figure came closer, several pairs of eyes widened in disbelief. Annoying verbal tick. Check. Glaring orange jumpsuit. Check. Whisker markings. Check. Blonde hair. Chiha. But the moan, Shikamaru facepalmed. Troublesome. Naruto, I told you to cover your head. Naruto just grinned. And not see your faces. No thanks. Niji chose that particular moment to enter the conversation. Naruto-san, he asked in a monotone, why is your hair dyed red? Naruto rubbed his head sheepishly, taking the chance to do a few obscure hand signs behind his head. He was immediately tapped thrice on the shoulder. From Shikamaru's narrowed eyes, Naruto thought he probably didn't miss it. So much for obscurity. It's a long story, Dadabayo. Kiba snorted. Knowing you, you probably fell into a vat of paint, dope, he said dismissively. Naruto reared up at the insult. You want to go, dog boy? Shikamaru got up. Everybody shut up. The group all went silent, even the gate guards were looking at them interestedly. After all, it wasn't often that you saw that most lazy species, the male Nara, raised their voice. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome. Looking at the group, he mentally decided the formation. Alright, this mission is to retrieve Sasuke from what is speculated to be Shinobi of Sound. From what is known, he went willingly. The group's reactions were varied at this particular revelation, Shikamaru noticed. The most expressive were Kiba's, whose cursing and the growls of Akamaru let everyone know exactly what they thought. The ones least fazed were Neji, and to Shikamaru's surprise, Naruto, who simply gritted his teeth. So it seems he isn't surprised that Sasuke went to Sound, but I never told him that, he thought. Interesting. We will set off towards the northern borders with Rice Country, where Hidden Sound is rumored to be. Kiba looked up. You and Akamaru take point. You are going to on the lookout for any scent trails of either Sasuke or the Sound Shinobi. I assume you know the terrain. Kiba puffed up his chest. Piece of cake. My mum used to take us tracking in these woods, I know them like the back of my hand. Akamaru. A series of barks answered him. Shikamaru continued, ignoring Kiba's exuberance. I will be immediately behind Kiba because I'm the team leader and I will take the front. Tenten-san will be immediately behind me because she is the sniper. Any objections? Everybody shook their heads. Naruto will cover the left and he will stay to the left of the main formation, near the center. In case of an attack, you will distract the enemy using your Kage Bunshin. Naruto looked at him, uncomprehending. But before Shikamaru could elaborate, Naruto straightened up. Got it. Stay to the left between you and Tenten-chan. Why didn't you just say so? Shikamaru narrowed his eyes in suspicion before he let out a long-suffering sigh. Troublesome, he muttered under his breath, not taking his eyes off Naruto. Something strange was going on, and though this was his first time leading, he already knew that he didn't like it when his team had secrets. Right, he drawled, before looking at Chaoji. Chaoji, you take the same position as Naruto, but to the right. You will be the finisher of the team, you only engage when there is a clear target. Chaoji simply nodded, still munching a chip. Shikamaru turned to Neji. Neji-san, you are our rear guard. You take position behind Tenten-san, and I need you to do a full Byakugan scan over the area, every 5 minutes. If that is possible. He asked Neji. Neji nodded somewhat indignantly, as if Shikamaru had called his expertise into question. Shikamaru took a deep breath. Alright then, let's move out. Just as they were about to take to the trees, a yell came from behind them. Wait, what? Shikamaru whined as they were delayed again. The person turned out to be Atiri Sakura, followed by a clearly reluctant Ino, which gave Shikamaru the beginnings of a headache. It only worsened when Sakura spotted Naruto. Instantly changing her demeanor, she marched up to him, a fisted hand reared back to punch him. Naruto. How dare you show your face, Sasuke left because of you, you dope. The team was staring at Sakura, unsure as to what they should do. Naruto, Shikamaru noticed, had gone very still. Sakura seemingly saw it as well, for she froze in her attempt to punch Naruto. A faint pulse of killing intent issued from Naruto, blanketing the surrounding as he tilted his head, studying Sakura intently. Bluish wisps of chakra were emanating from his body, and Shikamaru's attention was drawn to the faint reddish tint it had taken, until he saw Naruto's face. Naruto's face was drawn to an expression that Shikamaru would have sworn a month ago would never be present on Naruto's face, especially toward Sakura, his presumed crush. The malicious smirk on his face, combined with the red hair, Shikamaru had never before noticed just how much like fresh blood it looked, dripping down his face in a lanky curtain. It gave Naruto a chilling resemblance to a homicidal Gaara. Why, Sakura, do you think your boyfriend running away had anything to do with me? He took a step toward Sakura, and she instinctively stepped back. Shikamaru's hands were halfway into the sign for Kajime no Jutsu before he remembered himself. Surely it would not come to blows. Naruto's face twisted in amusement, though his lengthening fingernails gave lie to his expression. Though it is possible that he only stayed in Konoha because he wanted to be with me. How wonderful, I had a fangirl and didn't even know it. Don't you think it's a pity, Shikamaru? Naruto, he said warningly, ready to step in. Naruto gave him a dismissive glance. Cool down, Shika. This is just a little union between ex-teammates, isn't it, Sakura-chan? Sakura swallowed. Naruto's smirk widened to the extent that it looked to the canines glinting. Now, Sakura. No need to act so scared, I'm sure you weren't going to hit me now, were you? Good, you can learn after all. What a surprise. Now as for your little boyfriend, he left the village, and unless he has a very good excuse, he is a traitor to the village. And do you know Kano has policy towards traitors, Sakura? Of course you do, what with that huge brain of yours, don't you? If he resists capture, and if I know Sasuke he will be killed. I'll probably do it myself, he wouldn't be the first traitor I've dealt with. After Mizuki-sensei, Sasuke won't be a problem. Ignoring the others' gasps, Naruto leaned into Sakura's horrified face, eyes tinged with red. So if you want to see your dear Sasuke alive again, my dear Sakura-chan, you better pray your pretty little head off that he listens to reason. He turned his back to Sakura, who was now shaking. Personally, I doubted. With his last statement hanging around the gathered shinobi like a death knell, he leapt towards the tree line and out of the gate. You guys coming? With a sigh and an apologetic look towards Ino, Shikamaru gave the signal, and the Sasuke retrieval team leapt towards the trees, leaving a shocked Ino and a terrified Sakura standing in the middle of the road. Half an hour into the sprint, Kiba had found the trails of Sasuke and the sound shinobi, right up until the scent of Sasuke had disappeared. Figuring Sasuke was simply being carried by the sound shinobi, though he did not know the reason, Shikamaru had ordered the team to trail the scent of the sound shinobi. They had met a team of wounded patrolling Jounin along the way, Raito and Genma if Shikamaru's memory served, and both had met and been defeated by the sound. According to their report, the group had consisted of 4 sound Jounin, who had all shifted to what they had described as a monster form. One had carried a barrel of sorts that they said was covered in seals, which Shikamaru guessed was where they kept Sasuke. However, a reason for doing so eluded him. Shikamaru sighed, he really hated this sort of situations, where critical information was missing. Of course, this was not the only thing bothering him. His team was uneasy. Even Kiba, who was notorious for being chatty during missions, was keeping quiet, only speaking when necessary, and casting wary glances at a still fuming Naruto. Unease was hanging around the team like a blanket, and Naruto's continuing ill temper was beginning to wear upon them. Shikamaru had to admit that the scene at the North Gate had intimidated even him a little. Naruto had always been that somewhat stupid clumsy show-off that no one took seriously. Never had he seen Naruto so intimidating. At the gate Naruto had looked almost feral. Maru-san. Shikamaru-san. Shikamaru looked at Neji, who had been the one who had called. Yes, Neji-san. Neji had his Byakugan active. 4 targets directly ahead, carrying a sealed barrel that the Byakugan cannot penetrate. 500 meters, targets appear to be resting. Everyone stop. At Shikamaru's command, everyone dropped out of the trees to the forest below. What is it, Shika? Naruto's voice was terse. Shikamaru merely pointed the ground about a foot in front of Kiba, where a thin ninja wire-like substance was just visible in the sunlight. Kiba winced. Traps. There's even more in the branches, it's a complete web up there. Tenten looked at Neji. Can't your eyes see them? Neji grimaced. Probably if I was doing a 128 palms. Otherwise they're too thin. In the Hyuga clan, probably only Hiashi-sama and the elders have Byakugan that are strong enough to see this normally. Shikamaru considered their options. From the complexity of the webbing, it was highly unlikely that he could get the whole team through without snagging at least one wire, which would render a sneak attack useless. On the contrary, barreling through would only lead them to an ambush. The only possible option was, say Naruto. Exactly how many clones can you make? For the first time since the incident, Naruto grinned. Shikamaru suddenly felt a vague sense of doom. Exactly how impossible was Naruto going to be this time? The Sound Four were resting from the battle with the Jounin and their release of the curse seals. In the middle of their circle was the barrel containing Sasuke, it was slightly smoking. Hey, fatty. How much longer till the Uchiha is ready? Jirabu, the one who was addressed, looked at the speaker and sighed. Taiya, a girl shouldn't talk that way. Taiya tossed her pink hair over her shoulder in irritation. And what are you going to do about it, fattest? Jirabu simply sighed when the third member of their group suddenly sat up. What's up, Kidomaru? Jirabu asked, before noticing that Kidomaru was smirking. Ah, the Konoha trash is smarter than I thought, he observed with an excited gleam in his eyes. This is going to be an exciting game. Suddenly the clearing was disturbed as the 4th member of the team dropped down into the clearing. Seiken was quite obviously disturbed. We've got to go, now. We're being surrounded. Taiya smirked. Why, you afraid of clones? Konoha doesn't have enough manpower to surround us, Birdbrain. Kidomaru interrupted, looking quite excited. They're all disturbing my web, they're all solid clones. I want to fight that one. He continued, we can't even tell where the real ones are. This is going to be a good game. Seiken sighed. We're not here to fight trash, Kidomaru. Remember, Orochimaru-sama needs us as soon as possible. I'm getting hungry, I could stay behind. Jirabu suggested. Suddenly, the one still head poking out of the neck of Seiken spoke. Listen to my little brother here, we've got to go now. A feral shout interrupted them. It's too late for that, sound bastards. From all sides of the clearing, an avalanche of Naruto descended, intent on burying the Sound Four under a mountain of clones. In an instant, Kidomaru had held his 6 hands above him, while Jirabu had lifted the barrel, and Tei and Seiken had shifted into defensive positions beside Jirabu. Spider bind. The whitish web of spider webbing issued from Kidomaru's hands, repelling the incoming clones. Moments later all the clones disappeared in puffs of smoke, obscuring the area in chakra smoke. The quiet voice rang out in the confusion. Kajime no Jutsu, complete. Instantly, the Sound Four found themselves stuck in place, unable to move. Atsuga. With a yell, Kiba and Akamaru launched themselves at the barrel in Jirabu's hands. Meanwhile, in the opposite end of the battle, Naruto was hiding in the bushes. Ghost Lady, do you really think this is a good idea? Mito nodded somberly. You've been more emotional lately, haven't you? Naruto nodded, puzzled. What does that have to do with this? Your seal's adjusting to your body's changes, so it's going to a bit unstable for some time. That's why I told you to remove yourself from the direct line of sight, you know. If anything even grazes you, it gives the fox an opening to push its own chakra into your body, and we don't need to stress your body on top of everything else. Seeing Naruto's mutinous face, she continued hastily. Look Naruto-kun, the Nara told you to distract the enemy, you know, and in that position you don't need to be in the formation, in fact, it would be detrimental to do so. Naruto nodded, deflated. It still feels like hiding, he grumbled, absently creating another batch of clones to run interference. Think of it this way. If they run into trouble, they have a trump card even they don't know about. Kidomaru hastily used his spider sticky gold ability to form Tonfa, which he used to deflect a hail of kunai coming at him from the bun-haired girl. It had only taken them passing the first stage of their curse seals to break free of the spiky-haired boy's jutsu, after which the fight had turned into a free-for-all. Looking around, he saw Jirabu playing around with the Inyazuka and his dog, still carrying the barrel. Taiya was simply using Taijutsu, bobbing and weaving around the shadow user and the fat boy, while Seiken was being attacked by the Hyuga. Numerous copies of the blonde boy were flitting around the battles, mostly providing distractions for the Konoha team. None of them were any real threat, however they were numerous and rather slippery, making them a pain to fight unless they went all out. Looking at the others, he saw that all of them had reached the same conclusion, even Taiya, who would have normally opposed the decision, what with her inability to accept defeat. They couldn't activate their curse seals now, or they would be in no shape to deliver the Uchiha to Orochimaru. This left only one alternative. Nodding to Taiya, he ducked beneath a flying mace and dispelled a clone with a punch before firing off a jutsu. Spider sticking spit. The tough ropey net catching Tenten by surprise, she hardly had time to do more than cross her arms in front of her before she was brutally pulled from her tree perch and into an off-guard Niji. At the same time Taiya had caught both Shikamaru and Chaoji by their wrists, proceeding to sling them both into the already unbalanced group in front of them. Hey Fatis, now. With a grunt of exertion, Jirabu caught the incoming Gatsuuga in his palms before grounding them. While Kiba and the others were just shaking off their shock, he slammed his palms to the ground. Doten. Dorodomu. With a crumbling sound, curved earth walls grew around the group, trapping the group in a giant dome of stone and earth. Jirabu grinned, throwing the barrel to Kidomaru with one hand, the other on the dome. Chakra glowed in the space between his hand and the earth dome. You go on. I'm hungry, I'll just drain some chakra from this trash before joining up. Kidomaru gave him a questioning look. Are you sure? One rat escaped, after all. Jirabu shrugged, uninterested. If that Konoha trash is stupid enough to show his face, I'll kill him too. Or better yet, eat his chakra, he seems to have a lot. Naruto watched, unsettled, as the Sound Four easily routed the Konoha team's strategy with brute strength. But that was not the worst. Naruto, that dome is sucking chakra out of its prisoners. Naruto racked his brains for a solution. On one hand, staying meant that he would let the Sound Four out of sight, which he was loath to do. On the other, he wasn't sure that the others had enough brute force to overpower the dome. Right. Ghost Lady, you track down the other Sound Shinobi and leave a trail for me to follow, I'll take this glutton out. Mito turned to him, surprised. But Naruto just gave her a look before stepping out of his hiding place. The first notice Jirabu had of his new opponent was a speeding golden chain rushing towards his hands. Upon his hasty retreat however, the chains abruptly changed direction and headed for the Earth Dome, shattering it like glass to reveal his bewildered teammates. Nobody even flinched when the clone that had been pretending to be him dispelled in a burst of smoke, being preoccupied with staring at Naruto. Boy, Shika. Take the others and go, I'll get back to you. Naruto shouted, ignoring the gawping of the Konoha team. Jirabu slowly flexed his arms, the first stage of the curse seal rippling across his skin. You aren't going anywhere, Konoha trash. 2 more chakra chains rippled out of Naruto's arms in reply. Without taking his eyes off of Jirabu, he spoke, Shika, go now before the fight begins. I can handle myself. With a yell, Jirabu lifted up a piece of the very earth surface above his head, looking like a drawing of Atlas. Doten. Doryo Dango. He bit out through his exertion, levering himself to throw it at them. With a slight nod towards Naruto, Shikamaru and the rest of the team fled the clearing, just as Naruto's chain speared through the enormous boulder in a deafening crash. Mito flitted across the treetops of the forests of the High no Kuni, following the three-sound ninja, as they ran for the Ta no Kuni border. Traveling as close as she dared to the spider-like shinobi she thought his name was Kitamaru, she was urgently trying to decipher the seals on the barrel. However, her mind was not in it, she was pondering the enigma that was the curse seal. Mito, in all of her sealing mastery and experience, had never seen such an effusion of chakra as that emitting from the small seal that was branded on all of the Sound 4, and in an entirely academic way, she was fascinated by it. A seal with a chakra source of its own was somewhat unbelievable. Seals could not manufacture chakra, only store it. Not to mention that the seal stank to her acute senses of corrupted chakra, but she could see that it wasn't containing a demon, or even the chakra of one. If it was, the rate of chakra seepage through the seal would have meant that the potency of its flow would visibly reduce. No. What she was looking at right now was something alien to her knowledge, something totally in the realm of the unknown, but the possibility for a seal to actually create chakra intrigued her, seducing her with its possibilities. After all, if she could adapt it to her own matrix, she would be free from the chakra leash tying her abilities to Naruto-kun's. She was interrupted from her thoughts by the mutterings between the Sound Shinobi. "Boy, bird brain." Taiya needled Seiken, who looked torn between amused and angry at the constant insults uttered by the only Kunoichi in the group. "Why are we moving so slowly? Waiting for the fattest to catch up? No. We're just conserving our energy for if we run across any more patrols. We want to be able to fight our way out. We wouldn't need to bother if we crawl like this," Taiya mumbled. "If you shitheads don't fucking pick your pace up, Orochimaru-sama will probably give us to Manda." Seeing Kitamaru snicker, she turned on him. "What are you laughing at, you spindly arsehole? I don't care if you want to be fucking snackabit, if you don't fucking move faster, I'm taking that bloody barrel and getting out of here." Mito, listening to the conversation, was getting increasingly worried. According to her senses, the Konoha team was at least 5 minutes away, and from what Tsunade told her, there was no patrols that were likely to meet this group. If they accelerated now, they would probably get away without any further interruption. She couldn't allow that, however she didn't want to use jutsu either, what with the chakra drain to Naruto in a potentially hostile situation. Her choices were taken out of her hands immediately afterwards. Seiken was nodding. "Alright. We'll go first level of the curse seal until the border. Taiya, Kitamaru, can you handle that?" Kitamaru frowned. "I can, I guess. But I really wanted to play with that clone spawning Konohan in, that would have been a boss battle." Taiya smirked, the markings of her curse seal already spreading through her body. "Of course I can handle that. Who did you think I was, bird brain, you?" Mito sighed, hoping she didn't do anything to seriously endanger Naruto. Snapping through a few deliberate hand seals, she intoned Genjutsu. Net of tranquility. Shikamaru was troubled as he led the team, sans Naruto, across the forests and trail of the Sound Shinobi and Sasuke. At their rear they could still make out the signs of Naruto fighting with that behemoth of a shinobi. Naruto. Shikamaru had always thought him a bit of a mystery, with his inexplicable friendship with the Sandaime Hokage. However, during this mission it had seemingly come to a head. Naruto was proving more and more of an enigma the more the mission progressed, and it didn't make Shikamaru any less wary of the blonde-turned-reed. Shikamaru had noticed when Naruto had substituted with one of the numerous Kage Bunshin that he had flooded the landscape with. The rather well-executed substitution had not really irked him, it would have been folly to expose the original. Moreover, he had been more than slightly stunned by then. Being a technique derived from the Nara clan's Kuroi Bunshin, Shikamaru knew the limitations of the solid clone technique. For Naruto to use it to create possibly 1,000 clones, without even looking winded, meant that he had chakra reserves beyond belief. Shikamaru doubted that even the Sandaime Hokage jutsu powerhouse that he was, could have spawned as many. But he knew that his erstwhile partner in skipping academy lectures, had rather unbelievable reserves. No, what had truly troubled the spiky-haired Chunin was the strange mood swings that Naruto had exhibited, and he had not forgotten the strangely colored chakra that Naruto had emitted during his altercation with Sakura. Suddenly, the surrounding was rocked by a giant explosion. A giant cloud of dust erupted from behind them, before an unearthly scream was heard. Reflexively looking back along with the others, even Niji, he saw a sight that made his stomach turn. In the light of the noonday sun, glinting in the sunlight, 3 of the strange chain-like chakra constructs that Naruto had employed earlier rose into the sky, weaving around each other. And speared at the top of it, with chains piercing through his head, heart and stomach, lay the undoubtedly dead body of Jirabu. Shikamaru thought it may have been the sun, but for a moment, the chains had seemed more red than the gold they had been before. Chapter 6, The Carnival of Blood. When the hour is nighthand hopelessness is sinking in and the wolves all cry to fill the night with hollering when your eyes are red and emptiness is all you know with the darkness Feety will be your scarecrow leading out imagined dragons. Drip. 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 The figure was lying prone on the ground in the middle of an enormous crater. It was a boy, wearing the tattered remnants of a jumpsuit and he was covered in blood, none of which were his. The boy was also, to his complete surprise, not dead. Speaking of not dying, that was close Naruto thought as he finally recovered his equilibrium enough to open his eyes. What in the nine hells happened anyway? His shocked eyes observed the pillar of chakra chains protruding from his stomach rather clinically, as if it was simply an amusing artifact, until with yet another drip, a drop of viscous liquid fell onto his face. When he absently wiped it away his hand stained a dark unclean red. Looking up, his gaze slid along the chains, which had curious crimson veins in them, to the top, where his stomach turned in disgust. The dead body of Jirubu was hanging there, held up by 3 of his spike chains piercing his body. One through the head, one through the heart and the other through the stomach. The stomach was torn open and his eyes wide open in a terrified stare. Curiously blackish blood was pouring through the chains from various gaping wounds, dripping to the ground around him. How had he gotten here? Flashback, Page Bunshin no Jutsu. Stay still, Konoha trash. Why, so you can punch me? No thanks. 3 chakra chains curved around Jirubu's still figure, attacking spearing at him from opposite sides. Jirubu twisted around, avoiding the coordinated attacks of the chakra chains, while trying to find the real Naruto, who kept out of his reach. Fine. You want to play it that way? A rat fist. Pressure palm. With a resounding crash, Jirubu struck the ground with an open palm, creating a minor earthquake that managed to dispel most of the clones. However, in the next second he had to vacate his position as Naruto's spike chains veered into him. Jirubu grimaced, running forward again to engage his ever-elusive target. I'm getting fed up with you, midget. Naruto cracked a grin. So what are you going to do about it? Reaching down, Jirubu clenched his hands on the ground. Doten. Doryo Dango. Before Naruto could puncture the giant boulder like before, it was flying towards him. Hastily crossing his arms before him, Naruto intoned, spike chains. Barrier. The 3 chains rearranged themselves into a web-patterned shield. When the rock smashed into the barrier though, it held for about a second before the sheer bulk of the projectile overwhelmed it. The giant boulder crashed into the place where Naruto had been, with a resounding crash. Then a puff of chakra smoke erupted from the ruins of the boulder, and Naruto raced from behind Jirubu, holding a swirling ball of chakra. Rasengan. Jirubu hastily turned towards him, flipping through hand seals. Doten. Doroku Geshi. A slab of stone hinged up from the ground shielding Jirubu, only to be bored through by the Rasengan. However, when he drilled through the earth slab, his torso came into contact with Jirubu's knee. A rat fist. Rising knee. The Naruto burst into smoke, revealing it to be yet another Kage Bunshin, just as another spike chain whipped into Jirubu. Jirubu jumped back, increasing the distance between him and Naruto. Abandoning his attempts to get closer to Naruto and settling into a stance. Curse Seal Level 2. Activate. Jirubu started to morph, his hair extended, his skin colored, and warts started to appear on his face. Naruto looked on, intrigued. Wow. You got even uglier than before. With a roar, Jirubu launched himself at Naruto. A rat fist. Rock attack. Naruto attempted to dance away from the attack like he had been doing during the whole fight, only to find that Jirubu's transformation had not been entirely cosmetic, he had become exponentially faster. With a sickening crack, Jirubu's fist buried itself into Naruto's chest. He could dimly hear his ribs break before he was flung backwards and into a tree. Struggling to breathe, he found himself vomiting blood, staining the torn remains of his jumpsuit. You're finished, little Genin. Jirubu scoffed, turning away. I'm Jirubu of the South Gate. Did you really think a Genin like you could beat me? Naruto's vision stained red as Kyuubi chakra erupted around his body. Jirubu had just finished his fight with the annoying clone spawning Maverick Genin. After all, no one could get back up from having their chest caved in. Even if the boy's ribs had not gone into his heart and pierced his lungs, the force would have liquefied some of the organs in his torso. What a waste, he idly thought as he walked back out of the clearing, slowly releasing his cursed seal. I could really have used his chakra. The red glow filled the area behind him, causing him to twist around in shock, only to have pain shoot across his body as crimson claws sliced across his torso. He looked up in disbelief, coming face to face with the creature that the Genin that should have been dead had become. Crimson, viscous chakra was coiling around the Retit in coils as he crouched on all fours, growling at Jirubu like an enraged beast. The whisker-like markings had thickened considerably, and his crimson eyes were glaring at him suffused in killing intent. His 3 chakra chains were present behind him, swaying in a hypnotic rhythm. Jirubu noticed that the previously golden chains had crimson veins traversing their length, while the base of the chains seemed to have been set on fire. Jirabu's wounds hissed as they attempted to heal due to the influence of the cursed seal, even as the possessed genin in front of him snarled at him, his whole body wrapped in an unnatural crimson glow. A moment passed, with the two transformed shinobi staring at each other across the clearing. Then, snarling at each other, they leapt at each other, intent to kill. Leaning back to avoid an uppercut from Jirabu, Naruto slashed wildly at him with his claws, followed by his chains lunging at Jirabu as he attempted to evade the rushing claws. Jirabu managed to block the majority of the attacks with his increased speed, but the third spike chain, coming at him from behind, tore into his side as he dodged. Cursing fluently, Jirabu immediately backtracked. "Who the hell are you?" he asked disbelievingly, receiving only a roar in reply before the beast-like genin tore towards him. Note to self, don't get too close to a person with a cursed seal, Naruto thought, dazed, as he tried to get up from the punishing blow to his chest. It felt like he had been hit with a battering dam, he could distinctly feel that several of his ribs were outright broken, and he was having trouble breathing. Blood was filling his mouth, and he was somewhat sure that his lungs were punctured, or worse. The pain was excruciating. Why had he gotten so close to Jirabu, and why hadn't he retreated when he had upgraded his cursed seal? Well, he could perhaps take solace in the fact that he wouldn't die from this, seeing as the fox wouldn't let him. The fox. Naruto could remember the hazy outline of a conversation he had had just before they parted. A nagging voice in his head was telling him that it was somehow important. What had she said? If anything even grazes you, it gives the fox an opening to push its own chakra into your body, and we don't need to stress your body on top of everything else. Oh. Shit. He could already feel an unnatural warmth spreading from his seal, chakra being released in an ever-increasing deluge that covered his body. His body, stressed out already from the Uzumaki molding, would not be in good enough shape to let him handle the power, even the paltry amount that he normally could. And he knew the seal was stressed, he had checked on it yesterday, and the cracks running along the length of the control rune at the center had not been reassuring. He would have had to strengthen the seal in about 3 years' time, based on the speed of decay. But with this latest complication, he would be lucky for it to last the mission. The acid-like chakra was racing along his chakra coils, scorching them and healing them at the same time, as his body was glowing in the reddish glow of the chakra. He barely had time to look at the phenomenon, however, since in the next moment the chakra had reached his head. Rip Tear Hey Kill. His bones were popping, his body reassembling his mangled chest as he got into a crouch, snarling. But Naruto was not aware. No, Naruto was locked in his own mind, blinded by the extreme negative feelings that were running rampant throughout his mind courtesy of the Kyuubi. Disinterested in the current battle in favor of letting his mind survive the vicious assault, his mind retreated to itself, protecting itself from the rage of the Kyuubi that had never felt so terrible, so undiluted, so pure. So Naruto sat there, in the darkness, haplessly fighting to protect himself from the unnatural emotions as outside a beast raged, raining primordial destruction on the creature that had been monumentally stupid enough to anger it. Jirabu, for the first time since his fight with Kamimuro, feared for his life. He had tried bashing boulders on the beast, he had tried pummeling it to death, and he had even once succeeded in capturing it in another Dorodomu. However, it was proving to be useless in stopping it, and it was proving to be nothing if not relentless in its attempts. It would simply regenerate from whatever wounds Jirabu managed to inflict on it in a shorter time than Jirabu took to inflict them in the first place, and the wounds it placed on him in return proved to especially immune to the cursed seal's healing. Not to mention that the one time he tried to absorb the beast's chakra in his Dorodomu, the chakra had scorched his chakra pathways and almost caused him to drop out of his cursed seal mode, only getting another slash across his shoulder for the trouble. Compounding his problems, the twinges of pain originating from his cursed seal were getting worse, he was running out of time. He was rudely interrupted when a chakra chain snagged his tunic, throwing off his balance and making him stumble onto an equally surprised Naruto, who growled at him, even as Jirabu tried to leap away. The ever-present chakra chain circled behind Jirabu, the large lethal spikes aimed at his head as Jirabu was in midair. When Jirabu was milliseconds away from a gory death, however, Naruto seemingly went into shock. His crimson eyes dilated, the red slowly bleeding out as the chains disintegrated in midair. Naruto's body continued to spasm for a few seconds before going still. Jirabu cautiously got up, staring at the boy. His cursed seal was troubling him, but he had been a worthy opponent, and he deserved to be dispatched as such. Concentrating what remained of the cursed seal's power to one hand, his body slowly leached of the cursed seal's influence except his hand, which was now wreathed in malevolent-looking purple chakra. Heh. I was hoping to use this on Kamimuro, he thought wryly as he prepared for a final attack. A rat fist. Palm of finality. As Jirabu's chakra-wreathed palm neared his face, Naruto's eyes snapped open, clouded blue eyes staring at the approaching hand in confusion, even as his body instinctively rolled away from the attack. Jirabu stumbled at missing his mark, slamming his palm into the ground in an overwhelming explosion of shrapnel. Off balance, Jirabu fell in a heap onto a seemingly unconscious Naruto, who was bleeding over his eye himself from the shrapnel from Jirabu's latest attack. "Isoled man," Naruto murmured. "What did you say, trash?" Jirabu demanded belligerently, struggling to end Naruto's life as he lifted one bulky hand towards Naruto's throat. "I said. This is for the old man." 3 chains burst from Naruto's navel, shooting through Jirabu, killing him instantly as they punched through his body, carrying it into the air pinned onto the spiked edges. Naruto let out a relieved sigh. "I did it," he observed before he succumbed to exhaustion. Then flashback. Groaning, Naruto pushed the corpse of Jirabu off his chains, letting it hit the ground in a spurt of blood as he struggled to get up, ignoring his protesting body. He had no time for this, not when the others were in danger. Struggling to his feet, he broke into a stumbling run onwards without a backwards glance at the bleeding corpse of his first real kill, disappearing into the forest following the discreet swirl markings left by Mito. Mito had to say she enjoyed the frustrated looks on the sound shinobi as they tried and failed to enter the initial cursed seal stage. Of course, seeing as it was a quite elementary technique, she supposed the illusion would shatter soon. After all, if one managed to even nudge the cursed seal awake, the resulting chakra infusion would tear away the rest of the illusion. Those fucking Konoha bastards must have done something. Taiya muttered angrily as she continued to try to activate her cursed seal while running. Seiken shrugged, only the minute twitch of his eyes giving away his unease. "It doesn't matter. We don't need the seals to take care of trash." Kidomaru grinned sharply. "This game is getting even more interesting." He crowed madly. "I hope Jirabu left some for me, I could use a good fight." Seiken looked ready to reprimand Seiken when the trees behind them rustled due to a pursuing shinobi. Taking alert stances, they were relieved to find it was only Jirabu. Up in the trees behind them, Mito sighed in relief. Finally the Konoha team had caught up. It happened in an instant. Jirabu suddenly wrenched the barrel from Kidomaru's hands and jumped back as a pair of spinning blurs smashed into a surprised Seiken, launching them into the air and down a precipice. With a roar of rage, Kidomaru leapt at Shikamaru, who had transformed back, only to be blocked by a genin in white clothes and distinctive pupil-less eyes. "Ahyuga." Kidomaru sneered savagely at Niji. "Ahyuga. Are you that eager to die, trash?" Niji, not deigning him with a reply, simply settled into a Gyuukin stance, activating his Byakugan. Meanwhile, Tenten was staring at the precipice down which Kiba, Akamaru and the strange two-headed shinobi had fallen. Muttering an expletive, she turned to Shikamaru, who was warily eyeing the female member of the Sound Four. "I'm going after Kiba." Shikamaru nodded tiredly, handing the barrel to Choji. "This is so troublesome." Taiya smirked condescendingly at Shikamaru. "You're going to fight me, you scrawny rat." Shikamaru looked at her, eyes lidded. "You really like talking, don't you, troublesome woman?" Ignoring a steaming Taiya, he turned to Choji. "Choji, get that barrel back to Konoha as soon as possible," he said seriously, wincing as Niji activated Kaiten to deflect some of Kidomaru's projectiles. Turning back to Taiya, he ran off, eager to put some distance between them and the other fight. She ran after him, forming hand seals and snarling at him. "Don't you dare run, you rat. I'm going to fucking crush you so bad, they'll have to scrape you off to bury." Kuchiyas no Jutsu. Multiple puffs of smoke issued from behind her, causing Shikamaru to scowl. "Of course I had to get the angry girl with the summons. Troublesome." The smoke dissipated, revealing 3 enormous and grotesque figures behind Taiya. Shikamaru, losing his composure, gaped. "What the hell is that?" Taiya gave him a predatory grin, her cursed seal markings spreading over her body in jagged lines. "Cursed seal level 1. Activate. These are my doki, shithead. So, ready to die." Taoji rushed back towards Konoha, stubbornly trying not to think of what Shikamaru and the others were facing, and failing miserably in the attempt. It had not escaped him that the original team formation that Shikamaru had banked on for their triumph over the team of higher-ranked nin had been destroyed in the chaos of the splintered groups that were now fighting for their lives in the forest. Kiba taking on the apparent leader may have surprised him for a moment, but it was hardly a surprise. The Inyazuka had been spoiling for a fight ever since his loss to Naruto, and his rapid progress had probably pushed the thorn deeper, leading Kiba to do something daring in order to show Naruto who was the alpha of the pack. Shikamaru taking on Genjutsu user as the strategist and long-range attacker of the group was a no-brainer, though Choji still felt nervous when he thought of Shikamaru facing the foul-mouthed Reed. And it was natural that as the team member possessing the best defense, Niji would engage the spider-like nin, who seemed capable of creating weapons at will. But Naruto, who had fought was fighting, he wouldn't lose hope the plump team member. If Naruto had not interfered, it would have been his fight, that much he knew. His techniques were the best possible matchup for Jirabu, so why had Shikamaru not ordered them to switch? With a faint sense of horror, Choji realized that Shikamaru had made a tactical decision to leave Naruto to fend for himself. Naruto's presence had led to tensions within the team, and Naruto was strong enough to pose a threat to any of the Sound Four. And though Shikamaru would have denied it to his dying breath, Shikamaru would have been relieved to not send Choji into danger and possible death. Shikamaru had considered Naruto the most expendable of the team, which was a sobering thought. Clenching his fist slightly, Choji quickened his pace as he sprinted back to Konoha, conveniently backtracking to the first confrontation. After all, even with all the mystery surrounding Naruto lately, he was Choji's friend. He only hoped it was not too late as he quickened his pace, clutching the barrel tightly. Behind him, invisible, Mito flitted through the treetops, keeping a lookout for any signs of Naruto. She was pretty sure that her decision to use a Genjutsu on the Sound Nin had been warranted, after all she still didn't fully understand the mechanics of the cursed seal. If it enhanced their physical abilities as she suspected, the Konoha team might have never caught up to them. Still, using lone chakra without prompting, while the donor was in a combat state, was no joke. Not to mention that she had felt the slightest whisper of the Kyuubi's vile scent in the chakra transmitted to her. The transference seal she had on him would normally filter out perceived impurities in the donor's chakra, but a caustic chakra lie the Kyuubi's could still cause it to burn out. Which meant that Naruto, and by association her seal, had been subject to a strong dose of Kyuubi chakra recently. That was not reassuring. Still, the Akimichi boy, Choji, was not moving in the direction of Konoha, which was to south-southeast of their location, but south, retracing their steps. This meant that he was going to check up on Naruto and possibly team up with him before they retreated to Konoha. The bushes rustled slightly below, bringing her out of her reverie. Choji seemed to have not heard it, but Mito saw one of his hands creeping towards his kunai chain. She smirked, that was nothing less than what she had expected from an Akimichi, who were notorious for their hunting abilities and forestry, together with the Nara clan. Suddenly a group of small projectiles impacted the ground in front of Choji, who immediately somersaulted above the projectiles, landing on a nearby branch facing his attacker. Choji took out his kunai chain, draping it over his body as his opponent emerged from the bushes. It was a young man, looking to be in his late teens, with white hair dressed in a loose, long-sleeved shirt and black pants. He had a purple inverted bow similar to the other members of the Sound Four, and his green eyes took in the Konoha shinobi carrying the barrel superiorly, as if he was above dealing with him. But there was one thing Mito noticed with increasing unease. The boy had two red circular clan markings on his forehead, denoting him a member of the Kagaya clan. Looking intently at the projectiles aimed at Choji, she noticed that they were bones, specifically digits of fingers. So they were facing a Shikatsu Nyaku user, a bone manipulator of the cursed clan of Kagaya clan of Mizu no Kuni. Mito could feel what little chakra she could manipulate in her body pulsing as she prepared to fight. Her body was getting ready to fight, she knew for certain that the young Akimichi of Naruto's class did not have a ghost of a chance against a Kagaya, especially one with a bloodline. The bloodthirsty nature of the clan was long documented, even her brother Shin, who was famous for his love of battle, had hesitated entering the Kagaya lands. That, combined with their bloodline, had given the Kagaya clan a demonic reputation, with the civilian population of Mizu considering them advocates of the Shinigami. And now she was to fight one. The lack of fluctuations in Naruto's chakra meant that his particular fight was over, but that gave no specification on Naruto's condition. She did not even know if she could safely leech any more chakra from him without endangering his life, however she could not allow Choji to face this monster without backup, especially when handicapped by the large barrel. It looked like Choji would be the first of Naruto's classmates to learn of her existence. Meanwhile, the white-haired Kagaya was talking to Choji. His voice was a monotone, as if he was utterly uninterested in what he was saying. Hand over Sasuke-sama, trash. I do not have time to kill you now. Choji tightened his grip on the barrel, and Mito saw the chakra flow in his arms become erratic. He was no doubt preparing for one of the multi-size techniques of his clan. You can go to hell. Call off your guard dogs and exit the land of fire, or be killed for trespass. The Kagaya's face twitched. Ah well. In that case, Konoha Genin, I am Kagaya Kimimaro, and I will be your executioner. Bones grew out of his palms, elbows, shoulders and knees in sharp lethal-looking spikes. Dance of the Willow. Kiba rolled to a stop at the base of the cliff he had taken a dive into, finally stopping his momentum to come to a stop near Akamaru, who had regained his feet before Kiba. Said dog was growling at something behind him, so with a groan he stood up, only to find the figure of the sound shinobi he had tackled slowly getting up. Oh man, guess it was too much to ask for you to die in the fall. Kiba asked rhetorically as the strange two-headed man finally got up, glaring at him. You are going to pay for that, Konoha trash. He spat out, before the head facing backward spoke. For once I agree, little brother. Trash like you should not attack their superiors, if you don't want to die. Kiba scoffed. I don't know what sort of freak you are, you bastard, but you are going down. Four legs technique. Beast human clone. Akamaru turned into a clone of Kiba, who had gained animalistic characteristics of his own after the four legs technique. Priming themselves, the two jumped at the opposing shinobi, spinning like a pair of drills. Gatsuga. The Gatsuga tore through the stationary Seiken, but as Kiba turned back, he found two people where one had been before, completely unharmed with a black pattern on their skin, covering opposite halves of their bodies. Cursed Seal Level 1. Activate. What the hell? The pair simply smirked as they approached each other, before they, to Kiba's surprise, merged at the hip, leaving one person standing with two torsos. A strange figure leapt above him, landing behind the spinning Kiba before extending his leg in a roundhouse kick. Multiple connected feet. Solid feet materialized from the extended foot, repeatedly battering Kiba from behind, making him crash into the ground. Using his partner as a cover, Akamaru in his beast-human clone state, spun above the falling Kiba into Seiken's face. Seiken crossed his hands over his chest confidently as Yukon completely disappeared into him, intoning multiple connected fists. From his crossed hands, fists appeared, growing off each other, as they battered the incoming Akamaru with repeated punches. Akamaru flew away from barrage of fists, his transformation dispelling as he hit the ground with a yelp. Seiken scoffed. Did trash like you really think you could take me, Seiken of the West Gate, on by yourself? The head hanging from his neck chortled. Aren't you forgetting someone, little brother? My name is Yukon Konoha Trash, and this is my brother Seiken. Remember the names, for they are the names of your killer. Kiba got up slowly, wiping a trail of blood from his mouth and smirking. Didn't the snake bastard tell you not to monologue in the middle of the fight? Now, Akamaru. Dynamic marking. The brothers settled into a defensive stance as Akamaru leapt up from behind Kiba, employing an elementary Tsuuga. However, instead of drilling towards them as Seiken expected, Akamaru instead made a wide overhead pass. A moment later, Seiken and Yukon were sprayed with a strong-smelling liquid, dousing them. Ugh, Seiken grimaced, did your dog just piss on me? Now I'm getting angry. I'm going to kill you. Kiba, who had used Seiken's momentary distraction to slip past them and beside Akamaru, spoke through a fit of giggles. Oh, I get it, you're pissed. Yukon growled at the pun, as Kiba sniggered, settling into a stance. Let's see you punch this. Human-beast combination transformation. Double-headed wolf. An enormous cloud of chakra smoke erupted around Kiba and Akamaru. Brother Yukon spoke warily, looking at the chakra cloud. Seiken nodded, and they went rigid. Cursed Seal Level 2. Activate. The smoke cleared, revealing a snarling, enormous twin-headed wolf standing where Kiba and Akamaru had been. Then one head snarled. Garoga. Seiken looked at Yukon in alarm as the giant wolf bore down on him. Then, in unison, they went through a series of hand seals. Summoning. Rashomon. With a cloud of chakra smoke, a sturdy gilded gate appeared between the transformed Inyazuka and their target. As they crouched behind the Rashomon gate, which was denting in the middle due to the force of the Garoga, they heard a strange hissing coming from around them. Looking around them in alarm, they saw 6 kunai surrounding them in a hexagon, each primed with an exploding tag. Then a female voice called out from behind them. Couldn't let you boys have all the fun now, could I? 6-pointed star. The world exploded around Seiken. You are the most troublesome girl I've ever fought with, Shikamaru noted with a moan, as he jumped back to avoid an enormous fist of a doki, which shattered the branch he was on. Ayaya cackled, playing on her flute. Really? What are you going to do about it, you fucking scrawny rat? Shikamaru didn't reply immediately, as he weaved between the doki to come between them and their mistress. But in a puppeteer like you, the human is the weak link. Kajime no Jutsu, complete. The tendril of shadow attached itself to Teiaya's feet, coming from the opposite direction of the Chunin in question. Teiaya could only stare in frustration as the Shikamaru in front of him dissolved into smoke, a simple bunshin. Then suddenly, Teiaya was no longer there, and he was holding off the sharpened edge of the flute with a kunai. Teiaya had a feral grin on her face. Did you really think you could fool a Genjutsu user with a bunshin, Konoha Trash? She taunted Shikamaru, using her superior physical strength to overpower him, the sharpened flute slowly digging into his neck. If a fucking scrawny rat like you is the fucking Chunin in your fucking group, it's no wonder the Uchiha left your pathetic village. Seeing as your village isn't fucking strong enough to keep the good ninja, maybe you could have simply let him go. Now your scrawny ass and all your fucking friends are going to die. Shikamaru suddenly pushed her flute away, ducking under it to swipe at her legs with a kunai, before tumbling backwards to avoid retaliation. Teiaya leapt up to avoid him, settling down on branch nearby, before starting to play her flute again. Shikamaru hid in the undergrowth nearby, his hand dabbing at his neck, which was slowly dripping blood from a shallow, jagged cut from the flute. He could hear Teiaya's doki stumbling around the clearing, clearly searching for him, as the haunting melody of the flute reverberated throughout the forest. Where are you, you fucking bastard? You think you can hide from me? Revolt of the Demon World. Strange chakra constructs emerged from the mouths of the doki, translucent worm-like creatures with a multitude of gaping mouths. They were sniffing the surroundings to the tune of the flute, bobbing and weaving as they tried to smell out their prey. Live it up, Konoha Trash, Teiaya's gloating voice came from the clearing. These spirits are made from spiritual energy. As long as your scrawny ass has any physical energy left, they're going to lead me right to you. Something strange was going on here, Chaoji thought as he continued to dodge the spinning bone wielder with surprising ease. He had thought it would have been tougher than this, what with the guy's appearance. But the man seemed to always a hair too slow or too fast to hit him, and Chaoji, as confident as he was about his own skills, knew that he would have been no match for his opponent if not for his seemingly random lapses in judgment. Not to mention that he was fighting while having to protect the barrel, whereas Kimimaro had no such restriction. However, he had seen flashes of what looked like stylized dragons around the bone wielder before he missed Chaoji in a strike. Kimimaro seemed to be more upset than anyone else in the vicinity. He kept muttering about Jinjutsu, though Chaoji could not see how that could be possible. After all, he was the only one fighting Kimimaro at all, and surely if there was a Konoha shinobi in the area they would help. However, Chaoji was not one to ponder in the middle of battle, that was more Shika's style. Instead, he pulled out his kunai chain. Multi-size technique. Spiked human bullet tank. Kimimaro turned instinctively towards the threat, but was too late to stop the giant mass of kunai and flesh from rolling over him. Instead he tucked and rolled into a ball, before 3 feet long spikes grew out of the vertebrae in his back. There was no time to change course. Chaoji would run into the man who rather resembled a porcupine at the moment, and he would run himself into the spikes. Then, suddenly, a ghostly woman in an aristocratic clan attire appeared before him, looking alarmed, even as a crimson-veined spike chakra chain wound around him, redirecting his momentum into a nearby tree. A rough feral voice called out from the treetops. "You alright, Chaoji, ghost lady? What the hell's going on here?" Chapter 7, The Molting of the Mayfly. My work is done now, look at him's never been more alive. His head it shakes, his fingers clutch. Watch his body rhythm, the gypsy, the acid queen. Pay before we start. I'm the gypsy, I'm guaranteed. To break your little heart. The acid queen, the who. Kiba had just made some headway with the giant summon gate when an enormous explosion ripped the gate apart. Blown back by the force and dazed, he was thankful that the gate was unsummoned following its destruction, or the debris might have torn him apart. He heard a whine and looked down to see Akamaru, having reverted back to his normal form from the blast, lapping at a narrow trail of blood running down his flank, courtesy of one of Yukin's earlier punches. Then he heard a sniggering female voice in front of him, which he was unable to identify due to the ringing in his ears and the acrid smoke in his nose. Akamaru whimpered again. It seemed he too had been affected by the noise of the explosion and the destruction of the gate. Kiba-san. Sorry about that, I guess. It's just I saw the perfect opportunity. Ah. Now he remembered where he had heard that particular voice. It was that bun-haired girl who had lost to that sand chick in the Chunin exam, now he just had to figure out why she was here. Kiba-san. I said I'm sorry, now stop napping and come with me to help the others. Right. He was with the others, and they were on a mission to retrieve Sasuke. Why would he go after the team? Instinctively clutching at his forehead, Kiba stumbled to an upright position, gently depositing Akamaru inside the shredded remains of what had once been his favorite hoodie. It was after this that his eyes focused on the impatient Kunoichi in front of him. Enten-san, isn't it? You were on the same team as that bastard Niji, what are you doing here? The Kunoichi frowned before leaning into his face and peering at him. Huh? Are you in shock or something? Maybe this will help with that. She gave him a prompt cuff on the back of the head, spinning him around and into the nearby stream. Kiba came to, sputtering, as he pulled his face out of the stream. Why would you do that? He asked indignantly, as the girl giggled hysterically. You were in shock, she replied unrepentantly. Now come on, Niji has probably gotten in over his head already. Kiba stuttered. But, oh, that. The guy we were fighting is probably in 1,000 pieces. I thought the stupid idiot would jump, I didn't even get a proper fight. Kiba looked at where she was pointing and barely managed not to vomit. What remained in the crater could not be identified as human or even something that was once alive. Burned, shredded and crushed, it smoked in the crater, emanating the most disgusting stench of burned flesh. Yeah, Kiba said weakly, turning away from the corpse. That guy's dead. Let's go. As they sprinted away to find a way back up the cliff, neither saw the grim face of Yukin peeking out from the back of Kiba's head. Niji skipped away from yet another golden projectile, almost lazily reaching out with a Juuken strike to sever the spider thread attached to it as he landed in a crouch. At the other end of the clearing, Kitamaro grinned. You're getting really interesting, trash, he said, grinning as his spider sticky gold to form a set of boomerang-like weapons for each of his 6 hands. Care to try closer? Niji charged forward as Kitamaro continued to send volley after volley of webbing at him. Each time the webbing close to snaring him, he would strike it with a precise Juuken strike, dissolving the thread. Batting away his webbing at every turn, Niji slowly advanced even as Kitamaro retreated into the forest, spewing webbing from his hands. Give it up, sound shinobi, Niji advised Kitamaro as he disentangled himself from yet another web. The two were within striking distance now. You're within the range of my divination. 2 palms. Niji crossed a distance between them in an instant, driving two Juiken strikes into Kitamura's shoulders. Even as Kitamura jerked back at the impact, Niji was continuing with the attack. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Niji stepped into Kitamura's face as he was flailing from the attack. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. Kitamura was launched away from the branch they were on by the force of the last attack, but suddenly flipped away to land in a crouch on a low-hanging branch. He was grinning. Niji frowned. Your willpower is commendable, Sound Shinobi, but you can't use chakra now. Give up and your life will be spared. Kitamura's mouth twisted into a mocking grin, even as Niji noticed a gold substance flake off from Kitamura's body. Guess your Byakugan isn't as all-seeing as you would like it to be, is it, Hyuga? He mocked, before gesturing to the flakes falling off him. This is my armor of sticky gold. It'll take more than you to put a scratch in my armor. Niji stared at Kitamura blankly. You do realize that you gave me a solid reason to use lethal force, don't you? Kitamura gave him a challenging grin. Go on, be my guest. I like it when prey struggle. Niji sighed, jumping down to re-engage his opponent. I swear, fate has a strange sense of humor. Why can't I get a normal opponent for once? Taoji, now out of his multi-size technique and sporting a rather generous gash on his shoulder, looked nervously between the 3 shinobi that were staring at each other across the center of the clearing where the barrel containing Sasuke stood. The Sound Shinobi, Kimimaro, stood at one end, sharp bone spikes sticking out of his arms, legs, shoulders and spine, with a strange black pattern spreading through his body, originating from the strange 3-line seal below his throat. His green eyes were flashing with irritation. At the other end was Naruto, only he looked a lot different even when compared to the red-haired version that had come to the mission. His orange jumpsuit was in tatters, the top barely hanging on to the frame. His canines looked large, his unique whisker markings wider, giving him a feral look. His eyes looked bloody, the sclera bloodshot and curious crimson veins traversing the irises. Blackish half-clotted blood matted his hair in clumps, running down his clothes and the remains of his clothes. A blue-black bruise was clearly visible on his exposed chest, and 3 golden chains with strange crimson veins within them were protruding from his lower back. Between them, nearest to the barrel, stood the woman that Naruto had called Ghost Lady. Choji could certainly see the reasoning. The woman looked like a colored glass figurine, the destroyed forest around them visible through her translucent body. Her hair, which seemed to be of a reddish shade, was pinned to her sides in 2 buns, somewhat reminiscent of Tenten's, only held up with multiple senbon. She was wearing a white kimono, and she had a pair of seal tags in place of earrings. Also, now that the fight had been halted for a moment, she looked completely calm, in contrast to Naruto and Kimimaro, who were flooding the surroundings with killing intent. For a moment, the 3 stared at each other. Then Kimimaro scoffed. You Konoha shinobi are all very eager to die, more's the pity that I don't have the time. And you, woman. You were the one who kept trying to put me in a genjutsu, weren't you? Mito snarled, at odds with her expressionless face. I'm Mito of the Uzumaki clan, Kagaya. She spat at the Sound Shinobi, ignoring Choji's gasp. You don't need to tell us about your killing tendencies, we Uzumaki have faced it often enough. I would have thought that your clan would have done this world a favor and gone extinct by now, but of course that's too much to ask from your kind, isn't it, barbarian? Kimimaro stared at her blankly. I have no idea what you're talking about, woman. Now hand me over the barrel containing Sasuke-sama, so I can be on my way. Naruto took a stumbling step forward, gritting his teeth. Now see here, Sound Trash. If you think we'll just allow a shinobi to defect to your bastard master, Kimimaro growled, you're very much mistaken. Die. With a scream, Naruto swung his arm wildly, his chains arsing behind him in unison to crash into the place where Kimimaro was, even as Mito vanished into thin air again with a whisper of rapping oriental dragons. Suddenly, through the dust cloud caused by the chains colliding with the ground, a bone spear broke through. It was followed by Kimimaro, who had what looked like his own ribs jutting out of his body in a protective cocoon. You are an interesting opponent. May I know your name, Konohinin? Naruto paused in his charge, before a bloodthirsty grin crossed his face. Uzumaki Naruto. And yours. Kagaya Kimimaro. Now prepare to die for opposing Orochimaru-sama. Dance of the Larch. Your master's ambition is as useless as his hands have become. Prepare to die, Kagaya, for treading on lands protected by the Sandaime sacrifice. Kage Bunshin. With a series of pops close to 100 clones of Naruto appeared, however all but the original lacked the chains waving behind him. Then the clones paired up, cupping their hands over the other for a moment, before the forest was lit up with a blue glow of pure chakra, even as Kimimaro attacked the nearest clones in a pirouetting maneuver, cutting a swath of destruction through the multitude of clones. Rasengan. Kimimaro disappeared under the assault of the remaining clones, his bone spears cracking under the assault of the Rasengan, before Kimimaro's chakra pulsed with a yell. First seal level 2. Activate. But the spin, all the clones surrounding Kimimro were shaken off, revealing Kimimro with a darkened skin and a dinosaur-like tail. Then with the slightest shimmer of a serpentine silhouette, Mito attacked from behind him as Naruto's chains disappeared, only for Kimimro to somersault over the approaching dragon into a group of Rasengan-wielding clones, which were abruptly dispelled by the bone spears as he spun in place, the needle-sharp bones digging into the clones and obscuring him in a cloud of chakra smoke. Synchronizing with a clone for a moment, Naruto created a Rasengan in his left hand as he materialized one chakra chain through his right arm, giving him a knife edge and several chakra edges throughout his arm. With a yell, he dived into the smoke after Kimimro, who parried it with the bone emerging from above his palm, his other hand gripping Naruto's above the wrist, stopping the Rasengan from approaching him. With an ominous crack, the bone started to give way as both Naruto and Kimimro tried to overpower each other. "Ha, looks like your bones can break after all, what do you know?" Jumping back at the exact moment that the bone dagger broke, Kimimro reached for his shoulder as Naruto's Rasengan-wielding hand hit the ground with a deafening crunch. Kimimro slowly pulled out a bone sword from his upper arm, molding it into a short bone sword before settling into a sword stance. Dance of the Camellia. Within a moment, he was within Naruto's guard, rattling him with repeated puncture wounds, before one of his flailing chakra chains caught Kimimro across the stomach, tossing him away. Naruto fell onto his knees, red chakra bubbling around his wounds for a moment as they hissed and steamed. Then, struggling to his feet, he walked towards Kimimro, who had also gotten onto his feet, ignoring the blood as it flowed from the gash Naruto's chain had inflicted. Mito stood immobile in the clearing above Chaoji, who seemed paralyzed by the raw killing intent filling the area, ready to interfere should it be necessary, but she was wary of chakra use so soon after Naruto had suffered an injury, particularly in the wake of clear use of the Kyuubi chakra, showing it to be just below the surface. Besides, in this position, she could easily stop any interference should Chaoji try to interfere, which would simply get both him and Naruto killed. This was way above the abilities of Chaoji. Meanwhile, Kimimro gave Naruto an assessing glance. "I thank you, Uzumaki-san, this has been a most invigorating battle. However, Orochimaru-sama's business is urgent and my life is dedicated to his duty. I will kill you now." Giving Naruto a fanged grin, to which Naruto responded by sprouting 3 other chains in addition to the one through his arm, Kimimro reached behind his shoulders. Dance of the Clematis. Vine. Shikamaru barely had the time to move before one of the strange worm-like creatures ghosted into his hiding place. Still, as he jumped away the technique had grazed his arm. Immediately, a bone-aching exhaustion swept through him as he stumbled on the landing and rolled onto the ground. Mocking laughter met his ears as he struggled to get up. "There you are, shithead. For a moment I thought you had scurried away, like the rat you are." Shikamaru grimaced. "That would be too troublesome to explain, troublesome woman," he grumbled, "make no mistake, I'm not here because I want to fight you." Shikamaru's hands twitched, unobtrusively forming a seal. However, as soon as his shadow started to extend, one of Teia's Doki charged at him, forcing him to leap back. "One-trick pony," Teiya scoffed, "did you really think I wouldn't notice you forming seals?" Then another of the physical energy leeches lunged at him, but this time, instead of Shikamaru jumping away, he simply stood in position, letting the strange leech pierce his body. Then, around the leech, his body began to blacken and bubble. Then a voice came from behind Teiya. "Kajime no Jutsu. Complete." Suddenly, Teiya couldn't move, immobilized by the Nara clan jutsu. Then, without her volition, her body started to move until she was brought before an utterly relaxed Shikamaru leaning lazily on a nearby tree, looking at her with a smirk. "You know, you were correct when you said I couldn't fool a Genjutsu user with a Bunshin, and you were correct. However, a Nara can fool you with a Kiroi Bunshin. Look." Her head unwittingly moved to look at the place where the now still Doki had pierced a Bunshin, which now contained just her Doki and its spirit leech, both covered in a strange black cloak. "Shadows," Shikamaru explained somewhat unnecessarily, "they are solid enough to not be considered an illusion, yet they cannot contain any physical energy. So when your strange jutsu pinpointed my location, I just waited for it to commit to an attack it couldn't abort, and then substituted with a Kiroi Bunshin I had placed there previously. When your attack tried to absorb non-existent physical energy, well, as they were watching, the captured Doki began to creak, the black shadows seeping into its structure, creating crevices and cracks as it seemed to melt into it. Then, with a keening wail, the Doki and its worm-like protrusion began to disintegrate." Watching Teia's face twist in fury, Shikamaru smirked. "As you can see, Nara clan jutsu use shadows, which do not play well with other types of energy. Sorry about that." He drawled, seemingly enjoying Teia's anger. Just then, Shikamaru ducked to dodge a wild swing by one of the other Doki, forcing Teiya to do the same. This time though, Teiya was the one grinning when they were upright again. "So, shithead, what's your fucking idea to stop that? I'm the only one who can stop them, but as it is, you've fucking tied me up." Slowly Shikamaru brought his hands to his mouth, forcing Teiya to do the same with her flute. I saw you playing, and I can guess the melody. With that, Shikamaru began to mime the notes he wanted to play, but unlike before, Taiya was actively opposing him, making the melody choppy and unclear as Taiya fought Shikamaru for control. Beads of sweat were rolling off Shikamaru's face due to the exertion, but he held on doggedly, refusing to release Taiya from his technique. Damn it. If this goes on, I'll have to use that technique to finish the battle, and on top of it, I'm running out of chakra. Troublesome. The Doki continued to stumble around, swinging wildly and showering both combatants with wood chips. Struggling, Taiya spoke. You've got a good head on your shoulders, shithead. But you're simply too weak for this level. Curse Seal Level 2. Activate. Shikamaru barely managed to sever his connection to Taiya and leap back as ominous chakra blanketed the area, originating from Taiya. Her body was bubbling, changing considerably, with her hair becoming longer and lighter, her skin darker, along with a protrusion of horns emerging from her head. Jumping back, Shikamaru latched his shadows to those of the two remaining Doki, hoping to use them to against Taiya while he figured out his next move. Taiya just stared at him blankly. Seriously? Do you think I'm a fucking idiot like you? Release. With a puff of chakra smoke, both remaining Doki were unsummoned, leaving Shikamaru and Taiya facing each other on the opposite sides of the clearing, Shikamaru staring at Taiya, expressionless, while Taiya gave him a bloodthirsty leer. Well. It's just you and me now, shithead. Now how should I kill you? Kiba and Tenten were sprinting, stumbling in Kiba's case, across the riverbank, while looking for a place to climb the cliff separating them from their comrades. Normally they would have simply tree-walked their way up the cliff, but Kiba was adamant that they not attempt it with his and Akamaru's condition. The mood between the two was tense. Kiba was still cross at Tenten for using exploding tags without warning him, while Tenten maintained that warning him would have made the whole attack useless, and that Kiba was just jealous that he had not had the kill. Of course, when she made the mistake of saying her opinion out loud, it started Kiba off on a tirade. Jealous? Because of your stupid explosion fetish, Akamaru got hurt, and I almost died. Why did you butt in anyway? I had the fight under control. Yeah right, the great Kiba was pulverizing the poor sound fools. Tenten said sarcastically. Face it, dog boy, you were being led around by your oversensitive nose. Kiba growled at the insult. What the hell's your problem anyway? You could have gone and bugged someone else, like that Niji bastard. I don't need a bloody Kunoichi to babysit me. Tenten's eyes narrowed as she abruptly turned towards him. You better rephrase that, dog boy. She said between gritted teeth as one of her eyebrows twitched in irritation, or do you have anything against Kunoichi? Startled at her vehemence, Kiba stammered incoherently. Tenten snorted, turning away. Thought so, you chauvinist pig. Suddenly, her instincts, honed by Guy Sensei's habit of randomly attacking his team, flared. Acting subconsciously, she twirled, unsealing a large wooden shield to cover her. With a slink of wood against metal, a kunai stabbed itself to the hilt and through the hardened wood of the shield, missing her side by inches and leaving a gouge in the ground behind her. Tracing its trajectory, Tenten saw that it had been thrown by Kiba, and judging by her previous position, it had been aimed for her kidneys. With the force in the throw and the angle, it would have caught her side and lacerated both of her kidneys before exiting her body, causing an excruciating and slow death. It was one of the most advanced and disturbing places to target during a fight, and it could not be easily done. Konoha Academy trained students to go for the easier, more obvious choices like the heart or throat. Unbelievingly staring at Kiba, who seemed to have gone into shock, she settled into a defensive stance. Did you just try to kill me? The thought itself was ludicrous. Konoha shinobi were taught teamwork and loyalty from their very cradles, and betrayal and desertion was considered to be so abhorrent that even thinking about it was considered taboo, and the punishment for trying to kill a teammate was so horrific that deserting Konoha and having the hunter nins after you was considered to be better. In fact, the stakes were so high that only socially isolated shinobi with turbulent pasts had ever deserted Konoha, which meant that of the 12 rookie genin that had participated in the last Chunin exams, only Sasuke, Naruto and Neji had ever fallen into the risk category. Kiba, who came from the renowned Inyazuka clan, had no possible reason to defect, and though they generally had hot tempers according to Guy Sensei, Kiba couldn't have expected to get away with it. Unless, of course, he wanted to kill her and make it look like the sound shinobi had killed her. But surely he wouldn't try to kill her just because of an argument. At least she hoped so. Trepidation growing, she cautiously brought out a pair of nunchucks as she approached Kiba. Then suddenly Kiba seemingly sprinted at her, while simultaneously trying to hold himself back, resulting in him tripping over himself and falling on his face. As Akamaru yelped and leapt clear of Kiba's falling body, Tenten crept forward cautiously towards the figure on the ground, which was writhing in apparent agony. By now she knew there was something very wrong with Kiba. Kiba-san. Then suddenly Kiba was looking at her with mismatched eyes, with the right side of his hair turning white and growing longer, and the skin slowly coloring brown. Struggling to speak, Kiba whispered, "Run." I can't control body. Akamaru whimpered, seemingly afraid to approach his partner. Tenten took a cautious step back, trying to understand what was happening. Then, Kiba's face fell slack as he lunged at Tenten with a kunai. Looking into the forests of the north from her seat in the Hokage Tower, Tsunade felt a shiver of premonition. Below her, the village was a beehive of activity, and her Anbu had reported that the story of the Uchiha's desertion was the hottest news in the gossip circles. She knew where the information had leaked from. The Kunoichi in the newest generation seemed unable to grasp the meaning of discretion. Tsunade had half a mind to place the lot of them in punishment detail for this particular blunder, but she supposed the results of their actions would be punishment enough. If Sasuke had been retrieved without the story spreading far and wide, there had been a chance that the Uchiha would have been able to get away scot-free. However, seeing as the whole of Konoha knew by now that the last loyal Uchiha had deserted the village for their most hated enemy of the moment, Sasuke would face forced genetic donation, followed by forced seppuku, at best. A mirthless smile graced Tsunade's lips at the thought. In a way, his fangirls had signed the Uchiha's death warrant. But she had no time, nor inclination, to worry about the non-existent future of an Uchiha. She was instead worrying over her favorite genin, one Uzumaki Naruto, who had gone on the mission to retrieve the said Uchiha. The conversation she had had with her grandmother prior to their leaving for the mission still echoed in her mind, filling her with anxiety. Flashback. You know, this is a dangerous game you are playing, Tsutsu. Tsunade, who had been trying to burrow her head into the wooden desk, jerked up at the sound. Looking up from the cozy nest she had made with her arms, she resisted the urge to groan when all of her Anbu detail were out cold on the floor, again. My games aside, that is really not good for them, grandmother, Tsunade stated dryly, looking at her snoring guards with an expression halfway between exasperation and amusement. Though she supposed it was a welcome change after all the headaches that blasted Uchiha had caused her, it was too early to deal with anything other than a hangover cure, damn it. If they get caught in a genjutsu that only traps an unsuspecting mind while they are on guard detail, they deserve any neck cramps they get, you know. Mito's response was just as dry as her granddaughter's. Plus I don't see you doing much better, you know. You didn't even notice me enter and I knocked out all your guards without you even noticing. Sniffing a bit, her lips narrowed. And you've been drinking again, haven't you? Tsunade groaned, dropping her head back into her arms. Give me a break, grandmother. I've got a killer headache, the council's breathing down my neck, those two old fossils won't stop pestering me, and that spoiled brat of an Uchiha had to choose now of all times to run off to Snake Face. Do you know how much meetings this is going to cause? And paperwork. I swear I'll kill the brat myself. Dead in line, Mito scoffed, sounding uncharacteristically bitter. If Naruto-kun doesn't stain his hands with the traitor's blood, I might kill the bastard myself, and I will make him suffer. Tsunade looked at her, shocked. Grandmother? You don't even know that little self-obsessed headcase. Mito snorted. I saw him once, I don't believe I ever want to repeat that experience. That boy is a collection of his clan's worst attributes, you know. She sighed. Though I have to say, Tsutsu, your summons came at the worst possible, not to mention downright dangerous moment in our training. Oh? Tsunade asked, quirking an eyebrow. Why is that? He should be able to function with his old skills during any battles, and I need the safety net that Naruto and you will provide for the mission. She asked, before continuing to grumble. It's not like I have any Jounin or Chunin to spare, what with the bloody border patrols, and that gnome of it Tsuchikage probing our lines. Mito snorted. Focus, Tsutsu. Now as for your earlier question, the reason is that Naruto's body is still adapting to its changes, not to mention the changes to the seal. What changes to the seal? Tsunade interjected, alarmed. Mito groaned. Come on, Tsutsu. I've told you about the effects of the Uzumaki bloodlines, especially of the spiked chains. And you should know anyway, you were friends with the user. What do you mean, grandmother? Kushina only told me she could suppress chakra with it. Mito smirked triumphantly. But did she ever tell you why? Tsunade looked at her, puzzled. What do you mean? Normal spike chains don't suppress chakra, it was unique to Kushina, and for a simple reason. That particular expression has a rather strange ability seal transference. Tsunade looked at her warily. And what does that do? Mito sighed. It channels the abilities of any seal that is linked to the user's very self. Since Kushina's Jinchuriki seal, which I designed, was in itself a chakra suppression seal, her chains gained the ability to suppress chakra themselves. Seeing as Naruto has not yet gained full control over his powers, and the fact that the isolation seal I put on top of his Jinchuriki seal wouldn't have a ghost of a chance if he got angry, do you see the problem? Tsunade looked at her, troubled. You think that the chains could become a conduit for the Kyuubi to come out? Mito ran her hand over her face tiredly. If only that. No, Tsutsu, if Naruto is pushed hard enough at this time, he would channel the essence of the seal. And with what Kushina's husband used to bind the seal, Tsunade reared back in horror. You don't mean the Shinigami. Then flashback, Tsunade was pulled out of her reverie by the sound of hurried footsteps before a messenger burst into her office, panting. Apologies, Tsunade-sama. Urgent message from the lookouts in the north gate. Tsunade could already feel the headache coming on. What is it? There's a report of a strange jutsu being used in our northern forest, something about crimson chakra chains. Tsunade turned around, her chair crashing into the ground. What did you say the color was? CC Crimson, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade gritted her teeth. That's it. She declared, ignoring the messenger's wince tone. I've had enough of this. Turning to face the frightened messenger, she ordered, inform the council that the village is in lockdown. Send for the Hokage guard and send Kakashi a message that he's got exactly 5 minutes to get here if he doesn't want to be in punishment detail for the rest of his life. Emergency mission, possible S rank. Go. As the messenger scurried away, Tsunade searched her desk for her combat attire. Now if Snakeface were there, then it'll be a party, she thought wryly as she strapped her equipment pouch on, before staring out of her window at the northern forest. Squinting, she could just make out something that looked like a tentacle poking through the wooded expanse. So that was where Naruto was. At least he was alive. Whatever happens, brat, don't die out there. Kamimro's bone whip slashed into a rolling figure, which went up in smoke, as two thick chain-like chakra constructs barreled into him from the other side of the clearing. Wincing slightly at their speed, he held his dance of the clematis. Flower-encrusted hand as an impromptu shield. The two chains slammed into the curling bone lance, sending bone chips flying as Kamimro skidded back from the force of the impact. Even as he used his dinosaur-like tail to steady himself, Kamimro pushed back at the chains with his bone-covered arm, even as his other hand swung his bone whip at the source of the chains. The ligaments between the vertebrae stretching grotesquely as they tried to wrap around the figure, only to meet a barrier in the form of an increasing cage of chakra chains surrounding him. You are now starting to annoy me, Konoha Shinobi. Kamimro's monotonous voice floated around the clearing. In the other end of it, Chaoji, still nursing his wounds, winced at the threat in the voice, while Mito, in the very center of the rather large patch of wood devastated by the fight, bristled, looking up from her intent examination of the barrel containing Sasuke. The fight between Kamimro and Naruto was fierce, with them equal in their speed and agility, with Naruto's multiple chains countered by Kamimro's dance of the clematis techniques. Both of them were panting as they dodged each other's attacks, cuts littering their bodies from near misses. Then, suddenly, in the middle of yet another deadlock, Kamimro suddenly stiffened before his techniques faltered as he spat out blood. Immediately capitalizing on the opening, two chains immediately tore into Kamimro, one piercing his upper thigh and spearing his tail, as the other dug into the whip-wielding hand. Hurriedly jumping away while absent-mindedly forming bone plates above his cuts to slow his bleeding, Kamimro's lip set into a thin line. I will not die before I fulfill Orochimaru-sama's purpose, he declared, looking mutinously at the panting Uzumaki before him. Naruto smirked, flashing Kamimro a bloody grin. Then you'll probably have to try being immortal, Kagaya. Kamimro gritted his teeth as he prepared to fight, a sense of futility seeping into him. Even if he defeated this monstrosity, he would still have to fight the disappearing woman and the fat boy. On top of that, his curse seal was enhancing his disease to the point of no return. He would be lucky to survive long enough to report to Orochimaru-sama. Trying to fight through the pain, he stumbled, suddenly feeling dizzy as his knees hit the ground. His mind was getting fuzzy, and his sense of vertigo was increasing, even as he instinctively blocked Naruto's attempts to land a hit on him. Blood was filling his mouth, and he could feel rivulets of blood flowing down his wounded arm through the plates of bone, and his sense of balance was worsening. Then, with an ominous crack, wood splints showered the clearing as the barrel containing Sasuke burst open. Mito, closest to the explosion, barely managed to cross her arms over her face before the explosion tore into her, throwing her into a nearby tree. Immediately afterwards, Naruto felt an immense drain on his chakra as Mito's seal automatically diverted some of his chakra to healing her chakra shell. Letting out an involuntary groan, Naruto sank to his knees in exhaustion, even as the chakra smoke obscuring the remains of the barrel dissipated, showing a monstrous figure standing on the remains of the barrel. Two leathery, hand-like protrusions emerged from the shoulder blades of the creature, and glaring crimson eyes stared at the prone figures of the fighters through long locks of gray hair. Crimson eyes, with spinning black tomo in them, that widened as they took in the destruction of the clearing. Then the color bled out of the figure, starting from his extremities and reaching towards his shoulder. The creature grew smaller, the leathery hand-like wings disappeared, and then the last remnants of the transformation, black tribal marking, drew back leaving a pale Sasuke standing in the middle of the clearing. What if Naruto quits Team 7 after Wave Sasuke bashing? And thanks for watching my video till the end. If you enjoy this content, then do consider subscribing to my channel.
Oh man, kind of sucked. I mean, it was good, but they don't have any other any other story to that one. Sorry about that. Looking for another story.
Hello guys, how are you all? Welcome back to my channel. So, today we are gonna see what as they started towards Ichiraku's ramen. A little while later out and didn't notice you. Naruto said as he reached out his hand to help her up. What are you dressed up for? Got a date or something? Naruto chuckled. No, I don't have a date, you idiot. I just got done helping mom and dad at the flower shop and decided to get something to eat. And since I didn't know where I would end up, I wanted to look my best, explained Ino as she finished dusting herself off. Well, I was headed to get ramen before heading home. You want to come? Asked Naruto. Is that all you ever eat? Replied Ino. No, not all the time. I have been training a lot with Ebisu-sensei the last 3 weeks for the finals, and I haven't had much time for ramen, or anything else. So how about it, you want to come with me and we can catch up on what has happened in the last few weeks? Asked Naruto. Sure. It will be nice to sit and talk with a friend, said Ino as they started towards Ichiraku's ramen. A little while later they were sitting in the restaurant enjoying their ramen. They had sat there eating in silence for about 10 minutes, not knowing what to talk about. It was Naruto who finally broke the silence. So how are things going back at the flower shop? Naruto asked her, trying to get a conversation going between the two of them. It has been pretty slow and boring the last few weeks. Not to mention extremely quiet without your loud mouth being gone. So what you're saying is that you missed me all this time? Replied Naruto with his signature grin. No, what I said is that it has been quiet. I never said if it was a good or bad thing. Ino said. I feel bad leaving all the work to you and her mom. I just have been training a lot, and I am just glad they let me take this time off to train. I was talking to mom yesterday, and she said not to worry about it. That it was the least they could do since you saved me from the bullies years ago. This was their way of saying thanks. Replied Ino. Flashback. Naruto was on his way home. It was late evening and he was tired from running away from the mob that tried to beat him every day. He was walking back to the park when he heard a girl scream. Naruto rushed toward the direction he heard the scream to find a young blonde girl no older than him, maybe 5 or 6 years old. She was surrounded by 3 older boys, maybe 10 or 11, and they were throwing things at her and kicking her, all while laughing about it. Naruto knew he had to do something in order to help the young girl. He rushed at the boy in the middle from behind and knocked him to the ground.
Of course.
He picked himself up, fuming with anger as he looked for who knocked him down. The 3 boys' eyes widened in horror as they saw who it was. Unbeknown to Naruto, his eyes were now slitted and a very deep shade of red. The boys were frozen with fear as Naruto made his way toward them. Stay away from us, you demon brat, yelled one of the boys. Get out of here and don't ever come near this girl again. Naruto replied as he kept moving closer. You don't tell us what to do, you piece of garbage, another boy called out. Naruto was inches from the boy he had previously knocked down. Before the boy knew what was going on, Naruto had him by the throat, lifting him a few inches off the ground. The boy's eyes were as big as dinner plates. I said to get lost and never bother her again, Naruto said as he threw the boy a few feet to the side. The boys picked up their friend and took off at a very fast pace. Naruto walked over to the young girl and knelt beside her. He looked her over to see if she was bleeding. She looked fine except for a few bruises and a scarf across her arm from trying to protect herself. I'm Naruto. Are you okay? He asked as he looked over at her. Yes, I'm okay thanks to you. My name is Ino. How far away do you live? Naruto asked her. Just down that street, about half a mile. Why do you ask? Naruto reached down and picked her up bridal style with one arm around her waist and the other under her legs. You don't need to be walking home alone, so let me take you, okay? He told her as he took off up the street. A few minutes later, Ino pointed out which house was hers. Not letting her down, he walked up to the door and knocked. Ino's mom answered the door, and her eyes went wide. She snatched Ino from Naruto's arms and started yelling for her husband, Inoichi. Inoichi and his wife both knew of Naruto, and the demon he had sealed in him. They had never had any problems out of him, but seeing him with their daughter in the state she was in, they went into protective mode. They started to chase him away, but Ino jumped out of her mother's arms and stood in front of Naruto with her arms spread wide. "You can't hurt him or chase him away," shouted Ino at her parents. "He hurt you. We can and will chase him away," responded her mother. "He didn't hurt me, he saved me," Ino said with tears in her eyes as she turned and wrapped her arms around Naruto. "What do you mean he saved you?" asked Inoichi. "I was being chased by some bullies and they cornered me and were kicking me and throwing things at me. I started screaming and Naruto came and saved me. So you can't chase him away," Ino replied through sobs. "Okay, Ino. We are sorry, we were just worried is all. Do you need a place to stay for the night, Naruto?" asked Inoichi. "No, sir. I have a place to stay, thank you though," responded Naruto. "Well, you saved our daughter, so you are always welcome here. Say goodnight, Ino." "Goodnight, Naruto," Ino said as she gave him a small kiss on the cheek before running inside. "Goodnight, Ino," Naruto said as he placed his hand on the spot he had just been kissed as he headed home. End flashback. "Naruto, you okay?" asked Ino. "Yeah, I'm okay. Just thinking about the day I first met you," he replied as he placed his hand on his cheek. Ino knew then what he was thinking about and blushed a little. They had been best friends since that day and they were hanging out with each other every chance they got. Deciding to change the subject, she asked him how his training was going. He placed the money for their meal on the table as he offered her his arm, which she took. "It is going pretty well. I just need a little more training on my wind nature, and I will be ready." "Wait, you have a wind affinity?" asked Ino. "Yeah, but I don't know anyone else who does, and that is why my training isn't complete yet," replied Naruto with a sad look on his face. "Well, I know someone who has a wind affinity as well." "Really, who?" "It will help if I can get them to train me," replied a now upbeat Naruto. "Meet me at the training ground 10 in the morning and 9 o'clock. Then you will see who I am talking about," she replied with a devilish grin because she knew that it was killing Naruto as usual. They walked up to the front door and stood there talking for a few minutes. On the other side of the door, watching through the window and smiling, was Ino's parents. "Well, I'd better get going. I will see you in the morning, Ino," he told her. "Alright, good night, Naruto." Naruto took a step forward and gave her a kiss on the cheek which caused her to blush about 10 different shades of red in less than a second. "Good night, Ino," and with that he shined away. Ino walked in the house and went straight to her room, not noticing her smiling parents. "Do you think something is going on with those two?" asked Seiko Yamanaka, Ino's mother. "No, not yet anyways. But I think Ino is starting to get feelings for a certain blonde knucklehead," laughed Inoichi. "What about Kyubi?" "Naruto could hurt her and not even realize what he did," responded a worried Seiko. "If I know Naruto, he won't let anything happen to his friends. And if Ino ends up becoming more than his friend down the road, that would go double for her." "It's late, let's head to bed," responded Inoichi. Ino lay in bed with her face still blood red from the kiss on her cheek. "Good night, Naruto," she thought as she drifted off to sleep. Naruto hadn't slept much that night, thinking about why he gave Ino that kiss or who she had in mind to help him with his wind training. He had grabbed breakfast at Ichiraka's and then headed to training ground 10. He was very curious as to who it could be since he didn't know anyone else with a wind affinity. He was jumping from tree to tree heading towards the training grounds when he ran into Shikamaru and Choji. "Hey guys. What's up?" Naruto asked as he caught up with his two friends. "What are you doing out this way, Naruto?" Choji asked in between bites of chips. "Ino told me to meet her at training ground 10 this morning because she knows someone who could help me with my training." "Well, that's our team's training ground, so why don't you just stick with us?" Choji asked. "Sure, sounds like a plan," Naruto replied in an excited voice. "Man, this is such a drag. Why are blinds so loud?" Shikamaru thought to himself as they continued on their way. A little while later, they made it to the training grounds to see Ino standing with Asuma-sensei. They landed at the edge of the clearing as Naruto broke off in a run, eager to meet this mystery person. "So where is this person who can help with my training, Ino?" Naruto asked in a hyper-excited tone. He's right behind me, Ino replied as she pointed over her shoulder to Asuma. Wait, you have a wind affinity as well, Asuma-sensei? Asked the surprised Naruto. Yep, and Ino tells me that you need help with your training. How can I be of help? Asked Asuma as he took a puff from his cigar. Well, I can already slice a leaf with the wind chakra, and I was just wondering if there were any further steps you can teach me? Naruto asked Asuma to bow. Asuma thought to himself before pulling out 2 of his trench knives and handed them to Naruto. Do you know what those are? Aren't they just kunai? Asked the dumbfounded Naruto, looking over both knives. Ino facepalmed and a tick formed on her head. Don't you know anything about Naruto? Those are trench knives, also known as chakra blades, Ino said, trying her hardest not to be angry with the blonde knucklehead. What are chakra blades? Naruto asked. Asuma took one of the blades and started pumping chakra into it. The knife began to glow a light blue as Naruto watched with his eyes growing large. Chakra blades let you infuse your own chakra into the blade to add to the damage. Asuma walked over to a boulder and raised the blade above it. He then proceeded to bring the blade down in a swift motion. He then turned to Naruto as the boulder split in half. Whoa, that is amazing, Asuma-sensei. Naruto was completely surprised at the strength of the chakra-infused blade. I will make a deal with you. Since I can't really help your chakra control or training very much, if you can master infusing your chakra into those blades within 3 hours, you can have them. Don't worry, I have a few more sets at home. Asuma said, getting a grin from Naruto that could rival Lee or Guy. Alright, I can do it, Naruto said, taking the knife back from Asuma. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto exclaimed as 20 more Narutos appeared, each with their own set of blades. What's with the clones? Asked Ino. They are helping me train. With shadow clones, when I dispel them, all the knowledge that the clone received is given back to the caster. So with having clones to help train, I am doing a lot more work in less time, explained Naruto as he went off to train. That is one gifted kid, stated Asuma. He sure is, sighed Ino with a slight blush that didn't go unnoticed by her sensei. Almost 3 hours later, Naruto was lying in the shade of a tree with the chakra blades in his hand. He had been able to infuse his chakra into the blades, and so Asuma kept good on his word. Naruto was tired from his training and didn't notice Ino as she sat down against the tree next to him. So you were able to do it, huh? Ino chuckled as Naruto jumped, realizing she was there. God, Ino, why don't you give me a heart attack next time? And yeah, I was able to do it, replied Naruto as he sat down next to her with his heartbeat going back to normal. So Naruto, I was wondering if I could ask you a question, if you don't mind? Ino asked a bit sheepishly. Sure, what is it? Replied Naruto, noticing the light change in color of Ino's cheek. Last night when you walked me home, why did you kiss my cheek? She asked, looking into his deep blue eyes. Well, thinking about how you kissed me those years back, I thought that since I never showed any thanks or something that was the best way to do it. Responded to Naruto, rubbing the back of his head. While he was explaining, he failed to notice Ino move closer till her hand brushed his. Noticing how close she was made him blush, and he stood up quickly saying, I got to go work on some more training. I will see you later, Ino. And with that he was gone, leaving a slightly irritated Kunoichi. Naruto was at the hot springs working on his water walking jutsu after the incident with Ino. He was standing there on the water when he heard some laughing. He made his way to the source of the sound to find an older man with waist-length white hair, green shirt, and pants covered by a red vest. Naruto knew what the old man was up to and didn't like it. Why don't you stop peeping, you old? Naruto yelled, causing the women on the other side of the wall to run from Jiraiya. Thanks a lot, kid, you just ruined my research, replied Jiraiya as he turned around. When Jiraiya saw Naruto, he was shocked. He looked just like the kid's father, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. Minato had been one of Jiraiya's best students. He had also been his one and only son. He looks just like you, my boy. Although I don't think he is ready to find out just yet. Jiraiya thought to himself. I don't care if your research is ruined or not, you don't go peeking around here, Naruto said with anger in his voice. What if I make it up to you, kid? You look like a strong ninja, So how about I teach you a summoning jutsu? Naruto's eyes lit up upon hearing this and decided to let him off the hook this time. Naruto nodded his head in agreement. It had been almost a week since Naruto started training with the pervy sage. He now had a contract with the toads and could summon them when needed. He had been avoiding Ino since that awkward moment they shared. But now there was no getting around. Seiko knew he had the day off from training since it was the day before the finals, so she asked him to work since he had been off for a month now. He made it to the Yamanaka flower shop and hoped Ino had the day off. As he walked in, he knew he was in for a long day as he saw Ino sitting behind the counter mixing things in a bowl. He decided to mend things with his best friend and get things back to normal. "Hey Ino," was all Naruto could say as he sat down next to her watching her work. "Hey Naruto," she replied, not bothering to look up from what she was doing. "Haven't seen you around in a while. Sorry. I've been training with Jiraiya-sensei. Can I tell you something about Ino?" Naruto asked. "Sure, what is it? I'm sorry about what happened. I didn't realize how close we were and then I just ran off. I hope I didn't make you feel uncomfortable." Naruto replied with a sheepish grin. "It's fine really. I didn't notice the closeness either and I am just as much at fault. So really it's okay." Ino replied, going back to her mixings. "What are you working on?" "I thought of using some of the flowers around the shop as weapons," she said with a smile. Naruto couldn't help but notice her smile, and how cute she looked when she smiled. As she got up to gather more flowers, his eyes looked her up and down, taking in every inch of her figure, from her slender legs, up to her stomach which was opened by the gap in her ninja outfit to her arms up to her heavenly face. He shook his head trying to clear it of the thoughts he was having. Why? Why am I having these thoughts about Ino, and why am I looking at her this way? I will have to talk to someone who knows what is going on. He was snapped out of his thoughts when Ino hit him on the arm. "Are you listening to Naruto?" Ino asked, a little annoyed. "Sorry, Ino. I zoned out for a minute." "What
I'm
were
gonna
you saying?"
lose this.
Naruto responded by never making eye contact. "I said I am planning on using toxic flowers as a weapon. I never really thought about it before, but I want to try and see if it works," Ino said with a smile on her face. "So what have you come up with so far?" Naruto asked. "Well, so far I have come up with paper bombs, poison lace saban and kunai, and even poison smoke bombs. Some cause paralysis like the moonseed plant, while others can cause poison like the wolfsbane or larkspur flower, while others cause hallucinations like the angel's trumpet. Some plants are even used for healing,"
Oh, sure.
she explained. The time flew by while the two young ninjas spent their time either helping customers or mixing together flowers and plants. Naruto realized how later it was and decided that he should head home for the night. As he started to leave, he was stopped by Ino's voice. "Hey Naruto, what time do the exams start tomorrow?" she asked as he turned to her. "A little after noon tomorrow. Why?" he asked, confused. "'Cause I am taking you shopping first thing in the morning. You don't need to be dressed in orange all the time," she said with a snicker as she saw his saddened expression. "What's wrong with orange? I don't see why I need a different outfit. I'm fine with this one," he replied, pouting. "Please Naruto, it would make me so happy." She has a pout and puppy dog eyes. Naruto knew he was beaten and he couldn't say no to Ino. "Fine, you win. I will meet you here about 8 o'clock, okay?" "Yay, thanks Naruto," squealed Ino. "Good night Naruto." "Good night Ino." With that he left the flower shop on his way home. He knew he had a rough day tomorrow between Ino and his fight with Niji. He may end up dead tomorrow. What did I get myself into, he thought, walking the streets to his home. Naruto lay in bed staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. He had gotten home about an hour ago, and decided that after a quick bite to eat and a shower he needed to get rest for tomorrow. Although he hoped to get some sleep, it seemed sleep was avoiding him. So he got up and got dressed and decided to go for a late night stroll to try and clear his head. He thought a nice quiet, lonely walk would be what he needed to get some rest. Boy, did Kami have other plans for him. Naruto had left his apartment around midnight, and had been roaming around aimlessly for about an hour now. His thoughts were going back and forth from his fight later that day to what was going on between him and Ino, and what was with these weird feelings he was having for her. According to Iruka-sensei, It was normal for a boy his age to be experiencing these things. Flashback: Naruto had just left Ino and the flower shop. He needed someone to talk to about the weird feelings he had just a while ago. He headed for the one person he thought might be able to help him, Iruka-sensei. Naruto found his apartment, and walked up and knocked on the door. A few seconds later Iruka answered, surprised to see his old student at his house. Evening, Naruto. Can I help you with something? Asked a confused Iruka. I need to talk to you about something if you have a few minutes. Naruto responded. Iruka invited him in and got the two of them something to drink. Iruka was worried at first that something bad might have happened. When Naruto told him about the feelings he had while around Ino, he relaxed knowing what was going on, especially since the poor kid had never had parents to give him the talk about growing up. After Iruka explained that these feelings were part of growing up and that it was normal to feel this way around a girl, Naruto told him he needed time to think and excused himself. Flashback end: Naruto was lost in thought and hadn't realized he had walked to the park. Little did he know that someone else was also having trouble sleeping right now, and had made their way to the park as well. Seiko Yamanaka had been walking by the back of the shop when she heard Naruto and Ino talking. After listening to them talk and then say goodbye to each other, she knew it was time to give Ino the talk. Ino and her mom went home and Seiko decided not to wait any longer. She gave into the same talk that Naruto was receiving just across town. It was late when mother and daughter finished talking, so Ino decided to go to bed. However, after a few hours of tossing and turning, she decided to clear her head with a late-night stroll. She left a note for her parents just in case they noticed her missing. She decided to go to the park unaware that a blonde knucklehead was headed her way. Naruto was still deep in thought when he heard a familiar voice. Hey Naruto, what are you doing out this late? Asked a puzzled Ino. Couldn't sleep, so I decided to go for a walk and clear my head. Must have zoned out and ended up here. What about you? Asked Naruto as he sat down next to her. Pretty much the same thing as you, Ino said with a grin. Naruto wanted to talk to her about what had been going on between the two of them but didn't know how. So he decided to take her to a place where everything seemed to come to him a lot easier. Wanna see something cool? Asked Naruto. Sure, why not? Responded Ino, wondering what he could be talking about late at night. Naruto stood up and held out his hand for Ino. He pulled her up and started to walk, not noticing he still had a hold of her hand or the blush that had spread across her face. They walked in silence for about 20 minutes, and came to a stop under Hokage Mountain. What are we doing here? Asked Ino. You'll see, was all he responded as he scooped her up and shined them to the top of the fourth Hokage's head, where he placed her back on her feet. So now what? Ino asked, completely confused. Look up, Naruto replied as he too looked at the sky. Ino's eyes went wide with awe. Above her was the wide open clear night sky. She could see stars going for miles in each direction. The moon was directly in the middle of the sky right above them. Naruto looked down from the sky to be caught by what he thought was the most heavenly sight on earth. The moon made what he could see of her crystal blue eyes sparkle like one of the stars in the sky above. The moon made her skin seem as if it were glowing. He thought she was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Naruto sat down and Ino soon followed. This place is amazing, Naruto, Ino said, going back and forth from looking at the sky to looking at Naruto. You should see it at sunset then. I come here quite a lot when I need to clear my head or just have time to myself. Can I ask you a question, Ino? Naruto asked, looking out over the village. Sure, go for it. Have you ever had a boyfriend or gotten anywhere with a boy? Naruto asked, never meeting her gaze. Maybe I have or maybe I haven't, Ino replied, deciding to tease him a bit. Oh, well, which is it? I'm just curious, Naruto asked with a slight frown covering his face. Ino noticed the frown but didn't pay it much attention. Why do you ask, Naruto? Curious as to what I have been with, she replied with a small grin. No, nothing like that. I was just wondering, but it's fine. You don't have to tell me, Naruto said as he stood up to leave. Ino didn't know why, but she felt like her heart was starting to break at seeing Naruto start to leave. Before he managed to move, she reached out and grabbed his head. Please stay with Naruto. I didn't mean to upset you, No, I have never had a boyfriend before. She tells him as she pulls him back down next to her. Have you ever kissed a boy? He asks. No, was her simple reply. Have you ever hugged a boy? No. What about ever holding someone else's hand? Again, no, was her answer. As Naruto was asking her questions, both their hands came together as their fingers started to interlock with one another's. Neither one knew what the feeling was exactly, but to them at this exact moment it didn't matter, it just felt right. They sat talking and holding hands, not wanting to let go for a while longer, when Naruto looked at his watch and noticed that it was now 3 in the morning. They stood and he told her that he would walk her home since he didn't want her walking home at this time of night alone. This made Ino blush as she knew that he cared enough to keep her safe. A while later they were standing in front of Ino's house saying their goodbyes. I will see you here a little bit, okay? He told her as he started to leave. Ino rushed forward and gave Naruto a hug. She didn't know why she did, but she didn't care. It felt right, and that was all that mattered. At first he was surprised, but he soon got over it and returned the embrace. They stood like that for a few minutes before Ino pulled away. Remember, be here at 8, okay? Good night, Naruto. Don't worry, I'll be here. Good night, Ino. With that, Naruto turned and left. They both lay in beds with smiles on their faces. Neither knew what happened that night, and neither cared. They just hoped for more moments like that with each other. With a smile on their faces and the thought of each other on their mind, they drifted off into sleep, waiting for their next moments together. Naruto was up early that morning despite only having a few hours of sleep. He was full of energy, and looking forward to spending more time with Ino. He didn't know why, but she was becoming more and more important to him the last few days. There were few people who were important to him. These were the old man third Hokage, Iruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, and now Ino and her parents. Everyone else seemed to hate him, and he had no idea why. He got up out of bed early and grabbed a shower and a quick bite before rushing out the door to Ino's place. He was wondering what she had planned for the 4 hours before the finals began. He made it to her house with just a few minutes to spare, which he was thankful for. He had heard from Choji and Shikamaru that Ino is one person you don't want to see angry. She was standing outside waiting for him. Morning, Ino. So, where are we going first? Asked Naruto, a bit worried at the answer as they began walking. I told you, Naruto, we have got to get you some clothes and get you out of that orange. Ino responded. You know, I don't see what is so wrong with orange. I like it. Nothing is wrong with orange. I just think you need some other choices in color and wear. Plus you said you would do this for me. Ino replied, putting on the puppy dog eyes. Alright, fine, you win. So which store are we going to? Naruto asked, knowing it was useless to argue with those eyes. He had lost arguments plenty of time before because of those eyes of hers. This one. Ino stopped in front of a store and dragged Naruto inside. Let's see what we can find. Ino told him as she started looking for different outfits. It took longer than either Naruto or Ino expected. It was 11 o'clock when they had found a few outfits for him to wear. The current one he had on was the most liked by him. He had a dark blue jacket over top and dark sunset-like orange shirt. He was thankful for at least a little orange, black cargo pants with black combat boots. He was gonna have a few of his own ideas for the outfit later before the exams. As Ino started to pay for his clothes, he stopped her and reached for his frog wallet that he kept money in. Ino was surprised at how much he had in the small wallet. Naruto paid for his clothes and they headed home. Naruto, can I ask you a question? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Ino asked, trying to learn more about the boy she had these strange feelings for. Yeah, go ahead. I will answer the best I can, he said with his trademark grin. How do you have so much money? His smile immediately went to a frown. Ino noticed and knew she had upset him. It's alright, you don't have to answer, Ino said. No, it's alright. The old man told me that someone had saved money for me since before I was born. He said he couldn't tell me who, but that all the money I had came from him or her. That's all I really know. The old man gives me a little each month and says I can do as I please with it. Naruto explained. How much do you usually get? About 1,000 yen a month. Ino's eyes went wide at hearing this. She couldn't believe that Naruto thought that was just a small amount. She was gonna ask more, but Naruto snapped her out of her thoughts in shock. I will see you at the arena. I have a few things I have to do before they start. Okay. I'll meet you at the arena then. See ya later, Naruto. A little while later, Naruto was back in his apartment. He had learned the basics of using seals from Jiraiya. He asked why he got the hang of the seals so easily, but Jiraiya told him it had to be luck. He wrapped a few bandages around his right arm on his jacket and his right pant leg. He left his left arm open for now, but he had a small idea of what he was going to put there. After sealing his kunai, shuriken and chakra blades in the seals, he placed a few secret weapons in his pouch on the back of his pants that he thought a certain blonde kunoichi would find interesting. With that done, he took off for the arena that was holding the finals of the Chunin exams. Naruto made it to the arena about half an hour later. He looked around for Ino but couldn't seem to find her. He decided to head inside to see if she was roaming around anywhere. He found her at the top of the stands talking to Sakura and Choji. Hey guys, Naruto called out as he ran to join them. Hearing Naruto call out to them, they all turned to see their blonde knucklehead teammate and friend running to join them. Ino noticed how the shirt was a bit tight, and she could make out the muscles he developed over the past few weeks with all his training. Her eyes started traveling lower as a blush spread across her face. She was snapped out of her thoughts by Sakura. Hey Ino pig, what's with you? Your face is all red. Sakura asked her. Nothing is wrong with the billboard brow. Just a little warm out today is all. Ino lied, not wanting to explain to Sakura that she was thinking of Naruto. So are you guys ready to watch me kick Niji's ass? Naruto asked with a huge grin across his face. I don't see that happening to Naruto. Niji is part of the Hyuga and he is one of the strongest shinobi in our class. Tenten told him, admiring her secret crush. I have to agree with Tenten on this one, Naruto. I just don't see Niji losing to you. What about you two, what do you think? Sakura chimed in, asking Ino and Choji. Ino and Choji just looked at each other with a grin on their faces. We have a pretty good idea of who will win, but we ain't gonna say anything right now. Choji said with a nod to Naruto. You never did believe in me very much, did you, Sakura? Naruto stated, which made Sakura look away. Wanting to change the subject before it got too bad, Tenten asked Naruto why his weapons pouch looked so empty. Which he told her was a surprise and they would just have to wait and see. Sakura, Tenten, and Choji decided to go get their seats, and Ino said she would catch up in a minute. Be careful out there, Naruto. I don't want to see who gets hurt. Ino said in a serious tone. Oh come on Ino, you know I can beat him. Don't tell me you don't think I can after seeing what all I can do over the past few weeks. Naruto asked with a sad expression. No, It's nothing. Ino started before she was cut off by Naruto. Let's make a bet then. If I can beat Niji and defy all the odds everyone thinks are against me, you give me a kiss. Naruto said with a chuckle, trying to make it seem like a joke. Deal. Was Ino's only reply. I can't believe I just agreed to that. Maybe this can take what little we have and make it bigger. Ino thought as a blush spread across her face. Really? Asked a very confused Naruto. Sure, why not? Not like I will have to, since the odds are against you so bad. Ino said with a tease. Just be careful out there, okay? I can't be out there to save you, but if it gets into trouble, since you can't be there with me, I have an idea. Naruto said as he got closer to Ino and started to undo the bandage around her waist. Ino went about 20 different shades of red all at one time at this little bit of interaction between them. What are you doing, Naruto? Asked a very confused and embarrassed Ino. Naruto cut off a piece of the bandage and wrapped it around his left arm and tied it in place. Since you can't be there to save my butt, as you put it, at least this way a small part of you will be there with me. I gotta go, the matches are about to start, talk to you after a bit. With that he left, leaving a very red but happy Ino by herself as she made her way to join her friends. Naruto stopped around a corner to place a seal on the bandage he had just gotten from Ino. With having the seal in place, Naruto quickly sealed in the weapons that surely helped secure his victory. Ginma, who was acting at proctor for the finals, walked out to the middle of the arena. He looked up at the Hokage for permission to start, and with receiving the nod he began. First match of the Chunin exam finals will be Naruto Uzumaki vs Niji Hyuga. Participants, please make your way down now. Genma announced. Naruto and Niji both appeared in a swirl of leaves in front of Genma. Both were staring daggers through the other, and they both looked like they wanted to kill the other as well. Your best bet is to give up now. You are a failure. You will never beat one of the Hyuga, Niji said as he got into his taijutsu stance. I've gotten better over the past few weeks, Niji. I also have a few more tricks up my sleeve. We will just see who comes out on top of this fight. Naruto responded with a cold tone. The Hokage and Kazekage watched from their seats above the arena. Let's see how well the fox brat has come along, thought the Kazekage. The first match of the finals begin. And with that, Genma backed up to let the boys go at each other's throats. Naruto quickly jumped back and grabbed a kunai which he threw directly at Niji. He then ran through some hand signs and held his hand straight towards the kunai. Wind style. Wind gale. A blast of wind shot out of Naruto's hand and propelled the kunai even faster toward Niji, who just barely managed to avoid getting hit in the leg. Since you're a close-range fighter, all I have to do is stay away and hit you with long-range attacks. Naruto laughed at Niji. But the farther away you are, the easier it is for me to dodge, Niji said with a smirk. Up in the stands, Ino, Choji, Sakura, and Tenten were all watching the fight. Naruto may have thought this through a little bit, but he still can't get close enough to Niji to land the final blow. Niji has won this, Tenten said, and we told you not to underestimate Naruto. He will beat Niji, and then hopefully Niji can pull that stick from him after Naruto loosens it up with a good beating. Ino replied a bit harshly. Why are you two so confident in him? Asked Sakura. Because Naruto has been training with Team 10 and Master Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin over the past weeks, Choji told the two girls. Your sensei blew off Naruto's training for that piece of shit Uchiha. And don't get me started on his forehead, you won't like what I have to say. Let's just watch the fight, Ino said before Sakura could protest. Naruto stood there laughing at Niji, which was really starting to piss off the Hyuga. What is such a damn funny loser? Asked a very irritated Niji. Who said that I have to get close to you to win? Naruto asked. How do you plan on winning if you don't get close enough to land a deciding blow on me? Niji asked back. Like this. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, Naruto exclaimed as about 50 Narutos appeared before Niji's eyes. Even with his Byakugan, Niji couldn't tell which was the real one. Impressive. Who knew you could create so many? Niji asked, trying to get Naruto into making a mistake. Glad you think so, cause this is only a handful compared to the amount I can really make, Naruto told him, making even the Kage's eyes widen with shock. Everyone except for Team 10, that is, who just laughed it off. Naruto reached into his weapon pouch and gave each clone a weapon. Some had shuriken, some had kunai, and some even had saban, which made Genma smile. The clones began to circle Niji and get into a fighting position. Niji acted quickly and started attacking the clones before they had a chance to attack. He had got all but two as they came from behind him. He saw them coming but didn't react fast enough. He saw Naruto make a hand sign and then he shouted exploding clones. The clones then blew up right behind Niji, sending him flying forward. Once again, everyone's eyes went wide. Cheap trick, Niji panted as he picked himself up off the ground. Just proving that I don't have to touch you in order to win, laughed Naruto as he started to reach for a kunai, realizing he was all out of weapons. Huh? No, not really, Naruto said as he pumped some chakra into the bandage on his right arm and pulled one of his chakra blades from it. Niji's eyes were wide in shock and anger. Just trying to piss you off some. Well, you have succeeded and now you pay, Niji said. He ran toward Naruto. Naruto ran through some hand signs and shouted through the wind wall. A massive wall of wind came out of nowhere, and Niji ran right into it, and it knocked him straight back to the ground. Niji was getting really pissed by now and was trying his best to find a way to get to Naruto. In the stands, everyone was surprised that a Hyuga couldn't even touch Naruto. The two most surprised by this had to be Sakura and Tenten, who were watching with wide eyes while Ino and Choji were laughing. Naruto ran through some more and shouted wind style, wind drill. Naruto took a deep breath and then blew it at Niji. As the attack flew towards Niji, it began to spiral and build speed and strength. Naruto also used his wind style, wind gale, to speed up the attack. Niji jumped out of the way as the attack went straight through the tree behind him. When it hit the ground, it exploded, leaving a small crater in the ground. Naruto was getting bored of playing around and decided it was time to end this. Niji, I'm tired of playing around. What do you say we end this so the next match can start? Naruto asked with a grin. Hearing that Naruto had been playing around caused him to go overboard with anger. I couldn't agree more, he replied as began running towards Naruto. Naruto pulled some small round bombs from his left arm bandage and threw them at Niji. Niji thought they were just smoke bombs and right through them, not realizing that was what Naruto was hoping for. Naruto didn't even try to avoid the attack that was coming. Niji made it to Naruto and shouted 8 trigrams and 64 palms. Everyone watched as Niji proceeded in blocking Naruto's chakra points. Everyone thought Naruto was done for when they heard him laughing. He started walking away from Niji as he staggered a little and looked up with a smile on his face. Proctor, this fight is over, Naruto told Genma as everyone wondered what he was talking about. How are you still standing? I blocked off your chakra points. You should be lying on the ground begging me to reopen them, asked the confused Niji. Naruto was irritated with Niji now. He made one hand sign and there was a small poof of smoke around Niji. What did you just do? Niji asked. That was a poison smoke bomb that I just set off. I got the idea from Into. The bombs I threw at you earlier weren't smoke bombs but more poison bombs with poison to slow your movements. That is how I avoided your attack and why you thought you hit me. You thought you were moving at your normal speed when you were actually moving slower. You have about 5 minutes before that recent poison bomb takes your life. So either give up and I will give you the antidote, or you can die here today. Naruto explained all that just happened. Proctor, I give up, Niji said as he knew he was defeated. Naruto walked over and gave him the antidote that Ino had said was for that exact poison. Winner of the first match is Naruto Uzumaki, Genma proclaimed as the crowd went wild. All were shocked and excited that the famed Hyuga clan had been bested. "See, told you he would beat that stuck-up Hyuga. Maybe next time you two will listen," Ino told Sakura and Tenten as she placed her hand over her heart and watched Naruto make his way out of the arena. Way to go, Naruto. I knew you could do it. Looks like you get that kiss after all, she thought to herself with a smile. Naruto was waiting in the stands talking to Shikamaru and Shino. Shino had passed to the next round because his opponent had forfeited his match. Shikamaru could have easily passed to the next round, but he gave up at the last minute, saying it was too troublesome to beat a girl and something about just wanting to watch the clouds. Right now everyone was waiting for the last Uchiha to show up for his match against Gaara. The Hokage had said they would give him 10 more minutes to show and that if he didn't then he would forfeit the match. Just as Genma was about to declare Gaara the winner, Kakashi and Sasuke appeared in a swirl of leaves. Sorry we're late, Kakashi told Genma with an eye smile. Genma just shrugged and looked at Gaara. Gaara, please come down. Gaara appeared in a swirl of sand right in front of Sasuke. Let the final match of the first round begin. They stood staring each other down for a few minutes before Sasuke got irritated and threw some shuriken at Gaara. Gaara's sand automatically came to his defense, catching the shuriken. Sasuke gave Gaara a slight smirk before disappearing in a burst of speed. Before Gaara could react, he was sent flying with a right hook straight to the jaw. Everyone watching was amazed at the speed of the last Uchiha. He's just as fast as Lee is, Sakura said, watching the whole thing. But he should know that taijutsu alone won't be enough to beat this freak, Ino said, equally amazed at how fast Sasuke had gotten. How did he even get that kind of speed in just a month? He copied Lee's taijutsu using his Sharingan. And just watch and see what he does, you may be surprised, Kakashi said, causing the group to jump. Back on the arena floor, both fighters were panting hard. Sasuke from using so much speed and having his Sharingan activated, and Gaara from being used as a punching bag. Sasuke ran as Gaara with his fist pulled back. Gaara made a few hand signs and his sand became a dome around him, protecting him from any outside blow. Sasuke leapt to the top of the wall and made a few hand signs and started to gather chakra on his left palm. His chakra is visible in his hand. What kind of jutsu is that? Sakura asked her sensei. It's called the Chidori. It is an assassination jutsu, and it focuses the chakra into the user's hand, and using a burst of speed the user runs their target through, Kakashi explained as he looked back to the fight. Sasuke had built up a fair amount of chakra in his hand, and with a big burst of speed headed straight towards the dome of sand. He made contact as his hand went straight through, and he felt it connect with his target. He gave a small smirk thinking he had won before he was pushed back by a giant arm that shot from the hole he had created. All of a sudden there were explosions all over Konoha. Everyone in the arena started becoming sleepy. Those who knew what was going on released the genjutsu immediately. Come Uchiha. Let us take this fight elsewhere. Gaara leapt away with Sasuke on his heels. Sakura saw Sasuke leave and quickly followed before Kakashi could stop her. Damn it. It's an invasion. He cursed as he saw Leaf Ninja in battle with Sand and Sound Ninja. Ino, listen to me carefully. I can't use any chakra to summon my ninja dogs here right now. I need to stay here and help where I can. Find Kiba and Naruto. Tell Kiba to lead Naruto to Sasuke and help him defeat Gaara. Hurry before it's too late. And with that Kakashi disappeared. Ino got up and ran towards the area for the fighters, hoping Naruto would be there somewhere. As she turned the corner, she stopped in her tracks in front of two Sand Ninja. Seeing the blonde Kunoichi, they decided to try and have some fun. As they moved closer toward Ino, they both stopped suddenly and fell over dead with kunai sticking out of the back of their heads. Ino looked up and saw Naruto standing behind them. He retrieved his kunai and moved toward Ino. Are you okay, Ino? He asked. Yes, thanks to you I am, she said as she gave him a hug before pulling apart and saying, we need to find Kiba. I will explain on the way. As they took off, Ino explained what was going on, and that made Naruto really pissed. They were invading his home and hurting people he cared for. He would make them pay. They found Kiba asleep from the genjutsu and woke him up, explaining why they needed him and what was going on. Ino, I want you to stay here, please, Naruto said, getting ready to leave. No, I can help and I am going. You can't stop me, Naruto, she replied. I know, and that is why I am asking you. I don't want you getting hurt, Naruto pleaded with her. Seeing the concern in his eyes, she sighed. Fine, I will stay. Thank you, Ino. With that, Naruto and Kiba took off. I ain't letting you go so easily, Naruto. All I gotta do is stay back far enough to keep Dog Breath from noticing me, she thought to herself as she took off in the direction her friends went. Naruto and Kiba arrived just in time for Naruto to save a beaten and bloodied Sasuke from one of Gaara's massive sand attacks. Kiba and Akamaru were doing their best to hold Gaara back while Sasuke explained what had happened with Gaara's transformation and Sakura being held against the tree. Naruto let off a massive amount of killing intent which affected all but Gaara. Kiba looked back at Naruto and was almost blindsided by a blast of sand, but Akamaru jumped in front of it at the last minute, taking the full force of the attack. Kiba raced to his companion as another shot of sand headed right for him. Water style. Water bullets, Ino shouted, and her attack collided with Gaara's, giving Kiba time to move. Naruto looked around and found Ino in a tree above him, smiling. You didn't really think I would let you go without me now, did you? Ino said. Naruto landed beside her with an angry look on his face. You need to leave now, Naruto said in a cold tone. Naruto, I want to help, please. She was begging him to let her stay. Ino, look around you. Sakura is pinned to a tree and Sasuke passed out from fighting him so much. Even if Akamaru is out, I don't want you getting hurt too. Please go back to the village. Ino started to argue that she should stay and help, but looking into his eyes she knew she would just be a distraction for him trying to keep her safe. She started to turn and leave, but then she quickly grabbed his jacket and pulled his head down to hers and planted her lips on his. She quickly pulled back and looked at his confused expression. That was for you beating Neji. Just promise me that you will come back safely, she asked, staring at the boy she was falling in love with. I promise. But what do I get for this promise? Naruto asked with a grin. That's for me to know and you to find out, she said with a smile as she and Kiba left, leaving Naruto to face Gaara. Naruto looked over the situation and decided it would be best to go full power from the start. He threw some kunai and ran through some hand signs. Wind style. Wind gale, Naruto shouted as wind blasted from his hands and shot the kunai even faster at their intended target. However, The sand came to Gaara's rescue and stopped the kunai inches from his face. Gaara stared at Naruto for a few minutes before speaking. You have eyes like mine. The kind that knows loneliness and hurt. Why do you protect these people? I have been through a lot. I know pain and loneliness better than anyone else. But these people you and your allies are hurting are my friends and family. I will protect them at all cost, even if it means giving my own life in the process. With that said, Naruto pumped some chakra into the seal on his left arm bandage and pulled out his chakra blades and began pumping his chakra into them. He rushed forward toward the sand ninja and lashed out at him. The sand once again saved him, but Naruto noticed that his blades went deeper into the sand this time. He smiled as an idea came into his mind. He made a single hand sign and shouted multi-shadow clone jutsu, and with that about 100 clones appeared around him. Half the clones started making hand signs while the other half pulled out kunai, infusing it with chakra. They threw their weapons as the other half shouted wind style. Great breakthrough. They took a deep breath and brought their hands to their mouths, then let out a powerful blast of wind that propelled the chakra-enforced weapons at the sand ninja, but this time his sand could only stop some of the kunai while the others embedded themselves over his body. The clones then surrounded Gaara as Naruto detonated the clones. Thinking he was won, Naruto let out a sigh, then he heard laughing. Gaara looked at Naruto with a smile. Ready for the real fun? He asked. Art of playing a possum. Gaara then started to transform until he became a giant raccoon-like beast. Naruto bit his thumb, drawing blood as he figured it was time to bring out a friend as well. Summoning jutsu, he shouted as a giant toad with a sword appeared under him. What do you want now, brat? Asked the toad, which seemed annoyed at being summoned. I need help taking down that monster over there, Chief Toad, Naruto said. The toad moved with incredible speed and grabbed the tailed beast. The toad couldn't keep a hold though and got thrown away before Naruto could react. I can't keep a hold of him with a web field. We are going to need something with claws, the toad said. How are we gonna do that? I will make us some cover and then lend you my chakra. You make the hand signs and transform us into something with claws so I can keep a hold of him until you wake him up. When he does awaken, he will go back to his normal state, so make sure you hit him hard enough to wake him but also take him out of the fight, the toad told him while running through hand signs before leaping into the air. Water style. Water bullets, the toad said as he sent his jutsu at the beast. The one-tailed demon ran through hand signs and shouted wind style. Air bullets. As the attacks collided, the explosion caused heavy rain and smoke to fill the area. Naruto made the hand signs and transformed into the only thing he could think of, the nine-tailed demon fox. The toad/fox grabbed a hold of the one-tailed beast, and Naruto leapt straight for Gaara, putting everything he had left into this final attack. He flew head first right into Gaara as their heads collided. Gaara woke up and returned to his original form as they both fell back to the earth. Naruto started using his chin to crawl his way toward the sand ninja. Why do you fight so hard to protect them? Gaara asked. Like I said, I made promises to protect them all, and I will do that even if it costs me my life. They are my friends and family and I love them and will do anything to keep them safe, Naruto said as he continued moving towards Gaara. Gaara's siblings and Kakashi landed beside the fallen boys. Kankuro and Temari picked up Gaara and fled. Kakashi knelt beside Naruto, placing a hand on his shoulder. It's alright, Naruto. It's over for now. You need to rest. Naruto stopped crawling and went limp. Whatever Ino is going to give to me for this better will be well worth it, he thought as he drifted off to unconsciousness. Naruto woke up in a dark hallway. He had no idea where it was or how he had got here. The last thing he did remember was he had just beaten Gaara and then Kakashi-sensei had shown up and told him that the invasion was over. He decided he needed to try and find a way out of wherever he was at. He took off walking down the hall trying to find the exit. He came to a large open room with gates that stood about 100 feet high. Behind the gates he thought he saw something move. Walking towards the gates cautiously, he could see a giant animal laying behind the doors with its face towards the gate. As he made it to the gate, the animal opened its eyes and looked at him. Naruto could also see that the animal had red fur, the face of the fox, and surprised him the most was the 9 waving tails behind the animal. Naruto started shaking with fear as he realized he was looking at the 9-tailed demon fox. Yo, you are supposed to be dead. Naruto said, shaking with fear. No, little one, that is why you are here. I have brought you here to talk with you. Do not worry, I will not bring harm to you. Even if I wanted to, the seal on this gate keeps me from getting out, the fox replied, feeling a little relieved at hearing that. Some of the tenseness in his body left him. So what do we need to talk about? We may as well start from the beginning, should we not? Asked the fox. Alright, well, first off, where in the hell are we? Naruto asked as he looked around. We are in your mindscape, little one. What do you mean, my mindscape? Asked a confused Naruto. I mean what I say. We are in your mind. I hate to be the one to inform you of this, but the fourth Hokage didn't kill me. He and his wife could tell that I wasn't myself when I attacked the village. I was being controlled by some masked man back then. I tried to break the hold that the man had on me, but I was weak back then. As much as the Hokage and his wife didn't want to seal me in you, they had no other choice. She explained. What you're saying is that what this village has always seen me as is true. I am a demon. You are proof that they were correct. Naruto said with a saddened expression. And no, the QB shouted. The idiotic villagers had no clue what had happened. Only the fourth and his wife did. You keep speaking like you know of who they are? Do you? Yes, little one, I do. What I am about to tell you is going to be hard for you to understand. Are you sure you want to know? The fox asked. No, I don't think I do want to know, but I need to know what happened. Please tell me all you know. Naruto pleaded. Well, as I said, I was being controlled by the masked man. The fourth wife was the Jinchuriki before you. I was pulled out of her by the masked man, and he used me to attack the village. The fourth and his wife were the only ones that knew what happened. They knew that something had to be done, so they sealed me inside of you. My name is Kaneko, and I am the nine-tailed demon fox, said Kaneko. But why
I'll be
me?
right back.
Why would they seal you inside of me? Naruto asked. Because they knew that one day you would be able to fully control my power and be the hero of the shinobi world. You, Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the fourth Hokage, and his wife, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. You are the last of both the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans. Kaneko explained. My parents were the fourth and his wife. I can't believe this. The village never told me anything. They kept it from you because your father was well known and made many enemies in his days. The village didn't even know he was married to your mother until that night. I am sorry for putting all this on your shoulders, but I figured it was as good a time as any to tell you. Why not come to me sooner? Naruto demanded. I may be the strongest of the tailed beast, and I am also the ruler of the Fox Kingdom. But in what you would consider human years, I am younger than you, said Kaneko. Naruto was surprised at this. So you never had a good life either? Asked Naruto. No, I had about as good a life as you have, my young kid. Like I said, I too am just a young kid myself. I thank you for sharing this information with me, Kaneko. I ask you just one question. I know you didn't mean to do what you did back then, and I can see why my parents did what they did. I trust you and hope we can be friends and allies. Will you help me protect this village and those I care about in any way you can? Naruto asked as he moved into the gates. I will help you any way I can and lend you some of my power if need be, little one. It is time for you to go. Your mate is waiting on you. Here, take this with you. It is a scroll your dad sealed with me to give to you the first time we talked. The fox said, grinning at Naruto. My mate? Asked the confused Naruto. Yes, the blonde-haired girl. She's your mate, isn't she? Said Kaneko with a grin. No, not like that, she isn't. At least not yet, maybe somewhere down the road, but not yet. Naruto said with a grin. Well, we will talk more later. Maybe next time you can bring her to meet me as well. I do believe she is waiting for you. Go to her, little one. Kaneko said, grinning. Naruto placed a hand on her paw and said thank you. And since you have no family here, allow me to extend the invitation first. If you will be like a little sister, I will help to protect you as well, since I have no family either. Naruto asked. I would like Naruto. Now go, your friend awaits. And with that she sent Naruto back to the real world. Naruto woke slowly, the light from the sun blinding him at first. When he finally could keep his eyes open, the first thing he noticed was Ino sitting in a chair by his bed, leaning over with her head resting on the bed, asleep. Naruto looked at her in awe as the sun sparkled across her perfect skin and made her hair glow. He didn't want to wake her but knew she would be mad if he didn't. "Ino, wake up, Ino," he said as he gently shook her awake. She slowly started to wake up, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Noticing who it was waking her up, she jumped and wrapped him in a hug. "Naruto, are you okay?" Ino asked, looking him over. "I'm fine, Ino, why wouldn't I be? You are in Naruto's hospital, Naruto. You have been asleep for 3 days. Naruto's jaw dropped upon hearing this. But before he could speak, Ino's gaze caught his attention. He followed her gaze and realized he had the scroll in his hand he had just gotten from Kaneko. "What's with the scroll, Naruto?" Ino asked, confused. Naruto knew he had to tell her before he could know if they had a chance at anything or not. He reached for her hand and pulled her up to sit next to him on the hospital bed. "Ino, we need to talk," he said in a serious tone. Ino was enjoying being beside Naruto. He had just woken up from being asleep for 3 days after the fight with Gaara, and the first thing he did was pull her up beside him and tell her they needed to talk. She was enjoying having Naruto's arm around her. She didn't know why, but it just felt right. Looking up at Naruto, she could see how serious he was. The only time he was ever serious was when it came to missions, training, or ramen. "Naruto, what do we need to talk about?" Ino asked, confused. "Well, first off, I was wondering if you had come up with what I was going to get for keeping my promise?" Naruto asked with a small grin. "Like I said, Naruto, that's for me to know and you to find out. When I think of something, then you will know." "Is that all you really wanted to talk about?" Ino asked with a sigh. "It was. But it wasn't the most important thing I needed to talk about," Naruto said with a bit of a saddened expression. Seeing this, Ino knew that something was really wrong with her friend. She decided it would be a little easier to get him to just come out and tell her. "Naruto, whatever is bothering you, you know you can tell me." "What is it?" she asked, hoping to find out what was wrong. Naruto could tell that Ino was worried about him. He was happy that she cared about him so much, and he really cared for her as well. He was hoping that maybe they could have something together, but he knew she would have to know about the demon fox first, before he knew if they could have anything together. "What I am about to tell you has to stay between us for now, okay?" Seeing her nod, he decided to continue. "Ino, have you ever noticed how a lot of the villagers hate me and always call me names like monster or demon? Yeah, I have heard them say that, but I never understood why. Well, what they have been saying is true. I am a demon, Ino," Naruto said as he looked away from her. Ino's eyes went wide at hearing this. She had always heard the villagers call him all kinds of names, but she never believed them. The same boy that the villagers had called a demon was the same boy that had saved her from the bullies when she was younger. The same boy that she was now developing feelings for. "Naruto, what do you mean? You aren't a demon, you are the obnoxious blonde knucklehead of the Hidden Leaf Village," Ino said with a chuckle, trying to lighten the mood. "Ino, have you ever gone home after hearing someone saying that and asked your mom and dad about it?" "Yeah, I have, but they said that it was something that you would have to tell everyone about one day, and that no matter what the villagers said, none of it was true." "Well, all of it is true. I may not be a demon 100%, but I have the 9-tailed demon fox sealed inside me. That is why the people always call me a demon, because I have one sealed inside me." Naruto was shocked when Ino threw her arms around him and pulled him into a hug. "No matter what they may say, you are not a demon. You are Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha," Ino told him with tears in her eyes. "Ino, I want to be honest with you. I like you a lot, actually. Every time I spend time with you, I start to have these feelings that I only have when I'm with you. I would like for us to be together. I would like for you to be my girlfriend, but in order for that to work, you have to accept the fact that if you do go out with me, that the villagers may look at you differently," Naruto explained. "Naruto, I don't care how the villagers will look at me. I have had the same feelings for you, and just like you, they only show up when I am with you. So I can accept the fact that I will be looked at differently, and I don't care if you have that demon fox sealed inside you or not," Ino told him as she leaned her head on his shoulder. "Actually, the fox isn't that bad. I had a talk with her while I was out for those 3 days." "What do you mean you talked with it? And how do you know that it is a she?" she asked, confused. Naruto explained what had happened after the fight with Gaara. He told her how Kaneko had come to be sealed inside of him. He told her about his parents, and how they both had given their lives to save him and the village. By the time he had finished explaining everything to Ino, they were both in tears. Naruto because he was happy he knew who his parents were, and that they both loved him. Ino because she couldn't believe how much pain and sorrow her now boyfriend had gone through in his life. Naruto still had an arm wrapped around Ino, and was rubbing her arm trying to calm her down. Finally they both stopped crying and both got lost in each other's eyes. Ino placed her hand on the back of his head, and brought his lips down to hers. At first, Naruto was surprised but quickly started to kiss her back. Their kiss was full of love and passion. They slowly broke apart due to lack of oxygen, and placed their foreheads together wrapped in each other's arms. Ino reached down and took the scroll that Naruto got from Kaneko. "So this has some of your dad's best jutsus in it, huh?" Ino asked. "Yeah. But I have time to worry about that later. Right now I'm hoping the old man comes and gets me out of here soon," he said as he sealed the scroll into one of his bandages. Ino's expression immediately turned sad. With what had happened over the past few hours, she had forgotten to tell Naruto what had happened to the Hokage. Just as she started to tell Naruto the bad news, Kakashi appeared out of nowhere in a swirl of leaves. "Hey Kakashi-sensei. Did the old man send you to come get me out of here?" Naruto asked his sensei. "No, I'm not afraid of Naruto. I have some bad news. The third Hokage gave his life to protect the village Naruto." Kakashi responded to his student. The village was quiet that day, all except for those who wept for the deceased Hokage. All of the Leaf Ninja had gathered on top of the Hokage Tower to mourn the loss of the village leader. Everyone was sad and depressed, but most hid it well. Naruto was standing next to a small crying boy who was no older than 8. His name was Konohamaru Sarutobi, grandson of the third Hokage. Naruto and Konohamaru had become close friends and considered themselves rivals and brothers. Naruto knew what he was going through as he placed his hand on the young boy's shoulder. Konohamaru looked up at Naruto, and started crying even more as he wrapped his arms around Naruto's waist. Naruto knelt beside him and wrapped him in a hug. "It will be alright, Konohamaru. Your grandfather is not dead. He still lives inside your heart, as well as everyone's here. He may be gone, but he will live on in all of our memories forever," Naruto told him, trying to comfort the young boy. "I know that, Nichan, but it still hurts. I know it does, and it will never truly quit hurting. Just remember that he is still with you and will always be watching over you and everyone in the village," Naruto said with as good of a grin as he could manage for the young boy. A few hours later, and everyone was slowly starting to leave and head home. Ino and her parents were waiting outside of the Hokage Tower, waiting for Naruto to come down. They knew he would need someone to help him get through this, considering that the third was like a grandfather to Naruto. Ino saw him come out of the building with tears still fresh in his eyes. She started towards him, but before she could get his attention, he shined away. Ino turned to her parents with a look of worry in her eyes. "Go find him, Ino. Your boyfriend needs you," Seiko said. "How did you know we were together?" Ino asked as she saw her dad tap his head, and she knew the answer. "That's not nice, Daddy." Ino pouted. "Are you gonna stand around and pout, Ino? Or are you gonna go to the one person that needs you now more than anything?" asked Inoichi. With a nod to her parents, Ino leapt away to search for her boyfriend. "You won't be alone any longer, Naruto. I promise you this," she thought as she began her search for Naruto. Ino ran, leapt, and searched all over Konoha for her boyfriend. She knew that he was in pain, and she didn't want him to go through it alone anymore. If there was anything she could to help him, she was going to believe it. Realizing what she had just said in her thoughts made her groan with a small smile. "Only been together for a little over a day and the knucklehead is already rubbing off on me," she thought with another sigh as she sped up her search. There was only one place she hadn't searched yet, and that was his apartment. She had been searching since late afternoon when he raced off from the Hokage Tower. He was almost dark now, and she hoped he was safe at home. She made it to his place right as the sun was setting in the sky. She knocked on the door but got no answer, so she decided to see if his door was locked. As she turned the handle, the door slid open with a slight creaking sound and she helped herself inside. She looked around the place from the door, and saw that it wasn't too big of a place. From what she could see, there was a small living room connected to the kitchen, which wasn't much bigger than the front room. There was only one other door in the place, and she guessed it led to his bedroom and the bathroom. Sitting in the middle of the living room floor, she found Naruto. He looked to be looking at something in his lap, but she couldn't see since he had his back to her. Walking in, she closed the door behind her, and slowly made her way to Naruto. As she got closer, she heard him crying, and when she saw what he was looking at, she saw a picture of Naruto, Konohamaru, and the third Hokage. They all had smiles on their faces and seemed really happy. She knew he was taking this just as hard as Konohamaru. She reached down and laid her hand on his shoulder, which startled him, making him jump. Naruto, I'm here for you. Let me help you through this, she said, trying to be strong for her new love. I don't need any help, I just want to be left alone, he told her. I know you are hurting Naruto, but please let me try to help. This time she pleaded for him to accept her. I told you, I don't need any help. Just leave already, he yelled at her, although he didn't know why. Ino's eyes began to tear up. She knew he was in pain, but all she wanted to do was help him through it. Deciding not to push him any farther, she got up and turned to leave. Come on, Naruto, she just wants to help you and comfort you. Can't you see that? Listen to your little sister and let your girlfriend help you, please? Kaneko asked from within his mind. I know she is just trying to help. And alright, I will listen to you this once and I will let her help. Thank you, sis, Naruto responded as he stood to stop Ino. Ino had waited to see if he would change her mind, but after a few minutes of silence, she knew he wanted her to leave. She was about to open the door when Naruto wrapped his arms around her from behind and hugged her tightly. I'm sorry, Ino. I didn't mean to yell at you. Please forgive me? Please stay with me? Naruto asked as he buried his head in her neck. Ino reached up and placed a hand on his cheek as she turned to look at him. She stared into the deep blue eyes that were always filled with happiness and excitement, but were now filled with pain and sorrow. She leaned up and gave him a small kiss on his cheek. It's alright, Naruto. I know you are hurting, and yes, I will stay. I will always be here for you, Naruto, she said as she led him to his couch and pulled his head down to her shoulder. They spent the next few hours talking about the third and how he played a role in Naruto's life and how he had become like a grandfather to the young boy. It was late when they finished talking and both were tired from a long day. It's too late for you to walk home tonight, so you can stay here and have the bed. I'll take the couch, Naruto told her. Naruto, I can't do that. This is your house and I am just a guest. I am perfectly fine with sleeping on the couch. Naruto scooped her up in his arms and started towards his bedroom. He set her down and on the bed and went to his closet and got a pair of shorts and a shirt. They may be a bit big, but at least they're comfortable to sleep in, he told her as she motioned for him to turn around so he could get dressed. Come on, little one, you know you want to look. A quick peek won't hurt anything, Kaneko said with a chuckle as she teased her older brother. We are too young for that kind of stuff. Just go to sleep and quit bothering me right now, he replied. You can now turn around, Naruto, Ino said as she wrapped him in a hug from behind. Naruto turned in her arms and placed a small kiss on her forehead. Come on, you need to get some sleep, Naruto told her as he started to pull away. I already told you, Naruto, you are not sleeping on that couch, Ino told him in a firm tone. Then what do you expect me to do? Naruto asked. Ino took his hand and pulled him to the bed as she climbed in. The bed is big enough for the both of us, so just sleep here with me. I feel safer when I'm wrapped in your arms anyway. Please, Naruto. I ain't trying to make you uncomfortable or anything. I just want to be with you as much as possible, Ino pleaded. Knowing he had no way around the matter at hand, he gave in with a sigh. He climbed into bed and got as comfortable as he could with the idea of sharing a bed with a girl. Ino laid her head down on his chest with a yawn. Both had blushes spread across their faces, but neither one was gonna complain about it. This moment in time just seemed perfect, being here with each other. Naruto wrapped an arm around Ino and started rubbing her back. I am really glad you are here with me. I don't know what I would do without you, my little Tenchi. Ino blushed even more at the nickname. I will always be here for Naruto. I promise you that, she replied. They shared one last kiss before the day's events caught up with them, and they both drifted off to sleep. Ino had been up for a few hours now. As she slowly got up and rubbed the sleep from her eyes, she realized she wasn't in her room. As she remembered the previous day's event, she looked down to Naruto asleep beside her with an arm draped over her waist. She looked at him as the sun came through the window and flowed over him. It made his blonde hair look almost golden, and you could clearly see his whisker marks. She reached over and stroked one of his whiskers and got a soft purr in return. Ino shifted around in bed as she decided to get up and make breakfast before she had to leave for the flower shop. As she went to move, she felt her leg brush up against something under the blankets. She lifted the blankets and saw a slight bulge under Naruto's shorts right next to her leg. With a small eep, she quickly got out of bed and headed for the door, only to be stopped when Naruto softly called her name. She turned, expecting to see Naruto awake and looking at her. When she looked back, he was still sleeping, and Ino thought she was hearing things until he called out her name again. Ino then knew that he must be dreaming about her, and as she turned and went to make breakfast, with a blush on her face, she wondered just what kind of dreams he could be having. Naruto woke to the smell of food being prepared. He looked down, expecting to find Ino beside him, but she wasn't. He figured that she was the one making breakfast. After a trip to the bathroom, he made his way to the kitchen. He stopped at the doorway and watched as Ino moved around the kitchen making breakfast. She had music playing as was dancing around the place, never noticing him. The sun shone through the windows and lit up her face with a heavenly glow. She shined bright as it swayed back and forth. Naruto stared at her in awe. He followed her smooth, slender legs up until they came to her, but where he quickly averted his gaze. He knew he shouldn't stare at her like this, but she was beautiful, and he just couldn't help it. So you will stare at her now, but not when she was in your bedroom getting dressed? You humans make no sense whatsoever, said Kaneko. Way to ruin a perfectly good moment there is. Naruto replied with an irritated tone. Naruto walked toward Ino, hoping not to have her notice him. As he got behind her, he wrapped her in a hug and placed a small kiss on her neck. Good morning, Ino. Ino jumped at the contact out of surprise, but immediately melted into his warm embrace. Good morning, Naruto. Breakfast is done. Naruto helped her move everything to the table and settled down across from Ino. So what are you planning on doing today? He asked her. Not much really. I have to go to the flower shop for a bit today, but then I am gonna come back here and spend time with you. I thought I could cook you dinner as payment for you keeping your promise. You need something other than ramen anyways, she said with a smile. Hey, there ain't nothing wrong with ramen, but I will be willing to eat something else for you, he added quickly when she glared at him. They ate the rest of breakfast, having small talk and discussing what to have for dinner tonight. It was close to noon when Ino realized the time and rushed to get ready to go. She got her stuff gathered and stopped long enough to say goodbye to Naruto. I will see you later tonight around 6, okay? Ino said. Sure, that sounds great. I will see you later, my little Tenchi, Naruto replied. With a quick kiss, Ino ran out the door, leaving a laughing Naruto. I wonder how she is going to explain why she is still in my clothes, Naruto thought as he went to get ready for his day. Ino made it to the flower shop just before opening time. She went in through the back and found her mom and dad going over magazines looking for new plants to order for the shop. She went up and gave them both a kiss on the cheek and a good morning. She looked at her parents and noticed that her mom had a slight smile on her face and her dad seemed a little angry. What? Asked the confused Ino. Young lady, would you care to explain what you are wearing and why? Inoichi said in a firm tone. Ino looked down and a blush spread across her face as she realized that she was still in Naruto's clothes. When she rushed out of his place that morning, she had forgotten to go home and change due to her not wanting to be late. These are Naruto's clothes that he let me sleep in last night, and I guess I forgot to go home and change, Ino explained. Why are you in his clothes and not yours? Inoichi asked as his temper started to rise before he was elbowed in the side by his wife. Leave the poor girl alone, dear. She is a smart young woman and I'm sure she didn't do any of the things you are thinking she did, Seiko told him. The reason I am in Naruto's clothes is because he wanted me to stay with him last night because he was hurt and upset. All I had was the clothes I wore to the funeral, so he offered these to me. Nothing happened, Daddy, I promise, Ino explained as her dad sighed. Fine. Just go open the shop. Inoichi told Ino, and she ran off to open up. Don't be so harsh on the girl, Inoichi. You and I weren't much older than they are now when we had our first time together. They are both smart, young adults, Seiko told him as she got up to leave for the greenhouse. Inoichi just sighed and shook his head. His little girl was still too little to be doing any of the things her parents had at her age. As he got up to go about his day, he was thinking about the fear he would have to put into the boy. The only question was how to do that, since Naruto didn't seem to know what fear is. Ino was sitting behind the counter with his shirt up to her nose. She knew it would be a long day, but she didn't care. She was lost in thought as she inhaled his scent and began to drift deeper into her mind. Across town, a certain long, gray-haired was conducting research at the local hot springs. He was so lost in his activities that he failed to notice an elderly man and woman approach from behind. They were Hamura and Koharu, two of the village council elders. Jiraiya, we need to have a word with you, Hamura said. Jiraiya was surprised by the voice and jumped and hit his head on the wall of the hot springs. The girls he was watching all took off to the locker room. Turning around, his face grew to a frown. To what do I owe the honor? He asked with a bit of sarcasm. We will get straight to the point, Jiraiya. We want you to be the 5th Hokage, Koharu said. Jiraiya just looked at them and laughed as he said, I'm not interested in that position. You couldn't pay me enough to do it. Find someone else. He told them flatly. We believe that Sarutobi's successor should be one of his students. Orochimaru is a traitor, and we have no idea where Tsunade is, so that only leaves you, said Hamura. She was last seen in a small town called Tanzuka down next to the border of the Land of Fire. A few weeks' trip from here.
Oh, shit.
Have her take Sarutobi's place. He told them as he turned to leave. You will go and convince her to return and become Hokage, Komura said. And if I refuse? He asked. Then you won't be allowed anywhere near the hot springs to conduct your so-called research, said Hamura. Fine, but I want to take Naruto Uzumaki with me. I want to train the kid and help improve his skills. I don't think it too much to ask considering he took down a sand demon, Jiraiya said as he waited for his reply. They both nodded at him and left. Now to convince him to go, that is easier said than done. Same can be said for Tsunade, I guess. Maybe after seeing how much he looks like Minato she will change her mind, Jiraiya thought as he left the hot springs. It was around 3 o'clock and Naruto was aimlessly moving around Konoha. He had spent the last 3 hours going over and learning one of his father's best techniques, the Hiraishin Jutsu. It would take a normal ninja close to a month to learn the jutsu, but Naruto wasn't normal by any means of the word. Using shadow clones, he had sped up the process and learned it in less than a day. Sealed in the scroll was some of his dad's kunai that the scroll said could be multiplied by using the shadow clone jutsu on it to give you more places to teleport to. Naruto had ease with this since the shadow clone jutsu was one of his best jutsus now. He was on his way to see Ino. He was happy that she had accepted him with Kaneko sealed inside him, and that she had stayed and helped him through some of the pain. He was brought out of his thoughts when a girl called his name. Naruto turned toward the voice and saw Tenten running towards him. What's up, Tenten? Naruto asked. We are all getting together in about an hour at the training ground, then train together. You and Ino are the last two I have to tell. Alright, that sounds like fun. I will let Ino know. I was on my way to the flower shop now anyways. Is Niji gonna be there? I would like to have a rematch and hopefully then that stick he has shoved up his will come out, Naruto said with a grin. Tenten was silently cursing at Naruto for talking like that about her crush. Yes, Naruto, he will be there, and when he wins, everyone will see that you just got lucky last time. She thought to herself. Yeah, he will be there. Well, see you in a bit, Tenten said as she forced a smile and walked off. Naruto made it to the shop and went in. He found Ino behind the counter still in his clothes and apparently lost in thought as she didn't notice him come in. Naruto decided to have some fun and snuck around the counter, quietly coming up behind her and wrapping his arms around and placing a kiss on her neck. Ino jumped at the contact and turned around and realized who it was. She punched him in the arm but stayed where she was enjoying the embrace. What are you doing with Naruto? Not that I'm complaining or anything, Ino asked. I just wanted to see you, so I decided to stop by. And on the way here we were invited to train with everyone here in about an hour at Training Ground 10, so I decided to see if you get off work and go?" Naruto asked as he began kissing her neck. Ino shivered as he placed kisses up and down her neck. It was a feeling that she had never felt before, but it felt good to her. She pulled him closer, trying to get more. Naruto lifted her up and sat her on the counter without stopping the kissing. He kissed up to her ear and gently nibbled on her earlobe. Ino let out a smile and Naruto kept going. He moved back to her neck and started on her skin and lightly ran his tongue across her skin. All of a sudden they heard the back door open and they quickly broke apart. Naruto jumped across the counter as Ino got off it and fixed her clothes. They both had blushes on their faces as Inoichi walked in with a few potted flowers. Inoichi was trying to figure out why they wouldn't look at him as Ino spoke up. "Our friends are getting together to train here shortly at the training fields. Would it be alright if I go?" Ino asked, doing her best to hide the blush. "Yeah, you can go. But you need to be home no later than 9, young ladies." Ino yelled okay over her shoulder as she pulled Naruto out the door. "Man, that was a close one," Ino said with a blush. "Yeah. Sorry about that, Ino. I don't know what came over me," Naruto said as he rubbed the back of his head. "It's alright, Naruto. It was fun. Come on, we gotta hurry or we will be late," Ino said as she placed a small kiss on his cheek. They made it to the training grounds a little while later and saw that everyone had shown up but Sasuke. "So where is Sasuke?" Naruto asked out loud to anyone who would answer. "Don't know. All he said is that he had better things to do than train with those that are under him. Probably just didn't want his butt getting kicked all over the field," Kiba said with a smirk. "Don't talk about Sasuke like that," Sakura said, defending her crush while everyone else just rolled their eyes. "So how are we gonna go about this?" "I'm ready to get some training done," Naruto asked in his usual hypertone. "Why not just spar one-on-one, one match at a time, while the others watch?" Choji asked. "Sounds good to me. Let's get this started then," Naruto said. Naruto went back to where Ino was waiting and laid down with his head in her lap waiting for his turn to spar. They didn't pay any attention to the looks they were getting from their friends. All that mattered was each other. That sat there talking until it was Naruto's turn to spar. "So who is my partner?" Naruto asked, looking at his friends. "That would be me. It's time to show everyone that it was just a fluke that I lost to you. You will lose to me today, it is your destiny," Neji said with a smirk. Naruto just rolled his eyes and looked back at Ino. "Should I play around with this a little bit or should I just end it quickly?" Naruto asked her with a laugh. A little humiliation never hurt anyone. "I'm sure having a little fun wouldn't hurt," Ino told him as he made his way to the field. "Alright, Neji, let's get this over with. I have dinner plans tonight, and I would rather be there than here right now," Naruto said as he gave into a wink. "You will lose here today by the hand of the Hyuga clan. You cannot defeat me, you little orphan," Neji spat back. Ino was fuming with anger and was releasing a massive amount of killer intent towards Neji. Naruto and Neji were too focused on each other, but all their other friends were slowly moving away from the angry Kunoichi. She knew of Naruto's heritage and wanted to rub it in everyone's face that her boyfriend came from 2 clans, but she knew it wasn't her place to tell anyone. She was too angry and lost in thought that she didn't notice Naruto coming over to her. "Calm down, my little Tenchi. Don't let him get to you, you ain't the one fighting him," Naruto said with a chuckle as he leaned down and placed a small kiss on her forehead. Most of the anger left Ino just then. She didn't know how he did it, but he could always calm her down, even before they had gotten together, but now he did it more sweetly. Once again they got looks from their friends but didn't pay them much attention. Naruto made his way back to Neji. "Well, like I said, let's get this over with," Naruto said with a smile. "I will not lose again to a parentless, clanless loser," Neji spat back. "I used to think I was all those things too. Tell you what, Neji, I learned of my heritage and I know exactly where I come from, so after I kick you here for the second time, I will explain to everyone just where exactly I come from and then we will see just how high and mighty you think you are," Naruto said as he and Neji got into their fighting stances. Over on the sideline, Ino was watching and cheering her boyfriend on, much to the irritation of Tenten. Ino noticed Sakura coming toward her and knew she wanted answers. It was a good thing to get it out of the way now because Ino needed to talk to Sakura as well about a few things. Sakura walked over and sat down next to Ino. Ino was sure she knew what it was that the Pinkette wanted to talk about but decided to let her be the one to start the conversation. They sat there in silence for a bit before Sakura spoke up. Ino, can I ask you a question? Sakura finally asked, breaking the silence. I'm sure I know what it is, but go for it. Ino replied. How long exactly has this been going on? What do you mean by this? Ino asked, playing innocent. You know what I mean, Ino. Naruto laying in your lap, the kiss on your cheek. It seems like you two are a couple now. And what if we are? I don't think it really matters to you since you are always after Sasuke. And just so we are clear, yes, Naruto and I are dating now, and it has only been for a few days. Ino told her. But I thought you liked Sasuke as well? Asked Sakura. I am used to Sakura. But ever since I started spending more time with Naruto, I have given up on Sasuke. I have Naruto, and he makes me happier than anything else ever could. But Sasuke is so cool and popular, and he is the last Uchiha. Why would you choose Naruto over Sasuke? Because Naruto is sweet and caring, not a stuck-up snob. If you want Sasuke, then have him. I don't want our relationships with other people to come between our friendship anymore, Sakura. And as for Sasuke being the last Uchiha, he ain't got anything on Naruto when it comes to clans. Ino said with a smirk. What do you mean by that? Asked the confused Sakura. Let's just say that Naruto isn't the parentless orphan we all thought him to be. And one more thing, Sakura, Naruto still cares for you. He may not have a crush on you anymore, but he still cares for you like a sister. And no more hitting him either, or I will bring down a world of pain like you have never seen before. I promise you that. I won't let anyone hurt Naruto anymore. Ino told her the last part with an icy tone. Alright, I won't beat on him anymore. Still though, I want to know what you mean about Naruto. Sakura asked. You will just have to wait and see. Ino replied with a grin as she continued watching the fight between Naruto and Neji. As the girls were having their talk, the rematch from the Chunin exams was starting. Everyone had stopped to watch and some were wondering who was gonna win this time. Tenten smirked as she thought about how it was going to feel to watch Naruto fail this time around. So you gonna use any cheap tricks this time around? Neji asked. If you are talking about the poison, then no, I decided not to use any this time, so that way when I kick you this time you can't. It was because of the poison. Naruto responded with a smirk. Neji's temper had reached its breaking point, and pulling a kunai from his weapon pouch he charged at Naruto. Naruto just stood there and waited for Neji to attack. When Neji sliced at him, he simply dodged it. Neji kept slicing wildly and Naruto just kept dodging to the left, then the right and then back, and it made him look like he was just bouncing around. Oh wait, he actually was bouncing around Neji, much to his and Tenten's frustration and everyone else's enjoyment. Stop running and start fighting, Neji yelled, if you insist. Naruto smirked as he made a few hand signs and moved around Neji to his back. Wind style, wind gale. Naruto raised his hands at Neji's back and a gust of wind shot out, knocking the Hyuga over. He hit the ground with a thud but quickly got back to his feet. If looks could kill, then Neji would have killed Naruto 100 times over already. Is that good enough for you? Asked Naruto with a chuckle. Not even enough to keep me down, loser, Neji yelled. Then try avoiding an attack you can't see. Running through some more hand signs, Naruto shouted wind style, wind needles. Naruto brought his hands to his mouth as he inhaled a deep amount of air, then blew little needle-like projectiles at Neji. Neji activated his Byakugan so he could see the attack and was amazed at the amount of needles heading his way. He did the only thing he could think of, 8 trigrams, palm rotation. He said as he began to spin, and chakra leaked from his body at every point, making a barrier around him. On the sidelines, Tenten was happy. She thought Naruto couldn't break through Neji's so-called ultimate defense. Ha, Naruto can't touch him now. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji chuckled at the same time before Shikamaru looked at Tenten's irritated face and said, We used to think that too, but watch, he may just surprise you. Naruto ran through a few more hand signs and shouted wind style, wind dragon jutsu. As a large dragon appeared and slammed into Neji's chakra sphere with an explosion, disrupting the barrier. Everyone was wide-eyed with surprise and shock except for Team 10. Naruto didn't realize that he was within Niji's striking range. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Niji shouted as he struck Naruto's chakra points. Naruto fell limply to the ground. Well, I admit you gave me a good match, but I won. Which means you just got lucky last time. Niji started with his usual arrogant tone. Way to go, Niji. Tenten shouted. You know it ain't over yet, right? Choji asked with a smirk on his face. His chakra points are closed. Of course it is over, replied Tenten angrily. Naruto, come on. Time to get up and quit playing around. Beat this stuck-up prick so we can go have dinner. You know we still have to stop back by my place first. So come on, no more playing around, Ino yelled to her boyfriend. Naruto jumped up and dusted himself off. Niji, did anyone ever tell you that you hit worse than a girl? I'm sure even Hinata could hit harder than you. Naruto said, laughing. How is that even possible? Your chakra points are closed. And I hit just fine. Niji replied with a growl, checking him over with his Byakugan. Can I borrow some of your chakra, sis? Naruto asked Kaneko. Of course, little one. Please finish this quickly. He is really annoying. Kaneko replied with a sigh. Naruto placed his hands together and summoned some of the fox's chakra while shouting chakra pulse. One by one Naruto's chakra points started opening and Niji watched in shock. Now Niji, I will finish this, he said as he pulled the 3-pronged kunai from his seal. He threw it at Niji and did a few hand signs while shouting kunai shadow clone jutsu. As 50 kunai marked with special seals landed around Niji. You missed me, you loser, Niji said. No. They landed right where I wanted them to, Naruto replied. What do you? Niji didn't get to finish his sentence as Naruto disappeared and reappeared right beside him with a right hook to the face before he was gone again. Niji went flying to the right before Naruto appeared again, and changed his direction with a kick to Niji's side. After a few minutes of disappearing and reappearing, he decided to let Niji land with a large thud against the tree where he slid to the base. Niji tried to get up but fell face first to the ground. Looks like I won. Again, he said with an extra emphasis on the last word. Everyone was shocked, including Team 10. They knew Naruto was strong, but they didn't even know he could use a jutsu like that. Tenten was beyond angry that her secret crush had lost yet again. Naruto walked over to Niji and offered him a hand up. Niji accepted and stood wobbly beside Naruto. I admit my defeat. May I ask how you did that, Naruto? Niji asked as he sat down beside everyone else. Naruto held out a hand for Ino, and she happily joined him as he sat in front of his friends and pulled Ino into his lap and wrapped his arms around her waist. Well, I guess I have some explaining to do, he told them as they all nodded. Naruto was sitting in front of his friends with Ino sitting in his lap leaned back against him. It was hard enough to tell the first time around. At least this time, he had support in explaining it this time around. What I am about to tell you has to stay between us here. No one outside this group is allowed to know what we are going to discuss. You all know about how the 4th Hokage had to fight the 9-tailed demon fox and sealed it away, sacrificing himself in the process, right? Naruto asked, looking at each friend. As each of them nodded, he continued. Well, it is true that he beat the Kyuubi, but he didn't kill it like everyone thought. Instead, he sealed the Kyuubi inside a newborn infant. That infant happened to be me. I have the 9-tailed demon fox sealed inside of me. Naruto explained. Everyone's eyes went wide. They were all told that the 4th Hokage had killed the Kyuubi but in the process had lost his life. And now they were just told that it was still alive and sealed within one of their friends. It was Niji who spoke first. Naruto, you told me that you would tell us about your parents. I'm guessing that your parents and the Kyuubi have something in common? Yes, Niji, they do have something in common. The 4th Hokage's name was Minato Namikaze and his wife's name was Kushina Uzumaki. They were my parents and gave their lives protecting me and this village. I am the last heir to both the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans. Naruto further explained. They were all taken back by this news. The boy that everyone thought was a parentless orphan was the sole survivor of 2 of the strongest clans ever known to the ninja world. They all sat in an awkward silence before Shikamaru spoke up. Naruto, if I may ask you a question, Why would any father choose their own kid? Why not choose someone different to seal away the Kyuubi inside of? Shikamaru asked, actually confused for once. My dad always said that he didn't expect anyone to do something he wouldn't. So instead of asking someone to give up their child, he chose his own and hoped that the village would see me as a hero. That never happened though, because all the village saw was a demon, Naruto said, trying to hold back the tears that threatened to fall. Ino took his hand in hers and gently squeezed it, showing she was there for support. She knew what he was going through, and although it wasn't as hard this time as the first, it still brought him more pain. Naruto leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek and whispered thank you in her ear. The Kyuubi's name is Kaneko. I can talk to her within my mind. She first came to me after the fight with Gaara. She didn't mean to attack the village those years ago. She was being controlled by a masked man when she attacked the village. My dad knew this and tried to help, but he couldn't, and so he had to seal her inside me. All his friends were taken back by all the news that had just been told. They were always told that the demon was evil and could wipe a village out in mere minutes, and here Naruto was telling them that she hadn't meant to attack and destroy most of their village. I don't expect you all to believe me or trust me immediately after hearing all this, and I will give you all time to think all this over. We have to go now anyways before we are late for our dinner. See you all later, Naruto told them as he stood with Ino, and they began to walk away. Just then Jiraiya dropped down in front of Naruto and Ino. Naruto was surprised and instinctively launched a kunai at Jiraiya, who just wrapped his hair around his body, and the kunai bounced off harmlessly. Ino was interested in how he had done that. Master Jiraiya, how did you just do that thing with your hair? Ino asked curiously. Just pump chakra into it, and you can do quite a few interesting things with it. Ask Dagaki here. I'm sure he could tell you some of them. He replied. Hey pervy sage, what are you doing here? Naruto asked, confused. I have a mission tomorrow and want you to tag along. We have to find my old teammate Tsunade. What if I don't want to go with you, you giant perv? Naruto asked. The council decided to make her the 5th Hokage. This is a mission to bring her back to the village, Naruto, Jiraiya stated plainly. Naruto got serious all of a sudden. How long will it take? Don't know, but I expect at least a month. We will leave at 8 in the morning. Naruto looked over to Ino, who was now paying attention to the boys' conversation. Ino just nodded with a smile. Alright, I'll be there. Later, pervy sage, Naruto called over his shoulder as he walked off with Ino. They made it to Ino's house a little before 5. They had walked the whole way in silence. Naruto knew something was wrong, but he wouldn't push her for answers right now. They walked in and Ino ran upstairs to change out of her ninja gear. While waiting for Ino, Naruto noticed Inoichi giving him death glares. He locked eyes with Inoichi and Inoichi motioned for Naruto to follow. They went in and sat at the kitchen table as Inoichi spoke up. Naruto, you are a nice boy and me and Seiko have never had any problems with you. I have noticed that you and Ino have gotten closer lately. He started raising an eyebrow. Yes sir, Ino and I have gotten closer now and we are dating. Why, is something wrong? Naruto asked, a little nervous. No Naruto, nothing is wrong. She is just my baby girl and I want to make sure that she is always safe no matter who she is with or where she is at. I just want her to be safe. I can promise that I will do my best to never hurt Ino, and I will try with everything I have to keep her happy. I love her and I know that she loves me as well. As long as it is within my power to do so, Ino will always be happy, Naruto said with a completely serious tone. That is all I asked, Naruto. Thank you, Inoichi said with a small grin. May I ask you a question, sir? With Inoichi's nod he continued. I am leaving on a mission in the morning with Jiraiya-sensei. Would it be alright if Ino stayed the night with me? I'm not sure how long I will be gone, and I would like to spend as much time with her as I can. And nothing will happen, I promise. Naruto added the last part with a bit of a blush. Alright, she can stay with you. But if you do anything to hurt my little girl in any way, you will spend the rest of your life thinking you are a 5-year-old little girl in a pretty little pink dress. Inoichi told him with a small grin but in a serious tone. I completely understand, sir, Naruto said with a small gulp. Unbeknown to them, Ino had heard most of the conversation. She had left with happy tears in her eyes before Naruto had asked if she could stay. She didn't want to get caught listening in on their conversation, so she decided to go back upstairs and then come back down a few minutes later. Are you ready to go to Naruto? Ino asked as she gave her dad a hug and kiss on the cheek. Yeah, I'm ready, Naruto said as he was dragged out of the house, thankful to be away from Inoichi's overprotective stare. They walked to Naruto's apartment in more silence. Naruto had no clue why Ino seemed upset. She had been like this ever since Jiraiya had asked him to go on this mission with him. Could that be what's bothering her? Maybe she doesn't want me to go after all? Naruto thought as he kept taking small glances over at her. They made it to his apartment, and he unlocked the door and let Ino go in first. Ino, what's wrong? He asked as he shut the door and took off his shoes. Nothing is wrong with Naruto. I get to spend time with you, so how could anything be wrong? She asked, forcing a smile. Ino, do you really think I believe that? We have been friends forever, and now that we are dating, I don't want to keep anything from me. I want you to be happy, he told her as he wrapped her in a hug and started rubbing the small of her back. Ino melted into his embrace as a smile escaped her lips. That's not fair to Naruto. A small smile crossed Naruto's face. He had just found a way to get Ino to open up to him, and he didn't even mean to. Please tell me what is bothering you, Naruto asked once again. I'm worried about Naruto. I know that you are strong and Master Jiraiya is one of the legendary Sannin, but I'm still worried that something is going to happen to you. Ino told him to pull him closer. Naruto gently pulled away and lifted Ino's head with his hand. He placed his forehead against hers and they stared into each other's eyes for a few minutes before Naruto broke the silence. I will be fine, Ino, I promise. I will get this mission completed as fast as I can and come back to you as soon as I possibly can. If anything does go wrong, Jiraiya-sensei can help me better than anyone. You would be surprised at how fast the Chief Toad can get from place to place. He is the size of a mountain, for crying out loud, Naruto said with a chuckle which earned a grin from Ino. Alright, I'm sorry for worrying so much. Just please be careful and come home soon. Okay, Ino told him before looking towards the kitchen. What's for dinner? I was thinking about hayashi raisu. Hashed beef stew, thinly sliced beef and onions in a demi-glace sauce served over or alongside cooked rice. Sound alright with you? He asked. Sounds great, she replied as they headed into the kitchen to start cooking. They spent the time preparing dinner, talking and goofing off. A lot of the preparation time was spent covering each other in various ingredients while acting like a couple of little children. Naruto took time out to go and clean himself up. When he came back to the kitchen, he just stood at the doorway staring. Ino had turned on some music and was now dancing back and forth. Naruto just watched as she took in the sight of her lovely body. He noticed how she moved so smoothly like flowing water. He took in the sight of the curves of her body, her golden blonde hair flowing freely back and forth as she danced, her slender legs which ran until they were covered by her shorts. And then his gaze went elsewhere. Man, she is so beautiful. Her legs, her curves, everything about her is amazing. I wonder what she looks like. No bad thoughts are bad. He thought quietly, trying to shake the thoughts he was having from his head as a blush appeared on his face. You know, you could just put those thoughts into action. I'm sure she is just as willing as you are, Kaneko said from within his mind. I don't know what you are talking about. I wasn't having any thoughts. Quit being so annoying, Naruto replied. That's what little sisters are for, are they not? I can see and hear everything you do, even your thoughts. But I will go for now. Your mate seems to have noticed you spacing out, Kaneko said before ending the chat. Naruto, you alright? Asked Ino. Yes, sorry, just having a small talk with Kaneko, Naruto replied. What about? Just thoughts and whether they are good or not, Naruto told her with a slight blush. Ino noticed the blush and realized he must have been thinking of her. What kind of thoughts could he be having? Ino thought to herself. They finished making dinner and Ino went to clean up a little. While she was gone, Naruto made a few clones to help with a surprise for Ino. When Ino came back to the kitchen, she was shocked at what she found. The lights were off and the only light was from some candles placed and lit around the living room and kitchen areas. A vase of violet flowers, symbol of the Yamanaka clan, set in the middle of the table, and the dinner was placed on the table for the two of them. I hope you like it, Naruto whispered in her ear, wrapping her in a hug from behind. This is really sweet of you, Naruto. But how did you do this in a matter of minutes? Ino asked, confused. Shadow clones help with more than fighting and training, you know, he said with a grin. He pulled her seat out for her, and then took his own seat. They both bowed their heads, and after a quick itadakimasu they began to eat. They spent the time talking about how they would miss each other, and Naruto repeatedly promising to come back in one piece. After they cleaned up from dinner, Naruto led her into the living room and sat on the couch, pulling her into his lap, and stayed there for a while before Ino spoke up. Naruto, I need to get going. It's getting late, Ino said with a sad expression. Or you could spend the night with me and see me off in the morning, Naruto suggested. I already asked your dad, and it is fine with your parents if you stay. Ino turned in his lap till she was straddling him, and gave him a hug. Thank you, Naruto. I would love to spend another night with you. I'm glad, he said as he placed a small kiss on her cheek. Ino leaned back to look into his eyes. The small light from the flickering flames danced in both their eyes. They lost each other in each other's eyes for a few moments. Did you mean what you said? Ino asked, leaning down till her forehead rested on his. What do you mean, Ino? Asked the confused Naruto. What you told my dad back at my place when the two of you had your little talk. About you keeping me happy and everything. Ino reminded him. Of course I meant it. I will do everything I possibly can to make you happy and protect you and keep you safe. I promise, he told her with a serious tone. She leaned in and started to kiss him. He wrapped his arms around her and placed a hand on the small of her back, gently rubbing it while pulling her deeper into the kiss. As the kiss deepened, his tongue ran across her lips as if asking for permission to enter. She opened her mouth as their tongues fought for dominance. Not one to be outdone, Naruto slid his hand under her shirt and ran his fingers up and down her spine, causing her to shiver, and at the contact, that little moment was all that he needed to gain the upper hand. His tongue explored her mouth before he let her do the same. They broke the kiss due to lack of oxygen between the two of them. Their heads were spinning from the brief contact before Ino realized where Naruto's hand had found its way to. She immediately blushed. Naruto barely noticed the blush. You okay, Ino? He asked. Naruto, your hand? Ino told him, still blushing. Naruto then noticed his hand was now placed on Ino's ass. Naruto realized he must have moved it there during the kiss. Naruto blushed deeply and quickly moved his hand. I'm sorry, Ino. I didn't realize what was going on. I'm sorry, he quickly said. It's alright, Naruto. The whole moment was different, but I enjoyed it. I think it's time we head to bed though, Ino said as she got off Naruto. They blew out the candles and headed to the bedroom. Naruto went and got changed for bed. When he came back to the room, he noticed Ino hadn't changed yet. After asking why, he remembered that she didn't know she would be staying the night, so he gave her some of his clothes to wear to bed. They settled down, and after a goodnight kiss they drifted off to sleep with Ino wrapped in Naruto's arms. They woke up that morning and had breakfast, then headed for the gates to meet up with Jiraiya. On the way, Naruto had to once again repeatedly promise to come back as soon as he could. They made it to the gates where Jiraiya was waiting. Hurry up, kid, we need to get a move on. Just a second, pervy sage, Naruto said as he turned to Ino, who now had tears in her eyes. Wiping away the tears, Naruto spoke. I promise I will be back as soon as I can. I want you to be careful too, okay? With a nod from Ino, he wrapped her in a hug, saying it was time for him to go. He leaned down and whispered something in her ear before Jiraiya pulled him out of the gates. Ino watched him leave with tears still in her eyes. They weren't sad tears. No, they were happy ones, as she replayed the 3 words Naruto had just said to her over and over in her mind. I love you too, Naruto, Ino thought as she made her way back into the village. It had been 2 weeks since Naruto left with Jiraiya. Ino was at the flower shop, slouched back in a soft chair, rubbing her sore muscles. Right after Naruto had left, Ino had decided to take her training a little more seriously so she could protect Naruto just like he wanted to protect her. She could tell she was getting stronger, but her new sensei was pushing her quite hard. Her new sensei was friends with Asuma, so Asuma had asked her to teach Ino since both people dealt with poison. She owed Asuma sensei a big one for getting the sadistic snake lady to teach her. Flashback. Ino joined up with her team at their training ground after she walked with Naruto to the village gates to see him off. She noticed another woman standing next to her sensei. The woman wore a tan trench coat over top a mesh bodysuit that ran from her neck to her thighs. She also had on a dark orange miniskirt and the standard ninja sandals. All in all, her outfit left very little to the imagination. Ino remembered her from the Chunin exams as Anko Mitarashi. Ino walked up and joined her team. Asuma looked at her and gave her a small smile. Ino knew she was in trouble now. Asuma never smiled like that unless he had some type of punishment planned. Ino shivered as she waited for the news. "Ah, Ino, glad you could join us. You remember how you said you wanted to start training more seriously now, right?" Asuma asked. "Yeah, what about it?" asked a confused Ino. "Well, since you deal with poison somewhat, I asked my good friend Anko here if she would be willing to train you. And wouldn't you know it, she agreed to have a new student," Asuma said with an evil grin. "So now I'm stuck with the creepy snake lady. Great, how could it get any worse?" Ino sighed. "Cheer up, Blondie. I won't train you as hard as Asuma does," Anko told her. "Really?" Aston a little hopeful. "Yep, really. I will train you about 10 times as hard," Anko said with a laugh as she saw the terrified look on Ino's face. And flashback. Ino was glad she had the day off. She had learned a lot from Anko, including a few snake jutsus, and was even able to sign the snake's summoning contract. Anko's training had helped Ino on her stamina and chakra reserves as well. She was happy with the results of the training, especially after only 2 weeks. But she was even happier for her day off to rest. Just then, the bell rang, alerting Ino that someone had come in. She looked up at Sakura. "Hey Forehead, what are you doing here?" Ino asked. "No one has seen you around lately, Ino Pig. So I thought I would come by and see what you have been up to," Sakura replied. "I haven't had a lot of time to do anything lately. I have been training with Anko-sensei a lot and haven't had time for anything else between that and work. Today is the first day that I have gotten to rest in 2 weeks. Well, Tenten and Hinata are coming over to my place to hang out. You want to come with?" asked Sakura. "Tenten is actually coming? I thought she hated us all because we cheered on Naruto when he beat Neji both times?" Ino asked in confusion. "I guess Neji talked some sense into her. She apologized for her behavior and has been hanging out with everyone ever since. So how about it, wanna come?" Sakura asked once again. "Sure, I'll come," Ino said as she yelled and told her mom where she was going. A little while later, all 4 girls were sitting around Sakura's kitchen table talking. They were catching Ino up on things since she had been busy training over the past 2 weeks. They were all laughing and having a good time, enjoying spending time with friends. "So Ino, how are things going with Naruto?" Sakura asked with a mischievous grin. All the girls looked at Ino as she got a far-off look in her eyes. She started blushing and started to drool just a little. The other 3 girls all started to giggle at Ino as she seemed to completely space out. Sakura grabbed her shoulders and started to shake Ino to bring her back to her senses. She snapped out of her thoughts, shaking her head as she tried to clear it and wiped the drool from her mouth. "So it's that good, huh?" Sakura asked with a raised eyebrow. "Oh yeah, it's that good," Ino said with a grin. Tenten leaned over the table a little more towards Ino. "Come on, Ino, time to spill what's so good about it." "Well, so far, the best thing was the night right before he left with Master Jiraiya." Seeing the looks she was getting from her friends, she quickly continued. "Before we went to his house, my dad had a talk with him about him hurting me and stuff. He promised that he would do whatever he could to protect me and keep me safe." "What happened after that?" asked Tenten. "Well, after that we went to his place. We cooked dinner together and Naruto kept getting all touchy-feely and couldn't keep his hands to himself, which just made it all the more fun. After that, he pulled me onto his lap on the couch, and we had a small make-out session," Ino said with a smile as she raised and dropped her eyebrows. "Sounds like you two had quite the interesting night," Tenten said. "It was a fun night. Nothing major happened except for the one moment where we were kissing, and after we stopped, I noticed his hand had moved down and was on my ass. But other than that, nothing happened. Naruto is a wonderful guy. He cares about me, always listens when I need him to, and is always doing something to make me happy." After hearing that, Hinata fainted on the spot and her head fell on the table with a small thud. The other two were jealous as could be. They were both wishing that the guy they loved would do something like that with them. Well damn, if you two keep things up like that, who knows what will happen next? Tenten said with a laugh. Ino got this far off look in her eyes and started drooling again. Sakura and Tenten both started laughing while trying to get Ino back to reality. Ino had left Sakura's place about an hour ago, and was now sitting at the park. She was spaced out thinking of her boyfriend and hoping he would be home soon. She was so spaced out she didn't notice the boy walking towards her until he sat down next to her, causing her to jump. She looked over and rolled her eyes at who she saw. "What do you want, Uchiha?" she spat out. "No reason to get so aggressive. Just wanted to talk for a minute," replied Sasuke. "Well, like I said, what do you want?" she asked once again. "I want you to go out with me," he stated plainly. Ino started to laugh. "Why would I go out with you? I have someone a lot better than some stuck-up Uchiha prick," Ino told him while still laughing. Sasuke was mad now. "There isn't anyone around that is better than me. The Uchiha are the strongest clan in the world. Who is this person you think is better than me?" "Well, for one, I don't think he is better than you. I know he is. And for two, you already know who he is," Ino said with a smirk. "The only one that I can think of that would even remotely stand a chance against me is Hyuga Brat," Sasuke said through gritted teeth. "Nope, not Neji." "Try again," Ino said. "I don't have time for your games, woman. Tell me who the hell this person is and I will beat the shit out of him right now," Sasuke said, his anger now boiling over. "You Uchihas really aren't that bright, are you? Fine, since I have to spell it out for you, it is Naruto." "You think that loser is better than me?" Sasuke asked. "No, like I said, I know he is better than you. He beat Neji twice and he beat the sand demon that completely mopped the floor with your ass. Now I don't want to go out with you, so just screw off and leave me alone," Ino said as she got up and left a fuming Sasuke sitting on the bench. In the small town of Tanzuka, Naruto and Jiraiya were walking through the streets. Naruto was reading the scroll he had gotten from Kaneko. He was comparing what the scroll and written on it with what Jiraiya had told him. When Jiraiya had learned that Naruto knew who his parents were, he had told Naruto that he would teach him the Rasengan. Naruto was surprised to learn that Jiraiya was his dad's sensei. Jiraiya stopped walking and looked in a restaurant door. He motioned for Naruto to follow, and they went inside. Once inside, Jiraiya saw who he was looking for and went over and sat down opposite her with Naruto right beside him. Tsunade and Shizen were shocked to see Jiraiya. They didn't pay much attention to the young boy. "It's been a while since we last met, Jiraiya. What brings you here?" Tsunade asked as she sipped from her sake cup. "I will get straight to the point of Tsunade. Sarutobi-sensei is dead. The village wants you to be the 5th Hokage," Jiraiya stated calmly. Tsunade was a little shocked at the news. "So the old man finally kicked the bucket, huh?" "No. Orochimaru attacked the village, and he gave his life to protect it. You are the one they want as the 5th Hokage. I don't want the job. If the old man died for that village, then he was a fool. No one in their right mind would want that job," Tsunade said. Naruto had been listening to the conversation. The third had been like a grandfather to him, and he wasn't about to let anyone badmouth him. Especially right in front of him. "Shut your mouth, you old hag. The 3rd Hokage loved the village and his job. He protected that village every day. You will not badmouth him or the Hidden Leaf village anywhere near me, or I will kick your ass. I don't care if you are a woman or not," Naruto said as he jumped on the table and got in Tsunade's face. "I would like to see you try, brat. If you want to, let's take this outside," Tsunade said as she got up and left. Naruto followed her out the door and stood opposite her in the street. He pulled a kunai from his seal and rushed at Tsunade without thinking. She slapped his hand away and flicked him across the forehead and sent him flying. On the sidelines, Jiraiya and Shizen both winced and thought it was over until they saw Naruto standing. All three adults were surprised. "I ain't done yet, you old hag," Naruto said, panting heavily. "Why do you even bother kids?" Tsunade asked. "I am going to become Hokage. Just like my father, the 4th Hokage, was. I will become Hokage," Naruto replied. Tsunade was frozen with shock. She saw her lover Dan and her little brother Nawaki in Naruto's face. She was also shocked to hear that the kid's father was the fourth Hokage. I will become Hokage one day. And no one will ever get away with bad-mouthing any of the previous ones in front of me. Naruto told her as he began to charge up a Rasengan. He rushed at her and Tsunade punched the ground, causing it to split open. Naruto tripped and fell forward as his Rasengan disappeared. He smacked the ground with a loud thud. Why would you teach him a jutsu that he can't even control? Tsunade asked Jiraiya. Naruto got up and yelled at Tsunade. I can control it. Just you watch me. Let's make a bet then. If you can manage to master the Rasengan in 3 days, I will return to the village and even throw in my necklace. It belonged to the first Hokage, my grandfather. If you fail, then you and Jiraiya will leave here without me and I get all the money in your little froggy here. Tsunade said as she held up his frog wallet. It's a deal, Bachan. Naruto yelled, then grabbed his head as pain shot through it. Shizen rushed over and started to heal his head where Tsunade had flicked him. Man, she hits hard. Thanks. What is her deal with the Hokage position anyway? He asked as Shizen finished healing him. She had 2 important people in her life who wanted to be Hokage as well. The first was her little brother Nawaki. He died at a young age. He was like a brother to me as well. The second was my uncle Dan. He died during the Second Shinobi War. You remind us of them greatly. She is probably just a little upset. Just let her cool down. Shizen explained to him. Well, I have to go by train. Let the pervy sage know I will be back later. Thanks again for the healing, Shizen. Naruto called over his shoulder as he ran off. I need to find a place to train. She is coming back to the village with us one way or another. Naruto, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizen were walking on the outskirts of Tanzaku town. They were looking for a place for Naruto to show them if he was able to master the Rasengan over the last 3 days. They found a wide open clearing about a mile from the village. Naruto started to show them his Rasengan, but never got the chance as a giant snake poofed into existence. The group of 4 jumped out of the way as the tail of the snake slammed down right where they were a few seconds before. On the top of the snake's head was Orochimaru and Kabuto. What do you want, Orochimaru? Jiraiya growled. Calm down, Jiraiya. I am only here to talk to Tsunade about healing my arms. Orochimaru replied with a grin. What do you need me to heal your arms for? You have your little pet with you, have him do it. I refuse. Tsunade told them. Orochimaru nodded to Kabuto, who jumped off the head of the snake and landed between Jiraiya and the other 3. Jiraiya started to attack Kabuto, but had to dodge the tail of the snake. Now Jiraiya. Let Kabuto have some fun. You will fight me. Orochimaru hissed. Why would I waste my time on someone who won't even be a good fight? You can't even use jutsu. Jiraiya replied as he summoned Gamabunta. Gamabunta here could crush you himself. Then try it. Go, Manda. With that, the snake launched at the toad and Jiraiya caused them to jump back farther away from his comrades. We need to take out that stupid snake, Jiraiya, Bunta said around his pipe. Jiraiya ran through a few hand signs as he leaped off of the toad's head. When he hit the ground, he slammed his hands down, shouting Earth style, "Swamp of the underworld," as the snake was swallowed by a massive swamp. He then jumped back up on Bunta's head. Are you ready? He asked the toad, finishing his new set of hand signs. Do it was all the toad said as he began to shoot a stream of oil from his mouth. Fire style. Fire blowing, he shouted as a stream of fire was blown from his mouth. The fire ignited the oil as it flew through the air and caught the snake on fire. Orochimaru just barely avoided the blast before his snake was incinerated and went back to his world. Orochimaru opened his mouth as a snake came from it. The snake spit out the Kisangani blade and caught it in his teeth. Jiraiya pulled a kunai from his pouch as he rushed his former teammate. Over on the other side of the clearing, Shizen and Naruto were facing off against Kabuto. He knew of Tsunade's fear of blood. The moment the fight started, he cut his hand and threw blood on her, taking her out of the fight. Shizen wasn't having much luck at attacking Kabuto as they were both medic ninja and were just countering what the other was throwing. Shizen got caught off guard and Kabuto connected with a punch to her jaw. Kabuto was satisfied with his work. He had made it to where Tsunade couldn't fight. The blonde had rushed him in anger, and that made for an easy dispatch as well. The Sanin's apprentice had caused him the most trouble. "Will you change your mind now, Lady Tsunade?" Kabuto asked with an evil grin. Tsunade just sat there, frozen with fear at the sight of blood. Her mind was screaming for her to move, but her body wouldn't respond. "Just knock her out, Kabuto. We will take her with us." Orochimaru shouted while trading blows with Jiraiya. Kabuto rushed at Tsunade. He didn't realize he still had his kunai out. His kunai hit flesh and sliced right through to the other side. Looking up, he saw that the kunai had been stopped by Naruto. The kunai was directly through the middle of his hand, and he had grasped Kabuto's hand. "You ain't taking her anywhere. Not as long as I am still breathing." Naruto growled out. "I can easily change that." Kabuto responded as his hand started growing blue. He struck Naruto across the chest, and a deep gash appeared and started gushing blood. Naruto winced at the pain but stood strong. Kabuto's eyes widened as his hand was crushed by Naruto's grip and he screamed out in pain, "You had your chance. Now I'll make you leave," Naruto said as he charged up his Rasengan and planted it into Kabuto's chest. Kabuto went flying and crashed into Orochimaru. Orochimaru knew that with his medic ninja down, he didn't stand a chance against Jiraiya. Picking himself up and commanding Kabuto to do the same, they disappeared. Naruto fell backwards and hit the ground due to blood loss. Tsunade finally snapped out of her fear at seeing Naruto fall. She rushed over to him as her hands started glowing green. She began healing the wound across his chest and yelling at him to stay alive. She wasn't yelling out of anger. She was worried that she was gonna lose him. After about 5 minutes, Naruto reached up and grabbed the necklace she was wearing. "I won't die until I become Hokage Bachan. I believe this is mine now," he said as he smiled up at her. She took the necklace off and placed it around his neck as she leaned down and kissed his forehead. Jiraiya came over and suggested they head back to the Tanzaku town and spend the night before leaving for the village, to which they all agreed. Back in the Leaf Village, Ino and Anko were sitting in the shade of a large tree. They had been training since early morning without rest. More like Ino had been training, while Anko watched with an evil grin. They were currently taking a break for lunch. It had been silent between the two since lunch started. Wanting to break the silence, Anko decided to try and start a conversation. "So Ino, how are things going with your blonde boy toy?" Anko asked out of nowhere. "Everything is going good, sensei," Ino said while still in thought. "Sensei, can I ask you a question?" "Sure, ask anything you want, and I will answer as best as I can," Anko told her. "Well, I was wondering about relationships, and intimacy," Ino said with a blush. A grin spread across Anko's face. "She wants to know about the dirty deeds. Man, it would be fun to see the face on that little gaki if I can corrupt his girlfriend, even a little," Anko thought before telling her to ask away. "Well, the night before Naruto left, I spent the night with him. After we had dinner, we were sitting on the couch and I was on his lap. We started to kiss and it sort of turned into a makeout session. When we stopped, I noticed his hand was on my ass," Ino told her as she recalled the night at Naruto's. Anko just smiled at the young girl as she explained what happened. "Can't believe she is getting some action so early into their relationship," Anko thought. "I was just wondering if it was wrong for us to be doing that much, or if it is wrong if I liked him rubbing my ass?" she asked with an even deeper blush. Anko hit the ground laughing after Ino asked her the question. After a few minutes of laughing, she sat up apologizing for the laughter fit. "I'm sorry, Ino. You are just too cute, you know that. There is nothing wrong with liking your being rubbed. I enjoy a good spanking now and then." Anko laughed as Ino started choking on her food. "You would only have gone too far if it felt wrong to you." Anko pointed at Ino's headband. "That right there makes you as much of an adult as anyone else who wears one. If you want to be with your boyfriend, then go for it as much as you two want to." Anko leans a little closer to Ino and asks, "I take it you haven't gotten into his pants yet then?" Ino's face went dark red as she lowered her head, shaking it. "So it's fine if I want a little more from him, and want him to touch me a little more?" Anko pulls Ino into a hug and rubs her cheek against Ino's. "You are just too cute. It is normal to want more from your boyfriend. You are young and you have a good boy, right? Ino nods while saying he is the best I could ever ask for. Anko nods at Ino's answer while saying, there is no problem with you two expressing your love and passion for each other. Your lives as ninja are much too short to live with regrets, so enjoy it while you can. An evil smile spreads across Anko's face as she leans in to whisper in Ino's ear. You know, with him having so much stamina, just imagine what he is like in the bedroom. Ino gets a far-off look in her eyes as she ponders what Anko just told her. She licks her lips as the same smile Anko has spreads across her face. Anko notices the change in Ino and wraps an arm around the girl's shoulder. I have plenty of tips that can make your little fox boy your new plaything. Here, take this and read over it. Just don't let anyone see you read it, okay? She said as she pulled an orange book from her coat pocket. Ino knew what the book was from being around Kakashi so much. He always had his face in a book like this, but she never knew why he liked it so much. Taking the book, she gave Anko a confused look. Anko just smiled. Read the book and you will get some ideas on what I am talking about. Go ahead and head home. Training is over for now. I will see you tomorrow. With that, Anko disappeared. Ino looked down at the book in her hand as a small grin appeared on her face. She got up and headed to Naruto's apartment so she could have a few hours alone. She couldn't wait for him to get home, Naruto thought as she rushed off.
Yeesh. Excuse me. So I'm gonna end this stream here tonight. I want to thank you guys for coming out and watching me stream. I'll be on later on today. I don't know exactly what time, but if you enjoyed this, please leave a like and comment if you want to hear more of the stories as I play the game. Until later on today, see you guys later.